Oops. Sorry for the flashbang, folks. My bad, my bad. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. I am Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Otto. Hi, King Poopo Head. Welcome in, everybody. On Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. Hope everybody's having a great hump day. I spent most of my day flying and get ready. I just want you to know that I paused Andor for your stream. Okay, so I have to be more entertaining than Andor. We'll see how this goes. How's it already May? I don't know. It's technically only May in the middle of the Atlantic right now. But yes, I am back. Now that we have finished Satisfactory, it's time for React content again, chat. What some of you have all wanted, React content. So I didn't know that there was going to be people here in the beginning, so we're just going to start with like a second thought video talking about Gaza is a testing ground for things. But yeah, we're going to start with that. We're going to go talk about The Last of Us, the inspiration behind The Last of Us, and the likelihood that they're kind of Zionists. React to your full-length Satisfactory playthrough. You want me to react to my full-length Satisfactory playthrough. So you guys want me to watch what you watched the whole time I was playing Satisfactory. That's what you want, Otto? That's what you want? God damn. But yeah, so yeah, I spent the day flying. I flew for a couple hours so you can feel my pain. Otto, you're here for the buffoonery. That's what you're here for. But yes, I flew most of the day today. I sat with my instructor and we went over things to prep for my test. Most of the stuff was good. I feel kind of comfortable with most of this stuff. I'm not ready yet, but it sounds like beginning of June might be my test. We might piggyback off of somebody else getting a check ride to kind of save some money. But yeah. So with that being said, let's fucking get into it right away.
There are a lot.
Let's see. Go here. Give me a second. I gotta share the link. That's awesome. Yeah. Gotta share the link. Second thought video from JT. Chat, I would love to react to John Oliver, but YouTube does not like that shit. YouTube does not like that shit. So, Gaza is a testing ground. We're starting light. Starting light with the content, with the React content. Very light. Very, very, very fucking light shit.
A lot of reasons to oppose the Israeli genocide. Number one, it's a genocide. That should be enough.
Saw the ending of yesterday's game. What a great game.
A selfish reason. Let it be this. Whatever happens to Palestinians now will eventually happen to you.
Yep.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
I'll let JT cook.
Under Israeli colonialism, Palestine is a laboratory for the most dangerous research in the world. A testing ground in the search for the best answer to the question, how do you keep an oppressed population down? Before we get to the rest of the video, I just want to take a second to thank my one-channel sponsor, Aura. We've been working with Aura over at First Thought for a while now, and it's been hands down the best sponsor experience I've ever had. Let me tell you about the service first, and then I'll give you my personal reason for working with these guys. You might remember that last year,
Ethical Reacts,
breach where hackers stole the social security numbers of just about every American. And not just social security numbers.
Ethical Reacts.
2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, phone number, and alternate names. Literally everything someone needs to steal your identity, or worse. If you've never been the victim of a data breach before, let me tell you, it's not fun. That stuff is scary, as well as being really intrusive. If you weren't taking precautions with your personal information online before, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. I take this stuff seriously. I've got a 2-year-old daughter, and there are some freaks out there. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about it, because Aura protects me from this exact scenario. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, email, or social security number on the dark web. They let me know immediately if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. And for added peace of mind, they provide up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also have a bunch of other features to keep you and your kids safe online.
It's interesting he puts it right at the beginning of the video.
Different services for your VPN, your antivirus, and your data security. You can use my link aura.com/secondthought to try 14 days for free. That's plenty of time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now, because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this leak.
Yep.
I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/secondthought to try Aura for 2 weeks absolutely free. And because I promised to give you my personal reason for working with Aura, besides it being a genuinely useful service that I use in my day-to-day life, when one of our First Thought videos got brigaded and we had to take the ad read down for optics reasons, the brand generously compensated us and doubled down on working with First Thought. They could have bailed, but they didn't. That's a cool company.
That's
awesome. If you want
awesome.
to help support the channel and get some quality peace of mind while you're at it, give Aura a shot at the link below.
That's fucking awesome.
Back to the video.
Not a lot of companies like that.
About what the Palestine laboratory means is that Israel has spent decades trialing, testing, refining huge amounts of surveillance tech, repressive tech, and weapons on Palestinians in Palestine.
This is Anthony Lowenstein, journalist and author of The Palestine Laboratory, and we sat down to talk to him about what that title means and how Israel is trying to find an answer to this question about how far you can go to suppress dissent.
This has been going on in various forms for all those decades. It obviously has accelerated this century with the advent of more sophisticated technology, and a lot of the surveillance that Palestinians experience in Palestine, all their phone calls are listened to, or at least there's the ability to do so. There's no way to have true privacy in Palestine. The entire telecommunication network is controlled by Israel. Social media posts are monitored the whole time.
Fun fact, post 9/11, pretty much most, if not all, of the cops in the United States have been trained by the IOF.
People often are arrested, Palestinians, for so-called pre-crime. They don't call it that, but that's essentially what it is, where person X writes a Facebook post. I'm not talking about, just to be clear, someone who threatens violence. That is a more murky area, I understand that. But if someone says something supportive of Palestinians, not calling for violence, not calling for the death of anyone, there's many examples of Israeli forces,
military officers too,
arresting those individuals and putting them in prison. The whole concept of the laboratory really is that what happens in Palestine is not staying there. It's being exported globally. So a lot of the tools that we hear about in the West, Pegasus being a famous example, the phone, it's almost like a phone hacking tool, Paragon, Graphite, there are many others made by Israeli companies. What one needs to understand is that the majority of those companies are built, developed, and tested by individuals who
it's
have
blurred so that we can watch it on stream.
Persecuting Palestinians.
That's why JT did that.
Companies are regularly selling this equipment, and they openly say it's been battle tested in Palestine. Just since the war in Gaza, for example, in the last 14 or so months, you have Israel testing and trialing a range of new forms of surveillance tech, repressive tech, and weapons, deadly weapons.
This whole trend has a name. It's called the Imperial Boomerang Effect. But we'll get back to that in a second. What Anthony is talking about here is something that we literally just saw happen back in September of last year, when Homeland Security signed a $2 million contract with the Israeli tech company Paragon. Now, Paragon is a company best known for producing graphite, a piece of spy software that can be used to secretly breach encrypted messaging apps like Telegram and Signal.
Going to need to carry a burner phone when flying so TSA doesn't copy your phone and then leak all your info because they're incompetent morons. Also that, and so if you don't, it's not TSA, actually, it's the Border Patrol agencies. Every airport is considered a constitution-free zone, according to our wonderful Supreme Court. Or every airport that has an international flight. Just one single international flight. But also, if you have pictures on your phone that are pro-Palestine at all, you're getting pulled out of line and interrogated and shit like that. I love that we have to fucking... Customs BP only secures the neutral zone between the physical borders. Yes, customs. My bad. Thank you, Ascal.
This tech has been used against Palestinians. And if you remember Pegasus, the spyware created by another Israeli company called NSO, which compromised tens of thousands of phones back in 2021 and was actually banned by the US that same year, this is basically the same thing with a new coat of paint. These technologies can allow governments in the back door of apps used pretty extensively by activists and journalists. Famously, Palestinian human rights defenders were some of those targeted by Pegasus 4 years ago, and broadly speaking, hundreds of Palestinians have been arrested and questioned based on things like their posts on social media. And this DHS story is anything but exceptional. It's recent, but the truth is that the US has imported surveillance and policing techniques and technologies from Israel for years.
This happened very soon after 9/11. Many American police officers went to Israel and vice versa. They were essentially advising each other, training each other, finding ways that they could collaborate.
For example, in Baltimore, the camera network for the City Watch program is operated by the Israeli company Nice Systems.
Jesus
in Atlanta,
Christ.
the Video Integration Center, the Atlanta Police's surveillance system, was modeled on the Command and Control Center in the Old City of Jerusalem and was created after the department visited Israel. And in New York, the famous Muslim surveillance program that launched after 9/11, which had undercover officers intrude in mosques, neighborhoods, businesses, and college campuses, collecting information on things like how many times Muslim students prayed and which restaurants had Al Jazeera playing on the TV. That was the product of the NYPD's tight relationship with...
Chat. Guess how many terrorist attacks have been done by Islamic people? It's like 2%. There was 1 year where it was 2%. The other 98% was done by white supremacist government separatist groups. But yeah, let's keep wasting our fucking money on looking at brown people. Even though white conservative people are literally the fucking ones doing the terrorism. I think total it's small double digits. Yeah.
With Israeli police and the tactics developed to control and intimidate Palestinians. This is something called the imperial boomerang effect. Now, you may have heard about it before, but in case you haven't, the boomerang effect is a term coined by Aimé Césaire in 1955, and the gist of it is this. Colonies don't exist in a separate world from the country that they are controlled by. For as much as colonies are under imperial domination, the effects of that control aren't neutral on colonizers. They can't just exist over there. Colonies are places where political power is, by nature, different. It's unequally exercised over populations that are both deemed and treated by colonizers as weaker and inferior to people from the imperial core. And that makes them...
I'm just watching this edit and like thinking how long it would take me to edit this. With all the pictures and everything that he's doing and all this shit. I mean, JT has a full team of shit. Carthage, best colony. Was it really a colony though? It did kind of get to the gates of Rome, right?
In places where the way power is wielded changes. It adapts and learns new means of expressing itself without restraint. It becomes more violent, more heavily imbued with prejudice, and with a lot less regard for human life. According to Seder and other authors like Michel Foucault, the boomerang effect happens when these things that are learned from policing disenfranchised people abroad trains those with power in new ways to police disenfranchised people back home. Maybe this will make more sense with examples. Today, American police are fully militarized. At Standing Rock in 2016 and 17, for example,
Chat, have you ever seen the side-by-side pictures of cops on 9/11 and then cops after 9/11? Dude, the cops on 9/11 had maybe a bulletproof vest on. And now they're fucking kitted up in military stuff. But that's mostly because the fucking military just sends all their used stuff back to the cops. Friend of mine films and edits training videos for companies, does it all in less than a week. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, I could do it. It's just I don't have time to be able to sit down and just knock it out in like 8 hours or something like that. It was a Phoenician colony initially and then became its own power. Like America, they got genocided by the Romans. Fuck. Iowa mentioned, yeah.
Protesters against the North Dakota Access Pipeline were assaulted with tear gas and rubber bullets.
Chat. This pipeline did not even carry American oil. It carried Canadian oil. If this is the Keystone Pipeline. I missed what pipeline he said. But if it's a Keystone Pipeline, it doesn't even carry American oil.
The police rolled out military armored vehicles.
What's up, Keko?
Bearcats, Humvees, and MRAPs, originally built to withstand IED explosions in Iraq. Or take Ferguson in 2014, where BLM protests were quashed by cops wearing more armor than actual soldiers, carrying a variant of M4 rifles originally designed for...
Did you see Sam Seder absolutely body Ethan? No. Keko. Because I'm sitting here and doing React content. So I cannot have Hassan's VOD in the background. Because I'm reacting to this. So I can't listen to Hassan's VOD and react to this. Y'all wanted React content. You're getting React content. But yeah, I'm not shocked. I'm kind of excited to watch it now.
For the military, and gassing protesters with...
Also, Hassan and Ethan are supposed to debate on Friday, but if Sam fucking bodied Ethan, I'm pretty sure Ethan's going to cancel.
Chemical weapons that would actually qualify as a war crime if they were used abroad.
That's right, chat. Tear gas is considered war crimes. No, it would have been shorter and we would have saved energy. I'm sorry, Keko. I am a streamer. I'm supposed to be as entertaining as possible. A no would have been boring. So I wanted to take the entertaining route. But yes, chat, tear gas does violate the Geneva Conventions, but it was allowed to be used for crowd control. True, actually, that's very true, yes.
Thank things like the DoD's 1033 program for that.
I actually endorse that approach. Carry on. Thank you, Keko.
Extra stock from the military and hands it out to cops for free.
God damn it, pre-watch.
10-foot armored...
Fucking pre-watch. God damn, I fucking always pre-watch this shit. They use tear gas in prison too. That's fucking awful. That's so fucking bad because that shit's not well ventilated. So that shit just sits there.
Vehicles just around. But the 1033 program is only about 35 years old, and our police forces have been doing some version of this for over a century. And that's thanks to the American Empire. The American Empire has always depended on its military. Not only to fight other empires, like the Spanish, and gain...
Tear gas is only banned in Geneva Convention, so countries didn't mistake it for sarin and escalate, not because of its lethality. I mean, that makes sense too. I'm not shocked about that. But it's still banned in the Geneva Conventions.
Colonies like the Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico, but also to actually administer those colonies and keep colonial...
That is interesting take, though, Otto.
Violently suppressing anti-colonial dissent and running counterinsurgency operations. Here on the mainland, the U.S. Army colonized and oppressed Native Americans, against whom they ran over 1,000 combat actions. And in the Philippines, it was the Army, again, putting down the Philippine resistance to the empire by taking over 500,000 Filipino lives.
Yep.
And so the military developed pretty explicitly as a force for controlling colonial populations.
This is what Smedley Butler realized when he was in China as a Marine. This is when he had his realization that the military was only there to make American business people money. It wasn't there to spread freedom and democracy. It was there to make rich people even richer.
People who were under American political control, but never considered part of the club. In contrast to that, you have the cops, at least in theory. If the history of the military is straightforward violence, cops came into existence in the UK and the US as an explicit alternative to that. The military was seen as too violent, tyrannical, and illegitimate for dealing with strikes and riots at home. And so the state came up with a watered-down community...
Except for labor movements. As you saw in my History We're Not Taught video about Labor Day, which I'm going to post links for tomorrow, because tomorrow's May Day, baby. International Workers' Day.
...based alternative that wouldn't seem so bad. Cops. They didn't have military uniforms, guns, or training, and that was the point of having them around. To be...
Okay, France doesn't get enough hate for being a shitty empire. They're occupied by Nazis and realize the reality of living under fascism and occupation. After the war, they fucking keep on oppressing their colonies in Africa and Asia. Yes. Yes, Otto, you're correct. And there's literally a video that I will watch at some point on stream from Hakeem talking about the evils of the French Empire.
Something else. But that changed in the early 20th century. It's around this time that the US saw a sudden wave of immigrants from abroad, and at the same time, a lot of internal migration to big cities. Specifically, a lot of migration of people not considered white. In the early 1900s, race politics were shifting a little bit, and the Irish were slowly being folded into who counts as white. But the lines were still very sharp when it came to black and Asian people. And in urban centers, the
Chinese Exclusion Act.
These new people who weren't part of their club with basically eugenics. For the urban upper...
Chat, eugenics is bad. Eugenics is bad. I had a conversation with my flight instructor today, and we were making... He's on our side. But we were talking about Elon Musk, and he talked about Elon Musk and birth rates are going down. And I looked at him. I go, hey, birth rates are not down. Birth rates are not down. White birth rates are down. That's why Elon Musk is worried. He's like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, white birth rates are down. And he's like, oh my God. Except for veggies. Yep.
And middle class, non-whites were, quote, unfit for self-government. Threats...
Also, I'm pretty sure eugenics is specifically for human beings, Otto.
To the social and moral order, the source of crime, disorder, and moral decay, and uniquely criminal and degenerate.
Vagenics.
Like the army in the colonies, American elites saw these populations as people in need of being civilized, and the police agreed. Police chiefs at this time also had insane prejudice against non-whites, calling minorities the lowest order of humanity, and claimed they were the main criminals in the U.S., responsible for rape, prostitution, and vice. In cities like...
Chad, have we ever heard about this?
Police training began to include courses...
Have we ever heard something like this?
And how things...
Is my mic blowing up?
...and race degeneration led to crime. But cops didn't quite know what to do about this. They were very good at being racist, but they lacked...
Have we ever heard this?
To figure out how to deal with these people, they looked to the experts, the military. Several influential police chiefs, most famously,
I think it rings a bell.
This guy came directly from the military and completely reorganized police departments into strict hierarchies, increasing their training to include military drills and giving them lethal weapons, creating, in their words, an...
I'm sure some of them may be good people, though. I have a teammate on my baseball team that's a cop, and I make digs here and there. Like, for example, he was telling me a story that his kid started developing bruises and they went to the ER to check him out. I'm like, oh, I'm sure they asked you a bunch of questions. And I immediately said to them, hey, I'm a cop. I know how this looks. I know you need to ask questions, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you being a cop probably makes it worse. I'm like, if you Google 40% cops, you know what comes up? And he started fucking dying because he knew exactly what I was talking about. I'm like, there's a reason they don't run that survey anymore. And he was fucking laughing his ass off. That's what my mom says, and I feel like when she says it, makes her think she can ignore the problem. No, that's exactly what it is. That's literally liberals ignoring the problem. That's liberals ignoring the problem. Conservatives love what cops do to minorities. Conservatives love what cops do to minorities. And liberals say, oh, they're just a couple bad apples. But in reality, they could be good people, but as soon as they put the cop uniform on and they're enacting unjust laws, particularly on minorities, they're not good people.
Army of men with themselves at the head of the army. They also increased their surveillance toolkit, ripping colonial practices like fingerprinting, data collection, and what's called the Bertillon system to create the first police intelligence units. The police became much more violent, much more invasive, and they started using those things to criminalize minority groups. And now that they had these skills, they were also free to unleash them on others that...
Honestly, the crazy part is that we watch this footage of like protests back in the day that were on the right side of history, and we see the cops do this to these protesters, and we're like, oh my God, that was so bad back then. And then like any current day societal movement, we see that and we're like, oh yeah, take them out. They're a bunch of hooligans. And you're like, have you not learned anything over history? I know too many means to end cops and fuck them. Yeah.
The elite deemed dangerous, like white working class people, striking for better wages and time off. To a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yep.
To someone trained to think like a colonizer, with all the tools and techniques, the world is full of people to civilize, or at the very least, control. Police began to see the populations they were supposedly meant to protect as little more than mindless, dangerous livestock to be corralled and monitored. Human animals. And like we've already seen in Baltimore and Standing Rock, and basically every major protest since, this didn't stop in the early 1900s. Spyware, armored vehicles, guns, and tear gas have already made it back home. How long will it be until Lavender, the Israeli AI that automatically marks Palestinian doctors, journalists, pretty much anyone they don't like, does too? We're already seeing that play out in Gaza. It means more people being automatically bombed with their families with little more than 20 seconds of consideration from some IDF soldier. Israel has, for a long time, been one of many vassal states for the US, an unofficial extension of the empire, leading the way in new colonizing techniques trained on Palestinian subjects. But why does Israel matter?
Israel's a tiny country with a tiny population. People often wonder, why would so many nations want to go to a country which has got roughly 10 million people? America's got 340 million people. But because Israel has been occupying Palestine for so long...
I was listening to UK cop justify following people around in events because of Ariana Grande thing. So what if they're following the wrong person? So all that time and money that's spent following that person, and they actually followed the wrong person, is it worth it? Or say nothing happens. Means to end was said so much. Yeah, but what if that end never comes? What if all your resources, all your means are focused on the wrong thing?
And I would argue what a lot of countries and police forces are going to in Israel is not just learning tactics, but the concept of getting away with it. So many nations, and I've heard this from many American police, really admire, if they're being honest, how Israel gets away with this. They've been occupying Palestine for more than half a century.
Unlike previous colonialisms, the biggest export that the Israeli state has given the US is a case study in successful ethno-religious nationalism. Not just in the means, the methods, the techniques of policing, and the technology to do it, but in the way to use these things towards a specific end and come out on top.
And this is what I talk about a lot, that Israel is not just selling weapons and surveillance. It's obviously selling that too, but Israel's also selling a concept, a model of ethno-nationalism. This idea somehow that we as a Jewish state should have the right to have a nation which prioritizes one group over anybody else.
American capitalism has always required violence and domination. We live in profoundly unequal times, and the brunt of that suffering has always been placed on those the powerful can discriminate against. And the more they do, the more resistant.
Just reminds me of how they discovered a lot of the police AI tools to help put together evidence don't work. because the cops have trained them with specific suspects in mind when those people were innocent? Yeah, of course. It's the same thing as like the sensors and stuff not working for brown people in like faucets and stuff because the people that worked on it were white. Because like they didn't think, oh, a darker complected person, we didn't know that this sensor wasn't going to work for them. It would go through social media and the given evidence and try to find people who fit the bill. Well, the cops would skew the results because it wasn't giving them the right result. Of fucking course. Well, now my hands don't set off the faucets? Yeah.
Since there is to that oppression, and so the more violent their repression becomes. Nationalism and all the associated fear of immigrants and minority groups has come out as the solution for politicians to justify that renewed escalation of violence. It quarantines those who protest it as part of some other group that we shouldn't have to think about because they're not us and we need to look out for our own. Don't fall for it. Our own has always only meant the rich and powerful.
Yep.
If things start somewhere out there in the colonies, it's only a matter of time before the circle of undesirables includes you.
God, his videos are so fucking good, chat. His videos are so good. Make sure you click the link. Make sure you give him a thumbs up. Follow JT on Second Thought. His videos are so great. All right, I came across this video looking up stuff for Neil Druckmann because for those that don't know, Neil Druckmann grew up in the West Bank, in Palestine, in Israeli-occupied land. So, it's kind of understood. It's muddied whether he's a full-blown Zionist or not, but he has done he has posted pro-Israel stuff, which is now deleted. And he also signed the return all Israeli hostages at all cost, or as soon as possible pledge. But again, that pledge has disappeared from the internet because maybe they realized maybe that wasn't a good thing to be in full-blown support of ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. I had talked about when we did our playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2, I said, oh my God, this is literally Israel and Palestine between the wolves and the Seraphites. And I had thought Abby's changing of her mind was of a reflection of, I thought Abby's changing of her mind in the game was a reflection of Druckmann's changing of his ideology. However, like I said, he posted pro-Israel posts after October 7th. And also posted, I don't think he posted anti-Palestinian stuff, but anything pro-Israel is basically anti-Palestinian. But it's basically, it has muddied the water, whether he's a full-blown Zionist or if he's a liberal Zionist. I found this video from the Tabernacle. He does good stuff. The Tabernacle did a video on how Last of Us 2 is actually about Israel-Palestine conflict and Neil Druckmann in Gaza. And it's a very good video and kind of puts things in a condensed form to see how the water is kind of muddied. So we'll take a look at this, and then we will get into the full Trump ABC News interview. And maybe we'll watch Sam Seder bodying Ethan later.
So the Last of Us
Welcome back,
Part 2
Keko.
has basically
You came back at the perfect time.
out for 2 years now, and it's a game that I really enjoyed.
This was made 2 years ago, by the way.
Twice over the 2 years, and I really, really appreciated the risks it took and how it pretty
Hi,
much
Jason.
didn't care about fan service, obviously prompting an absolutely huge backlash from incel anti-SJWs who couldn't handle something that happened to some of the characters, which I will talk about a bit later, but this is going to be completely filled with spoilers. I'm not going to mention it straight away in case you've just clicked on this and you don't think it's going to be full of spoilers, but it will be full of spoilers. But today, what I wanted to talk about specifically was the very apparent Israel-Palestine parallel in this game, and it pretty much stems from, I guess, Neil Druckmann's own experience of growing up in occupied West Bank and his experience of following Israeli politics. And you guys can probably even tell from the surface that like the WLF are meant to be the Israeli Defense Force, the Seraphites are meant to be the Palestinians, and then we're going to go through all of this. And there's a good Vice article written about this by another Israeli criticizing the more centrist stance of The Last of Us on this conflict. So all of that coming up for you today. But
The article is very good. The article is very good. It's in Vice. I talked to Keko about this, and I talked to Sandal about this. I had thought that like I said, I thought Druckmann had changed his mind. But that Vice article pointed out a lot of things in the game, which he's going to talk about in his video, that made me kind of rethink that thought process.
Before we go any further, this video will be demonetized, of course. I'm going to be talking about Israel, Palestine, terrorism, all these different things. So, won't be monetized. So if you want to support my work continuing for the future, please consider becoming a patron. I want to build up as many $1 to $3 patrons as possible, and the benefits of that are getting my Nintendo Switch friend code and access to the private patrons Discord server. Also, follow me on social media at The Tabernacle on Twitter, on Instagram. Check out my subreddit down in the description. Also check out my second channel, The Tabernacle Extra, where I archive my live stream. Sorry for no live stream yesterday. There will be another one this week at some point. Also, for every 5k we get a new chocolate orange. Here's a pyramid right now. Let's keep working to make this even bigger. Who knows how many I will get by the end of the year. And for today's question, I guess, and let's just keep it like Last of Us related. What is your favorite moment of either Last of Us game? And because this game got such an insane backlash, another question I will ask is, what is the dumbest criticism you have seen of part 2 in particular? Also, don't forget to like the video to support it, and if you want to watch more content from me on The Last of Us, just type in The Tabernacle Last of Us onto YouTube. I've made multiple videos either addressing some of the poor criticism towards the second game, or just like my thoughts on the game in general, so go seek that out. Last of Us 2 is probably one of my favorite games over the last couple years, and we're going into full spoiler territory now, so if you have not played this game and you want to go in spoiler free, please do not watch any further.
Chat, you should be watching this because you watched me play the game on stream. And Keko, before you say you missed a bunch of it, you literally have my VODs that you can watch.
And the decision to kill off Joel right at the start.
Not enough Joel Owen lore. No, I won't play it. That's fine. I'm not telling you to play it. I'm saying you can watch. You can watch me playing it. So you can see the storyline. Also, again, I don't know how you didn't know this. We literally talked about it multiple times while I was playing the game, and you were there for like 85% of my playthrough.
Was something I actually really appreciated. And that might sound weird because we all like Joel to a degree. From the first game, we've been on this journey with him. And of course, at the end, he makes that decision to rescue Ellie and stop the Fireflies from potentially creating a cure. And you're left pretty conflicted about that. And only as I've gotten older, I realized that I would do the same thing as Joel. But when I played that as a 17-year-old, I was kind of like, I wouldn't do that as Joel. Like, I wouldn't save Ellie. So it's kind of nice to grow up and realize how I would act in that situation compared to how I thought I would react. And to a lot of fans, that was a controversial ending at the time. A lot of people might not remember if you're younger, but that was controversial. And then the second game, they doubled down even more. They're like, we don't care what you like. It's going to be about the story. And I thought his use in the game was perfect in that scene for Ellie's birthday and getting these moments with Joel. It's something you want so bad, and they're just teasing you with it throughout, and he kind of lingers over the whole game. But the actual plot between Ellie and Abby, I think, is far better than the first game, and I actually think Abby is probably my favorite Last of Us character. Just such an amazing performance by...
Thanks for the lurk, Auto. I agree. I think Last of Us 2 was way better than the first game. I thought Last of Us 2, the story was significantly better. And just kind of shows that the cycle of revenge just does not lead down any good paths at all. Now the revenge game, yeah. But the cycle of revenge is between Abby and Ellie, not between the WLF and the Seraphites. The WLF and the Seraphites. The WLF they escalate the violence, and the Seraphites respond in kind to resist the oppression of the WLF. But the cycle of revenge between Abby and Ellie is what I'm talking about.
Laura Bailey. But of course, like I said, it's not the main part of the plot, because the main part really is about these cycles of violence, cycles of revenge between Ellie and Ali, which can be seen through the lens of Israel-Palestine. But the most apparent part of this Israel-Palestine conflict is, like I said, the conflict between the Washington Liberation Front and the Seraphites, who are essentially like these religious extremists, and I think they're meant to be a stand-in for Hamas. So, like I said, Neil Druckmann grew up in Israel, and I actually have found some clips of him talking to IGN Israel.
Grew up in the West Bank, not Israel. Occupied Palestinian territory.
I'm really, really sorry, because the audio on this is absolute garbage. I don't know why it's so bad, but I think it's really important to go into how the director's own life experience has influenced The Last of Us, and there might be other Israelis on the team, there might be other Jewish people on the team, because there's a whole bit about a synagogue, but I think it's obviously most important to point out his relationship to this stuff. So let's quickly look at the IGN Israel interview first, and then we'll just read some articles where he actually talks about the influence of Israeli politics on The Last of Us.
Please give us a minute about your work, your career, and how did you start in the gaming industry?
Oh, okay. Let me stay high level as much as I can. I grew up in Israel. I grew up in the West Bank in a town called Bet Ariel, and I lived there until 89, but my older brother was really into video games. So from as early as I can remember, we just played computer games nonstop.
Really?
And I actually learned English playing a lot of old adventure games like King's Quest and Space Quest and those kind of very narrative-driven games. So that was kind of like early inspiration.
And one last question. So we were talking about violence. So it's safe to say that the game main theme are revenge and merciless violence, as we were saying. So was this like your intention all along, or that was something that evolved in time, you know? Is that your way to reflect the unforgiving world of...
Yes, this is an interview with PlayStation Israel. So I would believe that this is an Israeli interviewing Druckmann here.
The Last of Us?
I think it's a way to reflect the unforgiving world that we live in. You live in a part of the world, right? You live in a part of the world that's constantly dealing with cycle of violence and retribution. And
yep.
I know it's much more complex than that. But it's hard to break that cycle. It's really hard. Like, part of the
you can tell because she's dyed her hair with blood.
themes are a part of the takeaway is that one side can't stop. If only one side stops, it keeps going. It's like both sides have to let go.
Yeah.
And again, the game is reflecting the world that we live in with the violence that happens in the game. Some of it is exaggerated because for gameplay mechanics, we're after a certain feeling that might have a bigger body count than a real life situation like that, let's say. But the themes and the philosophical questions are similar. Like, when should you stop? When is it like too much to pursue justice at any cost? And the game ultimately deals with forgiveness, that even if you are just, even if you are right.
So, I mean, from hearing that, it sounds like he's saying the same thing I am. where the cycle of violence is between Abby and Ellie. But like, we know that he put the underlying conflict between the WLF and the Seraphites and was commenting that that was also a cycle of violence when it was just people oppressing, people with significantly more power oppressing people that don't have much of anything.
It can still destroy you to pursue it to the nth degree.
So yes, Neil Druckmann did grow up in the West.
I don't know, as far as Israeli takes go, Neil Druckmann is pretty liberal. Yeah, I was saying he's a liberal Zionist. I was saying he's a liberal Zionist, meaning he believes in a two-state solution, but he also still believes that Palestinians should still be eradicated. But again, the water has been significantly muddied based on his actions and his posts and stuff that he says. We'll watch the rest of the video.
West Bank, and he does talk about how, you know, the Israeli conflict with Palestine does influence this game because, like the critic in the Vice article says later, is that it's a centrist view that both sides stopped, then you could solve this issue, but it's because both sides keep going, and like I said, that is quite a centrist view of the conflict because one side is doing something to the other side that the other side cannot even do to the Israelis. Now I want to move on to the Last of Us podcast. Now, this podcast is absolutely amazing. Like, it's one of the best produced podcasts I've ever listened to. It's basically 8 episodes, 4 on The Last of Us 1, 4 on The Last of Us 2, interviews people who designed the combat, obviously interviews Druckmann, Troy Baker, Ashley Johnson, Laura Bailey, lots of audio from the games, scenes from the games. It's really great. If you didn't know this exists, please seek this out. It's so good. I've listened to it about 3 times now. I love these games so much. But here is him talking about the influence of Israeli politics and his own experience on the first Last of Us game.
Funny you say the hard decision, and I think about Joel, and for him it's not a hard decision. It's a no decision. Like, I'm not going to stop to do anything that'll put my daughter at risk. And if I go on a tangent real quick, I'm originally from Israel, so I follow a lot of Israeli politics. And there was this guy, Gilad Shalit, a soldier who was kidnapped and held prisoner for years by Hamas, and then there was an exchange of hundreds of prisoners for this one soldier, and some of the prisoners that were exchanged had blood on their hands, like committed horrible terrorist acts. And there was a big debate in Israel: was it right to like exchange so many people that were in prison for this one soldier to bring him back?
Also, most of those people had nothing to do with any kind of terrorist attack or anything like that, which he's failing to mention here.
And I remember I talked with my dad about it, and I'm like, what do you think? Do you think that was the right decision? And he says, are you asking me as like the soldier's dad or as the prime minister of Israel? Because that would make 2 very different decisions. As the prime minister of Israel, I think they made the wrong decision. I think they're now less safe because they made this thing. As the guy's dad, I would have traded every prisoner in every like prison for this guy. And that's really what the story's about. Do the ends justify the means? And it's
What's up? What's the truth, the corn, and an egg tonight? I don't know. We're finding out. But we're gonna be watching some Trump later, so we'll definitely get the truth out there.
It's really so much about perspective. If it was maybe to save a strange kid versus a family, maybe Joel would have made a very different decision. But when it was like his tribe, his daughter, there was no question about what he's going to do.
So there he's kind of talking about how the ending of The Last of Us 1 is influenced by this one event between Israel and Palestine. And from a matter of perspective, you can rationalize what someone like Joel does. So in this context, it's handing over a bunch of Hamas prisoners, I guess, to Gaza and to the Hamas leadership. And in exchange, they give you one Israeli soldier. And like he was saying, if that was your son, then you would do anything. If you were the government of Israel, maybe you might take a...
I may or may not be around later. I'm getting sleepy. No problem, 2 Star Wars. That's the phrase again, ends justify the means. I feel like majority of the people that use the words and justify the means are doing horrible, horrible shit. I'm starting to see a trend here.
Different approach, even though they did, trade them back. And because they're less safe, because of this, like in the end of Last of Us Part 1, Joel chooses to save Ellie but is the world less safe because there is no vaccine, I guess. So it's clear Israeli politics has always influenced this game. Druckmann also elaborates a bit further on what we heard in that interview with IGN Israel in talking about how it influences the politics of part 2. So an interview, or like this profile piece on the Washington Post called The Evolution of Ellie, talks about this. So it says, the formulation for Ellie's turn towards darkness can be traced back to the year 2000. Then in his early 20s, Neil Druckmann witnessed news footage of a crowd lynching 2 Israeli soldiers in the West Bank, and they cheered afterward. Druckmann, who grew up in Israel, recalls, it was the cheering that was really chilling to me. In my mind, I thought, oh man, if I could push a button and kill all these people that committed this horrible act, I would make them feel the same pain they had inflicted on these people. The feeling faded though. Eventually he looked back and felt gross and guilty for his intense feelings with The Last of Us Part 2. He wanted to explore that emotional tumult on a didactic level.
Maybe Druckmann is just a huge anti-vaxxer. Well, you're probably not far off, because the people that do stay in the West Bank are right-wing psychopaths. And we all know right-wing psychopaths are super anti-vax.
Landed on this emotional idea of, can we, over the course of the game, make you feel this intense hate that is universal in the same way that unconditional love is universal?
Or at least maybe his family was.
This hate that people feel that has the same kind of universality. You hate someone so much that you want them to suffer in the same way they've made someone you love suffer. So very clearly, events in Israeli politics have a direct influence on The Last of Us, even though you might not have known it if you didn't hear Neil Druckmann talk about these.
Joel didn't give a shit about Ellie, he just wanted to stop the vax. I think we need to run with that take. I think that needs to be the new take, that Joel is anti-vax, and that's why he insisted on saving Ellie. I think that's what we need to do.
Events in his life that influenced his way of thinking. So in this instance, it's seeing this lynching of 2 Israeli soldiers and wanting vengeance against the people who did it, all the people involved, but then later regretting such hateful feeling. And he's saying the universal feeling of love, which is shown through The Last of Us, through the bonds between Joel and Ellie, or Abby and her friends, or Ellie and Dina, you also have the same, I guess, universal emotion of hate. Like the way Ellie hates Abby, or the way Abby hates Joel before she kills him, and I guess about how this cycle of violence is often driven by these intense emotions. Now, Neil Druckmann's role in The Last of Us 2 was bigger than The Last of Us 1, but it's clear he does have this massive influence on both games. Now, I don't know if this is like a self-insert, but there is a whole bit about Judaism in The Last of Us Part 2. I couldn't find this in my research, but Neil Druckmann, like a lot of Israelis, seems quite secular, maybe even atheist. I kind of get that feeling because most of the characters in the game don't believe in God. And Dina, who is Jewish, also doesn't really believe in God either. So that's why I'm kind of thinking Druckmann doesn't actually believe in God either. But in terms of The Last of Us Part 2, there is a moment where you explore a synagogue with Dina and you talk about things in terms of like the Torah, the Jewish calendar.
I will say, I thought that was a good sequence in the game itself, talking about the history of her heritage. I thought that was kind of cool. We played this game a few months ago, but I don't remember anything like super Zionist from that. But it was kind of cool to have the characters kind of exchange where they came from. I'll be curious if the show has a similar scene. But looking at the preview of this week's episode, I don't know if they're going to have that scene in there. And Zionists are going to lose their fucking minds on it. I like that because it kind of grounds the show. The game, yeah. It kind of slows things down and shows that like they're legitimate human beings and stuff like that, where they could have conversations like this in a calm moment. Yeah.
And of course, mention to the Holocaust and how Jews survived the Holocaust. And there's actually like a letter from the rabbi talking about how his family fled Germany with the help of like Polish people. And then he...
Just like I helped Chatters flee the persecution of the top of the hour ad break. Because the top of the hour ad, run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. Anyway, if you don't have a subscription, then you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad break that comes now. Chat, I'm going to get water while the ad runs so you won't miss anything. Ad's literally worse than Holocaust Ghost. Anyway, here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Ugh. 8 out of 10, I would have gone with how unsub chatters are persecuted by the ad break. I was gonna 3 minutes earlier, I was gonna go with a segue, but I'm like, oh, I missed it. I missed the window. But it worked. It worked. We got about 1:15 and nobody sent up a Nego emote. So I'm just gonna continue.
He is kind of repeating this cycle where he has to flee his home again, like many Jews have always done.
This place brings back a lot of memories. My sister used to drag me to a synagogue all the time.
You never struck me as much of a believer.
Nah, but I like coming from a long line of survivors.
You mean after Outbreak Day?
That, and the Inquisition, and the Holocaust. My family always made it out alive. Barely.
Do you still pray?
Sometimes.
Really? When?
I said one when we left Jackson. I said one at Joel's grave. Sometimes I just say little ones to myself.
Does it help?
I think it calms me. Helps me put things in perspective. It's a way to deal with grief. A way to show respect.
Why is she pointing a gun at Dina?
It's what I know.
What's this?
We are Dina's Sims
This
here.
is the Torah.
The what?
It's scripture. It's like a Jewish Bible.
5774.
The Jewish Bible is the Bible.
Future?
Well, half the
No,
Bible.
doofus, that's a Hebrew calendar. For the new year, my sister used to give me an apple dipped in honey. Ugh, now I'm craving
The
it.
Torah is the law book. Oh, didn't know that.
Oof, that does sound pretty good.
Jewish holidays are all about food.
Wait, so for bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, they're reading from the Torah and they're basically reading laws? Sounds horribly boring. Wow. Wow. Here, I'll give you a rim shot on that one, Otto. Yes, the rules on how to be an adult. Oh. Interesting.
Celebrating not getting annihilated by our enemies.
So my take on this is I
Oh,
see Dina's
okay. That was kind of a big Zionist. That was a big Zionist line at the end there.
view on this stuff as kind of like Neil Druckmann's view. But like I said, I don't know how many Jewish people worked in The Last of Us. I know various scenes were written by different people.
What was the line? Something about us not being annihilated by our enemies.
Isn't the guy who like writes every single bit of the gameplay, so it could be another person in Naughty Dog who did, you know, create this scene. And I guess the mention to the Holocaust is the only way you can tie that scene explicitly to Israel, because the Holocaust is such a big motivating factor for so many Jewish people to both go to Palestine and so many Zionist insurgents to actually fight for.
Fun fact, chat. When Holocaust survivors were in Israel, those Holocaust survivors were ridiculed and shamed, because it is of the mind of a lot of Israelis that the people that died in the Holocaust died without fighting and died without resisting and were seen as weak. This is true. Oh, I never read it, but when I was 15 to 16, I had heard so many friends and friend siblings recite it in the halls that I could recite the first 20 lines myself. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, ass cow.
Or creating the state of Israel. So now I've shown you how Neil Druckmann's personal experience living in Israel and growing up there, and his views on Israeli politics has influenced the game. But now let's get into the more like explicit parallels, and that is the conflict between the WLF, in my opinion, a stand-in for the IDF, and of course the
60% of my school is Jewish. One-third of Israeli Holocaust survivors live in poverty, advocates say. Several dozen octogenarians bundled against the cold, chattering in Russian and Hebrew as they picked through heaps of carrots, onions, and grapefruit in the Jerusalem courtyard. Nearly all of them Holocaust survivors. They were picking up donations of food and winter blankets before a snowstorm hit the city on the eve of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yet, among Israel's estimated 165,000 survivors, roughly 1 in 3 lives in poverty, according to Survivors Advocacy Group. The ones who really need to be responsible for taking care of Holocaust survivors is the state of Israel. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist. The charity staff and volunteers distribute food parcels, flowers, chocolates, yada, yada, yada. I don't know if PBS is going to talk about it. During the war, it was very difficult for the Jews. Jews suffered from the Nazis. We fled and did whatever we could to survive. I hope it will not happen again in the world. It's probably not going to talk about it. I'll see if I can find another article on it. But yeah, they don't take care of Holocaust survivors.
Terrified. First, let's just start off with a general impression of what I got from what I was playing. So, the WLF reminds me of the IDF in many ways because it's this more like secular organization. Women fight in the WLF army. Abby is, of course, like one of their best soldiers. You can also be gay in the WLF. The most explicit reference, I think, was this one part. I think you might even be playing as Ellie, and one female soldier is talking about, you know, missing their girlfriend or something like that. And it feels like quite modern on the surface, and it actually feels like old America compared to a lot of other groups in The Last of Us. Like Jackson feels like rural America, but more like socialistic because everyone's working together to just survive. Where the WLF feels a bit more authoritarian, more like Israel, where you have this mandatory service and you have to do it. Like you have to join the IDF, for example, if you grow up in Israel, except for some religious exemptions. And you also assume from Abby's reaction to finding out Lev is transgender, that I guess transgender people are somewhat tolerated by the WLF. Now compare that to...
I'm going to replay that because that's a really good line in this video. How the state of Israel abuses Holocaust survivors. With millions of dollars earmarked for their care, how is it possible that even in Israel, some show of victims are living and dying with indignity? On a warm summer day in March, blah, blah, blah. She was liberated from Auschwitz. It was the first time the 92-year-old Zuta had left her apartment. I didn't even know where I was from. She had arrived. More than 70 years later, Zuta started to cry as she recounted memories she had so long to bury. When Zuta left Germany, she could have gone to London, where some of her distant relatives lived. Instead, she chose Israel, where she knew no one. I wanted to go be with my nation. She arrived in Tel Aviv in 1947 in poverty. Still, she enlisted in Haganah, Israel's pre-state Jewish military, helping her new country with the 1948 war by working with special communications equipment. Since World War II, Germany has paid more than $78 billion in reparations and compensation to survivors of Nazi persecution. There are about 200,000 Holocaust survivors living in Israel, and those are a third of whom live below the poverty line. Last April, it's an article about the same shit. My opinion, the government hasn't helped enough. Pointing out the fact that the young state of Israel uses money to build the nation's hospitals and railway stations. In 1951, the Israeli Prime Minister Ben Gurion and German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer began discussing German reparations for the persecution of Jewish people. Ben Gurion demanded the funds go directly to Israeli government. According to the Luxembourg Agreement, Germany was to aid in the task of resettling so great number of uprooted and destitute Jewish refugees. In 1952, Germany gave Israel $1.5 billion. We, the victims of the Holocaust, should have gotten this money. Okay, again, these articles are just talking about money.
To the Seraphites, who are essentially religious extremists who believe in this prophet. Of course, when you hear about religion focusing on a singular prophet, you think of Islam. And in this society...
I'm going to go back.
Because it's this more like secular organization. Women fight in the WLF army. Abby is, of course, like one of their best soldiers. You can also be gay in the WLF. The most explicit reference, I think, was this one part. I think you might even be playing as Ellie, and one female soldier is talking about, you know, missing their girlfriend or something like that. And it feels like quite modern on the surface, and it actually feels like old America compared to a lot of other groups in The Last of Us. Like Jackson feels like rural America, but more like socialistic because everyone's working together to just survive. But the WLF feels a bit more authoritarian, more like Israel, where you have this mandatory service and you have to do it. Like, you have to join the IDF, for example, if you grow up in Israel, except for some religious exemptions. And you also assume from Abby's reaction to finding out Lev is transgender that I guess transgender people are somewhat tolerated by the...
Pink washing, chat. Pink washing. The IOF pink wash all the time. Be like, oh yeah, we have women in our military and we have gay people in our military. But guess what, chat? Gay people cannot get married in Israel. They have to go to another country and then move to, and then not move. Then they have to get married in another country and then come back to Israel as a married couple. You cannot get married if you are gay in the state of Israel.
WLF. Now compare that to the Seraphites, who are essentially religious extremists who believe in this prophet. Of course, when you hear about religion focusing on a singular prophet, you think of Islam. And in this society, it is sexist. Although women do fight, it's shown through like Lev that there are like arranged marriages. So child marriage could maybe even be a thing with their society. And also another part of the game that leads me to believe the Seraphites are standing for Hamas is because Lev and Yara talk a lot about their religion, and Abby sees it quite positively when she speaks to these two people. And basically they say that the elders in the tribe, the elders of the Seraphites, have perverted this religion to use it for, I guess, their violent ends. And a lot of people would say that about groups like Hamas. Like, Islam is no more or no less violent than like Christianity or Judaism. It's religious extremist groups like Hamas that weaponize this religion to make people carry out acts of terror. So at least that's my reading of the situation. And before we go into the backstory of both of them, just to elaborate a bit further, there's lots of bits in the game which, to me, someone who like knows a lot about Israeli history, really kind of remind me of stuff about Israel. So there's one scene early on, you're with Manny and Mel, and they talk about how the truce between the Seraphites and the WLF broke down, and they talk about a whole squad being strung up by the Seraphites, but then Mel reminds them, well, it was the WLF who actually killed a bunch of Seraphite children first, and that's why they did it in retaliation, but Abby and Manny don't really care.
Getting nostalgic about the truce? Easier days, huh?
Too easy. We never guarded them, and they strung up an entire squad.
That was in retaliation to us shooting those kids.
Okay, but those kids attacked our guys. What would you do?
I don't know, not riddle them with bullets?
I'd rather...
Those kids attacked our guys. Children. God, it would have been even more perfect if they said they tossed rocks in their direction.
Better save our people.
Manny, they're kids. It's not their fault. Not our fault either. Those deaths are on them. Okay.
And obviously when you hear about a bunch of children being killed or children in prison, these are common news stories you hear coming out of Gaza and Palestine all the time, especially during the 2014 invasion of Gaza or the bombing of Gaza in 2021.
Okay, chat. I'm starting to reading these articles about Holocaust survivors. I'm starting to realize that Israel is fucking exploiting European countries and European banks to fund itself. Instead of that money going to Holocaust survivors, it's literally just going into the Israeli government's pockets and going towards like building up Israel instead of going to the Holocaust survivors. At least they're calling them kids and not 5-year-old women. True. Because I'm reading a lot of these articles and they're saying like, oh, Germany owes Israel this much money in reparations, yada, yada, or owes Jewish people this much money in reparations. And Israel's coming in and saying like, no, you need to put that directly to the Israeli government, not to the victims, which is fucking weird. And now I'm reading this article saying that a Swiss bank had to pay as part of a class action lawsuit. They paid Israel instead of the survivors. You know how people tithe the church? Yeah, it all goes to the Israeli government. Yeah, what the fuck? Thanks for the lurk, Ari. I hope you had a good stream. I don't know why it does hooey hooey hooey. I don't know why it does that. I haven't been able to fix it. Here, this is actually a good line here. Israel survivors did not want to have anything to do with these issues. They wanted to close the book on the Holocaust. Sandbar traces this attitude to survivors' experience just after their liberation from the death camps and arrival in nascent Jewish state. They call this sabonim, he says, using Hebrew slang for cowards. But it also sounds like the Hebrew word for sabon, or soap, which survivors perceived as a reference to the soap the Nazis made from Jewish corpses. Jesus Christ. With some justice, survivors arriving in Israel felt stigmatized. Israelis were creating a new Jew symbolized by the suntan kibbutznik working in the fields or the fearless underground fighter. They looked down on the passivity of European Jews who they felt went like sheep to the slaughter. Eager to fit into Israeli society, Sandbar says, many survivors tried to shake off their Holocaust experiences. And 50 years later, do not want to reopen the history books to fight for financial restitution. But Israel wants to do it because they need, that's the only way that they get funding, is fucking exploiting the Holocaust and getting European governments and European banks to fucking fill their coffers and get the United States to fund everything. Nevertheless, the Holocaust does play an important role in Israeli education and public life. In addition, the media often discusses the Holocaust-related issues. For example, a recent expose by the Israeli diary Mariv of a local restitution issue in which the Israeli survivors committed to psychiatric hospitals had their funds frozen by the state, generating much interest. You don't feel Holocaust Remembrance Day when you are not in Israel. Dealing with and identifying with the Holocaust is an integral part of independent Jewish life. But in the U.S., for example, that national and public identity with the Holocaust simply doesn't exist. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you saying that people in the United States just forgot the Holocaust happened? This may lead to diaspora Jews to seek issues such as restitution in order to bolster their Jewish identity. Yeah. So chat, when the Holocaust survivors got to Israel, they were basically fucking spit on.
One, most casualties by the IDF are usually civilians, and children, of course, are often put in Israeli prisons without a trial. Now, there's also other stuff like Isaac and his torture of the Seraphites, and this reminds me a lot of both like the War on Terror and Israeli prisons, and Abby saying she wants to get, you know, a few moments of these guys to essentially torture them herself, just showing how this hatred really manifests in people.
I don't miss this place. Fuck. Always hated the smell.
After our morning, I wouldn't mind a few minutes with these guys.
I hear that.
And there's also this scene where Isaac, the leader of the WOF, is planning an invasion of the island. The island is the Seraphites' home. I think there's, of course, big parallels with the island and Gaza. And he talks about going in there, invading, and basically killing them all, because it has to end this conflict. It has to end, and the only solution to ending this is total genocide of the other side.
These small skirmishes can't keep going like this.
Then what?
We could try another truce. But how long before some asshole on their side or our side unravels the whole thing? No. It has to be all of them.
Sir, we try attacking their island.
Not like this. Not with everyone. There's a big storm a few days out. We're gonna use it to mask our approach. You two are gonna lead the first wave. Pick your squads, start prepping.
So I'm not going to say most Israeli political figures speak like Isaac does here. I will say, and I played you a clip in my video last Monday, there are people in Israel who do actually think about this in Gaza. Here's a clip from Abby Martin interviewing an Israeli who talks about the need to carpet bomb Palestine, and I think probably Gaza in this situation, because that's the only way they'll ever stop fighting Israel.
I don't think there's any answer to it. Really? There's only one way, like, I would carpet bomb them.
You would carpet bomb them?
It's the only way you could deal with it. Like, or try to stop them a different way. It never worked.
You mean all Arabs are
Infamous interviews? Yeah. These interviews were fucking psychotic. These are just random Israeli citizens saying this shit about Palestinians and Arabic people.
Gaza or
I believe that they, like, I hope to believe they're not, but I do think they are, because I don't trust them. You can't trust them, and that's the only way I believe that. The only way is just to stop it completely.
So look, I'm not saying that is the dominant view in Israel or the dominant view in Israeli politics. I have heard a lot of Israeli extremists express this, and Israeli settlers who are often backed by the Israeli government talk about essentially killing all Arabs in Palestine. So that is just kind of like a surface level reading of the situation in the game, but the backstory is actually very interesting and leads me to believe even more that this whole thing is inspired by Israel-Palestine, because the WLF originally aren't fighting the Seraphites, they're actually fighting Fedra, which is essentially the US government, this authoritarian US government, which controls the zones like Ellie grew up in, and obviously Joel.
I think he misses this year. What's up, BiteSync? Chat, go give BiteSync a follow and go check out BiteSync streams. How was your stream, BiteSync? I was in there. I was in there lurking. It looked like you were playing a pretty good game. I don't know if I necessarily agree that Fedra is the U.S. government. Well, in the allegory anyway. I don't think the allegory is that Fedra is the U.S. government. I think it's more... Expedition 33 is a great game. Yeah, I saw BiteSync playing it earlier. I feel like Fedra is more the British forces that were in Palestine, where they eventually kind of gave up and allowed the Zionists to fucking take over the area and said, this is your problem, which I feel like that's kind of what Fedra did with the WLF. But maybe I'm a little off base with that allegory, but I feel like that's a better 97 on Metacritic. Damn.
Finds himself in at the start of The Last of Us 1. And I think Fedra in this situation are essentially a stand-in for the British mandate and the British government control of Palestine after World War One until the end of World War Two. If you guys are unfamiliar with this, basically, before the Zionists and Arabs started fighting, before the creation of Israel, Zionist insurgents were actually fighting the British, killing British soldiers, obviously famously blowing up a hotel. And funnily enough...
Okay, I did technically pre-watch this. He eventually got to this. All right, I need to get something out of the washer for work tomorrow, but I'm going to let the video play and I'll be right back.
I think Begin, who was one of the leaders of one of these Zionist militias, he wrote a book about how to fight an insurgency war. And ironically enough, Yasser Arafat was actually someone who read this book and thought it was very helpful, as did the Taliban, as did Che Guevara, as did the IRA. I find it very ironic that Israel has always demonized like the PLO and their tactics, while a lot of the first leaders of Israel literally created the handbook that these people use to fight their occupation. So with everything I've outlined for you in mind, so the WLF are the IDF, or Zionist militias before the formation of Israel. Fedra are the British government, and the Seraphites are the Palestinians. I'm going to read you the wiki, and let me know, do you think this sounds like Israeli history? So let's start with the WLF. After the cordyceps brain infection outbreak, civilians living in Seattle were placed under Fedra's and the US military's control within a quarantine zone. In time, anger and resentment grew.
Ruda, thank you for the follow.
And the military's rule over the city. Emma and Jason Patterson were two of countless residents enraged by the expulsions, food shortages, and executions the military conducted under Lieutenant Torres and Sergeant Ward. By the mid-2020s, the Pattersons formed the WLF, nicknamed the Wolves, to fight for better living conditions for civilians in the zone. They recruited several people into their group, including Isaac Dixon, who is the leader in The Last of Us Part 2. However, their protests quickly escalated into an anti-Fedra campaign, with the Pattersons and their small group of members distributing anti-Fedra propaganda, stealing the military supplies, and inciting sedition among the Seattle residents. Their actions led to Ward marking them all as wanted terrorists. Eventually, the Pattersons were eliminated by the military, leaving Isaac as the last remaining leader of the rebellion. In retaliation for their deaths, Isaac killed 3 Fedra soldiers, while several citizens were morally against Isaac's actions. The remaining WLF members elected him as their new leader. Over the coming weeks, the WLF committed attacks on military checkpoints, assaulted convoys, and committed open armed conflict against the military. Within a few months, the WLF successfully captured all of Fedra's military checkpoints in the city. With that, the WLF successfully won the war against Fedra. With Fedra and the military now gone, the WLF were the city's primary faction, containing and ruling over thousands of survivors from across Seattle. However, they soon broke their promise of liberation, instead pushing for everyone in the city to join the group as members of the militia and to swear their loyalty to the group. Once members within a suburb swore their allegiance to the WLF, the soldiers then transformed the area into zones that the WLF soldiers had complete control over. They enforced a strict curfew on the residents and banned anyone from helping or associating with any potential or former Fedra personnel. They also only allowed citizens to leave a specified zone with express permission from the area's senior officer. A problem caused by the mass hordes of infected on supply routes that the military failed to solve. To fix this problem, Isaac ordered the WLF soldiers to forcefully move Seattle civilians from their homes to the Soundview Stadium to contain everyone and centralize the supply distribution. Many civilians resisted, but the WLF expressed no mercy, instead forcefully expelling citizens from the suburbs and stealing their supplies. The WLF's dictatorial actions caused several residents to conclude that they were worse rulers than Fedra. By the early 2030s, the WLF had transformed their centralized...
Jesus Christ. That's insane. I didn't realize there was this much backstory in this game. I mean, I wonder how. I guess are there novels that came out of The Last of Us, or is that from like reading all the various notes and everything throughout the game? Because I read pretty much every note that I came across. I don't remember it being that detailed.
Community at Soundview Stadium into a safe haven with solar panels and wind turbines installed to provide power. They turned the weight room into a training area for soldiers, created classrooms for children and made use of the dining halls, maintained the library and turned the field into a large farming area to grow their own food and raise livestock. So now switching over to the Seraphite cultists, I guess. So the Seraphites began in the lower Queen Anne suburb in the Seattle QZ between September 2013 and March 2014. It was here a woman supposedly had a vision from which she became inspired to live an egalitarian life and strive for humanity to live on the land again. Detached from the mortal pleasures and reliance on technology, she was also a fierce fighter, able to defeat infected that attacked the community. Her charismatic sermons preaching that the cordyceps brain infection was a punishment for and brought on by humanity's own sin and was a second chance for humanity to redeem itself inspired members in the community to do likewise, with the residents soon living independently. They fought off infected and looters and grew food on land that they lived on. In time, the woman became their leader and was dubbed the Prophet. So once the WOF defeated the military, the Seraphites pushed into the city suburbs that were formerly under the military's protection and began to terrorize the people residing there. The residents, in fear, moved from the suburbs and took up the WLF's offer to join them and fight back against the Seraphites. As tensions with the WLF rose, members of the Seraphites faced persecution in the suburbs. To escape the WLF's tyranny, the Seraphites remained fixed within the lower Queen Anne suburb. Flooding over the years split it from the rest of the city, meaning the Seraphites had a geographical barrier separating them from the WLF, the area only reachable by boat. The suburb was subsequently called an island by many in Seattle in 2038. At some point, the WLF successfully captured the Prophet. They held her at one of their outposts. Prophet's actions led to the WLF's leader, Isaac, deeming her too dangerous to keep alive, and as such, he arranged her execution. After she was killed, the elders assumed control over the Seraphites, carried on the war in her absence. Her death only increased the fighting spirit, leading to the group launching a lethal assault on the outpost where the Prophet was killed. In time, the Seraphites...
I mean, the allegories there is that Israel literally murders Arabic leaders constantly. Like the one guy that was negotiating between Israel and Hamas, the ceasefire, they fucking went out and assassinated him. I mean, they also did it to Lebanon as well, and they tried to assassinate, was it Arafat? They tried to assassinate Arafat a handful of times.
Fights in WLF came to a truce, briefly ending their conflict. They agreed to no longer fight so long as the Seraphites did not disrupt WLF's supply routes and patrols. The WLF assured the Seraphites they would not invade their territory, which led to an uneasy peace. So obviously I'm not saying that these two groups are directly modelled on Hamas and the IDF, but I do believe Hamas and the IDF are inspirations for both, because of course like the Seraphites have their own kind of like Last of Us uniqueness to them, as do the WLF, but I think it's clear that the whole conflict between them and the existence of Fedra as well make it seem like the Zionist insurgency against the British mandate and then the subsequent Israeli-Arab conflicts and just the general conflicts with Palestinian territories. And although I think this conflict is a bit too specific to have been inspired by anything else, of course the message can be applied to various different conflicts in terms of occupation forces dominating another group of people and then rising up and fighting back. I just believe in this specific context, it's pretty clear to me it's meant to be the IDF and Hamas, and it's meant to be about Israel and Gaza. So hopefully with all the evidence I have presented, you do now understand that The Last of Us Part 2 is like deeply inspired by Israeli politics and Israeli history. But to go into one last bit, I want to read you some criticism of this depiction of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict by a writer at Vice. So this article came out nearly 2 years ago. So the not so hidden Israeli politics of The Last of Us Part 2. So it has this image.
So chat, I kind of want to point this out, but the Cavernacle, the person who made this video, has a degree in history and a master's in international relations. So they know what they're talking about.
Of Ellie and Dina near a border wall, which actually looks like one from the West Bank where Druckmann grew up. So this article is by Emanuel Myberg, and they grew up in Israel as well. And they say, a cycle of violence is a tempting way to interpret the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or any conflict, because it signals careful nuance while quietly squashing more difficult conversations. By suggesting that both the wolves and scars are equally implicated and equally in pain, we are free to stop thinking about the problem. All parties include both good and bad actors. We're all human, both sides. This is a common centrist position on violent conflict. While better than absolute dehumanization, it's not coincidentally a worldview that allows conflicts to drag on forever. Suggesting moral equivalence and asymmetry in ability between sides also invites us to throw up our hands and give up on better solutions because of implied and unexamined perceptions about human nature. Indeed, the game is unrelentingly cynical. It's certainly true that individual lives get wrapped up in larger conflicts in horrible ways. Cycles of violence exist in practice as escalations and retributions. A defining feature of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the macabre bargaining over which violence is worse. Images of exploded buses are presented next to collapsed buildings and children being pulled from the rubble. Armed factions swear to deliver retaliation over specific incidents and do. But cycles of violence are a poor way to understand the conflict in a meaningful way, especially if one is interested in finding a solution. The US hasn't been at war in Afghanistan for almost 20 years because it's trapped in a cycle of violence with the Taliban. It is deliberately choosing to engage with a problem in a way that...
Yeah, chat, I read this article. This article is so good. Here, I'll see if I can find the link for it.
Perpetuates a conflict, just as the fantasy of escaping violence by simply walking away from it is one that only those with the means to do so can entertain. The myth of the cycle of violence is one that benefits a side that can survive the status quo. In The Last of Us Part 2 Seattle, scars and wolves hurt each other terribly, and the same can be said about Israel and Palestine. The difference is that when flashes of violence abate and the smoke clears, one side continues to live freely and prosper, while the other goes back to a life of occupation and humiliation. One side continues to expand, while the other continues to lose the land it needs to live. Imagining this process as some kind of symmetric cycle benefits one side more than the other and allows it to continue. Then he talks about that mob killing Druckmann talked about earlier, and this guy says, I too have seen the video of the 2000 mob killing of the Israeli soldiers, and it's horrific, yet my immediate response wasn't, oh man, if I could just push a button and kill those people that committed this act, I would. This is not a universal feeling as much as it's a learned way of seeing the world. There are many other ways to react to the video: compassion for the victims, compassion for the killers, questioning why the soldiers had to drive into the West Bank in the first place, questioning what would drive a mob to this kind of violence. Revenge and hate is just one option. The Last of Us Part 2 is an incredible journey that provides not only one of the most mesmerizing spectacles that we've seen from a video game, but one that manages to ask the difficult questions. It's clearly coming from an emotional, authentic, and self-examining place. The trouble with it, and the reason that Ellie's journey ultimately feels nonsensical, is that it begins from a place that accepts intense hate that is universal as a fact of life, rather than examining where and why this behavior is learned. So I thought it was good to share what someone who grew up in Israel also thinks about the depiction of the conflict.
Chat, I have the link, but it's not loading for some reason. I have the link, but it's not loading for some reason. Or it's taking forever to load. Wait, is fucking Vice's website down? Well, fuck. Hi, Nico. Holy shit, Vice.com is down. Now you got me craving Terry's chocolate orange.
In the game. Now, they didn't really like the ending, and they didn't really like Ellie's journey. I would say I did like it, and I understood it, but I also understood where they're coming from, because with Neil Druckmann's quote, I've never really had a feeling...
Vice works for me? What the fuck? Why is it not working for me? Anyway, I guess I'll share the link here. So there's the link to the article that he's referencing. It's a very good article talking about the not so subtle comparisons between the Israeli occupation of Palestinians and The Last of Us Part 2, particularly the Seattle area. Wine Cedar Talk? Klein Cedar Talk? Oh, I haven't gotten into it in Hassan's VOD yet because I've been doing React content here. But Keko said that Cedar absolutely bodied Ethan.
Like that before, and he's saying, well, where do you learn this feeling? So, for example, with 9/11 in America, right? They had to punish someone. They wanted revenge on people, and that allowed the George Bush administration to be like, well, Afghanistan, all those people did it. Or Iraq, those people did it. They deserved the punishment, and loads of Americans, most Americans, in fact, were like, hell yeah, let's go kill them all. That's what they wanted to do in revenge for 9/11. And of course, not all Americans acted that way. But where did Americans who did react that way learn to react that way? And I think that's a really interesting point. I also like the point that the way it depicts the conflict in the game makes it seem like both sides are at fault. Yes, the WOF are technically more advanced, and they're also probably like more powerful. They have more technology, but by and large, they aren't really doing much to...
I thought the show did an excellent job of showing this on the most recent episode. I don't know if y'all are up to date with The Last of Us, but I thought the last episode did an excellent job at showing the vast difference in arming for the Seraphites and the WLF. I thought it did a very, very good job of it.
To the Seraphites, right? It's like a conflict. And what they do at the end is obviously like really bad. They want to kill them all. And the Seraphites haven't actually tried to kill every WOF soldier in the way that they're trying to kill them. But it does present it as like this murky conflict where the only really option to solve it is just be like, well, we'll both stop fighting and we'll walk away. But if you guys know about occupational conflict and like from, you know, Ireland to Palestine, the reason one side does terrible things versus the reason another side does terrible things is completely different, right? So the British government and army killed Irish civilians and occupied Ireland for like 800 years because they wanted another colony, and they created like this hierarchy where if you were from the Protestant Church of England religion and you had like a Scottish or English background, you were seen as more than the Irish Catholics who were native to Ireland. The same way with Israel's apartheid. Yes, stuff that Hamas and the IRA did were totally horrible. They would kill innocent civilians, they would blow up trucks of soldiers, they do all these terrible things. The reason they would do those things, though, was a reaction to a brutal system that dehumanized them, the same way the Palestinians have historically reacted to their own oppression. This is something...
Yeah, I mean, this is just like with Nelson Mandela. They were going to release Mandela if he had denounced the ANC and denounced like communism and socialism and everything, and denounced the violence that the ANC did to free black people in South Africa. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. And basically, it's what is worse? The violence of an oppressed people, or the reason that violence, or the apartheid, which is the reason that violence has been escalated to, which is worse? The apartheid led to the violence of ANC operatives, which is worse? Obviously, the fucking apartheid.
Something that has happened throughout human history. And although you can say that like violence breeds violence, like if the US drone strikes a wedding to kill one terrorist but kills 5 civilians, then you've just created more terrorists. People...
Ethan tried to say Nelson Mandela didn't condone violence at all. See, I didn't even watch it, and I fucking knew that was going to be talked about. Oh God, I hope... I got that one from Hassan. So, like, if Ethan brings that up to Hassan, Hassan's going to fucking body him. I hope Sam said it too. Because I haven't heard if Sam said that, but I'd imagine said that. Hassan fucking flips when he says that.
Understand.
Chat, click the link. Chat, click the link. Chat, click on the link. Click on it. Click on it, give it a thumbs up, interact with it. Send it to your friends, send it to your family, send it to your enemies. Sam actually did it and drove me crazy. Yeah, that's a big Hassan line. I don't think Sam, that's not a line that Sam goes to a lot, if at all. I don't know how familiar Sam, I mean, Sam is obviously very familiar with Nelson Mandela, but I don't know if he's familiar with that aspect of Nelson Mandela's life.
that. But I think if you're going to use so much from Israel-Palestine and try and like both sides of the conflict.
Also, Nelson Mandela didn't exactly condone the violence. He basically said like, no, I'm not. He said, I'm not going to condemn it. I'm not going to condemn the violence that is literally a result of the apartheid. And this violence wouldn't exist if the apartheid didn't exist.
I think you're failing in using that. And like this article says, ultimately, it's a very centrist Israeli position. Like, in my opinion, Druckmann is probably like a liberal Zionist who probably thinks that, you know, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians is actually really, really bad. Probably should go back to maybe like pre-1967 borders, if that. But at the end of the day, Israel has a right to exist. Zionism isn't inherently racist. And like people like Natalie Portman, their problem is really like the right wing in Israel. It's not so much of this, you know, construct of settler colonialism. A video I've been trying to make for far too long. Because of my Metal Gear Rising video doing so bad, I feel like this video will also do bad. But if you made it this far, please like, leave a comment. Hope you enjoyed it. And
chat, give it a thumbs up. It's a very good video. That's a shame it only has 42,000 views. It's very good. Hopefully it gets another go around with the show coming out. But all right, chat. It's time to get to the stupid. It's time to get to the stupid. It's time for the Donald Trump ABC interview. We'll see how long I can last with this because it's a lot of stupid. It's a lot of dumb. I've seen a lot of clips from this. But it's like the funniest shit ever because Donald Trump is so fucking out of it. All right. Let's fucking do this.
This is an ABC News special from inside the White House.
When you stepped back in the Oval Office after you were reelected,
right?
What went through your mind? Triumphant when you walked back?
Yeah, there's a feeling of triumph.
President Trump, the first one.
Some wide-ranging questions about the issues that most concern so many Americans. We talked about the economy and its tariffs. We talked about immigration and those deportations. And you can see here the White House has put up some posters that they say show some of the violent criminals that have so far been deported. We talked about.
Also, that's literally what Nazis did about Jewish people. Just so everybody's aware.
A lot more as well. The president's answers were provocative. At times.
So did you follow the Canadian election at all? From what I understood, I didn't follow it. From what I understood, the Liberals were drowning, which is why they basically got Trudeau to step down. And then Conservatives were definitely going to win. And then Trump was doing his 51st state shit, and the Conservatives were like embracing Trump. And Canadians basically wholly rejected Conservatives, so much so that the leader of the Conservative Party didn't even win his seat. That's everything I've gathered. Also, NDP got their ass kicked as well.
Times combative, and always he was strong.
I want to say they were embracing Trump so much as not like standing up to him. Oh, okay.
In his convictions about his policies. But before we get to the interview, we begin tonight with a look inside the Oval Office that Donald Trump has transformed.
Hello, everybody. How are you? This is the Oval Office. This is the Resolute desk, which is really something very...
Dude, this fucking jackass has to put a map of and have Gulf of America over here. Oh, God, he's so fucking... Oh, God, he's so fucking insecure. It's so fucking funny. But yeah, Trump won the election for us, so thanks, I guess. Yeah, except Trump fucking saved liberalism. Trump saved liberalism. He gave liberals one last breath. And Canada won't be completely going to shit immediately. Our liberals are like your Dems? Yes. Yeah, They are. Yeah, liberals are like the Dems. And liberals in Australia are actually conservative because liberals are actually conservative. Liberals are right wing.
Very spectacular. This
Liberals are right wing. Conservatives are even more right wing. Trump's going to save us. As much as I'd like an NDP minority, yeah. God bless the Gulf of America. I can see it from my house.
nothing quite like it, and it give you
Thanks,
a choice
Nomar.
of about 7
Effective use of that emote.
But this is the one I chose. Ronald Reagan had it. FDR had it. A few people had it, but I found it to be the most beautiful.
It is amazing.
This is an amazing space.
Oh my God!
Amazing, maybe architecturally wonderful, but amazing for what it represents. It represents the U.S., and if properly used, a lot of good things can happen.
What the fuck is he saying? How does it represent the U.S.? God damn it! Like one of the actually the most hilarious, not hilarious, but like a really profound quote is that the Oval Office, there are no corners to hide in. That's a very profound quote that I heard about the Oval Office. Yeah, liberals are center right, but I've been very progressive socially, at least in our country. Yeah, liberals are very progressive socially, but they won't actually do anything to provide social justice for people. I just got internet today, so I had to watch a stream. Thanks, Nomar. You came in at a perfect time. Until we get STV preferential voting, we'll never see an NDP majority. Oh, of course. That's the United States problem, too. I live in a state where ranked choice voting was on the ballot, and it was rejected by 30 points. And it pissed me off so much.
I see Ronald Reagan over there.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Right to your
Fuck him.
Being in the Oval Office is very important. See Ronald Reagan here, and put him a little bit larger. It sort of seemed to fit very nicely. You have Democrats a little bit. You have
Franklin Roosevelt.
Franklin Roosevelt. So you look at that picture and people say, well, what's he doing?
I wasn't planning on reading it, Keko.
He was a serious president, whether we like it or not. He was a 4-termer.
I bet Trump rubs one out to that portrait daily. Dude, the only reason Trump has fucking FDR up there is because FDR was elected 4 fucking times. That's going to be his justification. Except the entire reason that we have a 2-term limit is because FDR fucking destroyed the Republican Party for 4 fucking constant elections because FDR's policies were so goddamn good for the American people. God damn it. I bet Trump was around to Reagan. Yeah, no. I figured that's what you meant. FDR was elected 4 times because he literally made incredible policies for working class people. Yes, his policies did not include a vast majority of minorities. I understand that. I know that. I know this. He also, FDR also laid the groundwork for the eventual civil rights movement. But yeah. Really slow, awkward braking, basically rolling around. And the war, yeah.
And, went through a war. You have Lincoln, you have Washington, but you look over here, that's Monroe, the Monroe Doctrine.
Why is he up there?
I think the Monroe Doctrine was pretty important. That was his claim to fame. Over here, you have the original of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington.
The Monroe Doctrine is just an imperial doctrine saying that we're responsible for everything in every country in the Americas, and that if any other country invades any of the countries in the Americas, the United States is going to have something to say about it. And that's basically saying the United States is the only one that can exploit these people in the Americas. I found Reese's PBJ cups. What?
Washington, and of course you have the Declaration of Independence.
What does it mean to you?
Well, it means exactly what it says. It's a declaration. It's a declaration of unity and love and respect, and it means a lot, and it's something very special to our country.
Lincoln's portrait up there. I'm not familiar with that one, but I think when I'm looking at that famous line in the...
Dude, no wonder Trump handpicked this guy to fucking interview him. He's just sitting there slobbing on his knob in the Oval Office.
Second inaugural with malice toward none, with charity toward all.
Well, he was a a great president. He went through a lot.
And the Oval Office is always changing between presidents. And
It changes,
that says
yeah,
something.
it does.
What does this say about how
Sorry, chat. I'm reporting a bot.
you feel about the country and the office?
Well, I think it says I love the country. I mean, I'm putting pictures of presidents up that have never been up, pictures that weren't largely used, and in many cases, you know, great.
Yes, because famously there has never been a portrait of Abraham fucking Lincoln anywhere. Get the fuck out of here. Ugh. I wonder if Reese's here uses our legal chocolate or if it's imported. I don't know. If we hit him with a real question, he'd dump him into El Salvador. Oh, it gets better. It gets better, Escow. Just wait for it.
Men, in this case men, but great men of great achievement.
And your every detail, it seems.
Yeah.
This is your office.
I'm a very detailed person. I'm a very clean person. I like cleanliness. I like to see this space be treated properly. I've added a lot to the space in terms of beautification, in terms of modernization. That's a
gallery of...
What are you talking about? You literally just adorn everything in fucking gold because you are so fucking greedy that you think everything has to be in gold to show how rich you are, even though you're probably not that rich.
President.
It really is. It really is. So, and it's an honor to have you people with us.
Mr. President, thank you for doing
Dude, most of the people that he has on portraits there would fucking absolutely hate Donald Trump.
Thank you very much.
Here in the Oval Office, it's special. 100 days into your second term. So what's the one thing, just one thing, that you think is the most significant thing you've done so far in these 100 days?
Well, I think maybe the border is the most significant because our country was really going bad. They were allowing people to come in from prisons, as you know, and you've heard me say it, but you've heard a lot of people say it. Prisons, mental institutions, gang
Sorry, I need to move the captions here.
members, murderers. We had many murders, 11,888, they think. Some murdered more than one person. So you had murderers coming in.
Fucking A.
You had everybody coming in, and not just South America, from all over the world. They were
Why is it not
emptying the prisons
staying?
into our country, and now it's totally closed down. And you've seen just yesterday they announced 99.9%. Nobody thought that could happen.
That's because they don't want to get sent to a fucking CCOT in El Salvador.
And it happened quickly, very
I
quickly.
can't.
And
I
think
can't.
that's
I
very
can't. Chat. The closed caption. It's not staying. It's not staying. I don't know why it's not staying. Why is it not staying? Why is it not staying? It's bothering me a lot. Reset it. None of us can read, so it doesn't matter. That's true.
But
Leftists can't
with
read.
other things that are very significant, results will take a little bit longer because it's one of those, you know, it's complicated. It's many years of trading abuse. We've been abused by other countries for years and years. They laughed at us. They thought we were stupid people, and we're fixing it. And I think that's going to be very, very important. But I
We have a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, I would really say that the border is so important. You know, just
And
can't
we'll get there.
let that
Immigration,
happen.
huge.
Yeah.
And we're going to get there. But I want to start
Dude.
with the...
Oh my God, this interviewer is fucking slobbing his knob. Oh. It is so easy to get to Donald Trump. You literally just have to say like one good thing about him and he will do anything you asked of him. It's almost like when I run ads at the top of the hour, I tell you how to avoid it. You can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, hopefully it's one of my friends. But if you don't have a subscription, then you cannot avoid the top of the hour ad break that runs now. No, this literally counts as getting head for Trump.
Economy, the number one issue for so many people, for just about everybody. It's one of the main reasons that you're back in this office. And now we have this trade war with China that Moody's and other analysts say is going to cost American families thousands of more dollars per year. And there is a lot of concern out there. People are worried.
Thank you,
People
Escal.
who voted for you saying, I didn't sign up for this. So how do you answer those concerns?
Well, they did sign up for it, actually, and this is what I campaigned on. I said that we've been abused by...
I swear to God, if he says fucking mandate, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. If he says mandate, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. But also the people that voted for Trump that are literally suffering from his tariffs now, he said he was going to tariff every single one of his campaign stops. I have watched way too many Donald Trump speeches. He constantly talked about tariffs. He has been talking about tariffs since 2015. When the camera cuts to a wide shot, look at Trump's posture and just no chat. That is what he looks like sitting on a toilet. You're welcome.
By other countries at levels that nobody's
Fuck you,
ever seen
Keko.
before. We were losing $3 to $5 billion a day on trade. We were losing $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion a year. Not sustainable. They were taking advantage of us like they've never. I could have left it that way, and at some point there would have been an implosion like nobody's.
Chat, he doesn't understand how trade works. When there are trade deficits, that means that the United States buys more things from other countries than the other countries buy from us. That's it. We are a consumer economy. We do not produce much. This is why the United States has a ton of trade deficits with other countries, particularly China, because when manufacturing was moved over to China, when all the corporations moved all their manufacturing to China, we started buying the products from China. That's what trade deficits are.
Ever seen, but I said no. We have.
Why would you do that, Keko? Because Keko likes torturing us.
To fix it. I've wanted to do this for many years. You know, I had the best economy during my first term. We had a tremendous economy, tremendous success, and we did tremendous numbers of tariffs on. We took in a lot of money from tariffs. China in particular, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs.
You didn't.
We had no inflation, as you know. We had an incredible economy. We're given credit for a great.
Chat. His last year in office was COVID. When he brings up gas prices and oil prices, it's because there was zero demand for gas and oil. That's why gas and oil prices were bottomed out. Also, at the end of his term, it was the start of inflation. And Joe Biden had brought inflation back to regular amounts within 3 years, 2.5 years, I believe, to the normal 2% GDP rise. See, the Chinese government is subsidizing travel from the U.S. They're also giving discounts on products that would be taken back to the United States. Wait, what? I didn't know that. Is how our minds work. That's so. The thing that made me not like him recently is he throws a hissy fit for lower ratings. Wait, that's the thing that made you not like Trump? Bite Sync?
Great economy. But I said, we have to fix this. Otherwise, it's just not self-sustaining.
But one of the things you ran on was you'd said you'd bring prices.
Oh, also remove visa requirements for trips under 200 days. Holy shit. Dude, they're opening the door so other people can see China. While the United States is entering its hellhole state. Holy shit. Well, added to it, but before I hated him before. Okay.
Down on day one, and that it would happen fast, and that it would happen fast. And most economists will tell you the tariffs will raise.
It hasn't happened.
Don't your
prices have gone up?
Cut against that promise you made to bring prices down.
No, because I had massive tariffs on China, if you remember, in my first term, and we had essentially no inflation, like around 1% inflation, which is like a perfect number. And then when Biden took over, it went through the roof. It went to probably the worst inflation we've ever had.
I need to go to China for the first time.
Nightmare. Now, if you look at what's happening,
China and Cuba for me. I want to go on a bullet train, damn it. I just want to go on a bullet train, and like China has 43,000 miles of bullet train.
Now we're only there for 100 days, as you say, and in 100.
Oh yeah,
days,
as you say.
We took over. We had bad inflation for 4 years.
No, we did it. No, we did it. Oh God. As much as I hate Joe Biden had brought GDP back to the normal 2% within like 2.5 years. Now, prices were elevated at that point, and corporations took advantage of the prices being elevated, and they made profits our fucking backs. But
2 years of, especially 2 years of his administration, I would say record-setting like we've never seen. They say 48 years, the worst in 48 years. I say it was much worse than that. Yeah. Right. So now if you look at what's happened, energy is down. Gasoline hit $1.98 in a few states during the last couple of days. It was $3.50 and $4 and $4.50. But gasoline is way down. When I took over, you remember the big thing with eggs. They hit me the first week. Eggs, like it was my fault. I said, I didn't cause this problem. This problem was caused by Biden. What's the problem?
okay, I didn't cause this problem at all. Therefore, I'm not going to fix it.
With eggs, and they said they've doubled, and well, eggs are down 87% since.
That's not true. They're not down 87%. Why does he have these numbers? Where does he get these numbers from? The eggs are currently 50 cents less than when the egg problem started, when BiteSync was paying for $34 for a dozen of eggs.
I got involved.
A lot of that is
and
bird
by the way,
flu,
and there were plenty of eggs for Easter, which we just went through. There were plenty of eggs for Easter. They were saying you won't have enough eggs for Easter. My secretary did a fantastic job on eggs. Groceries are down. Everything's down.
Okay. Groceries are not down. Groceries are not down.
Interest rates should be down, but we have a Federal Reserve that wants to be stubborn. They want to.
Okay, chat. For context with interest rates, rich people do not like high interest rates because rich people have a shit ton of debt. When high interest rates exist, rich people owe more money because rich people borrow. What the fuck is it? Borrow something, die. They borrow money against. If I paid that, then check me in an insane asylum. I ain't paying $50 for fucking eggs. Yeah, no, I agree with you, BiteSync. Maybe you didn't pay for them. Maybe you just said that's how much they were. But anyway, wealthy people do not like high interest rates because they carry a shit ton of debt. When there are high interest rates, those rich people owe a shit ton more money. When they owe a shit ton more money, they cannot take out loans against their stock portfolios to use as spending money, and they do this so they are not taxed. That's why rich people do not like high interest rates. That's why Donald Trump keeps railing against high interest rates.
We'll get to that. You said something a couple weeks ago that struck me. You said concerning the tariffs, which economists say are going to raise prices, you said, quote, hang tough. Yeah. It won't be easy. You said that to the American people. Is that what Americans should expect, some hard times?
I've said that during my campaign. Look, we won a campaign by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the...
It wasn't by a lot. It wasn't by a lot. He did win all 7 swing states, but like, this is the only thing he could fucking harp on. He ended up winning by like 1%. So when they say they have a mandate, they don't have a fucking mandate.
The popular vote by a lot. You know, we had a...
No, you didn't.
...campaign. I said all these things during my campaign. I said, you're going to have a transition period. We've been ripped off by every country all over the world. They're laughing at us. They thought we were stupid.
You said day one prices are going to go down. You said day one the war is going to be over. You said all of this. Mandate. You said all of this stuff was going to happen day one. It is day 101. And it hasn't happened. Transition period. That's right. That's right, brother. Chat, he won by 1.5%. He won by 1.5%. I mean, he killed her in the Electoral College, but he won by 1.5%.
Stupid people, and we were. And I said, that's not going to happen. We're not
But
going to
hard
let that
times?
happen.
They're still laughing at us. They're laughing at us because of you.
Hard times are ahead?
I don't think so. I
Hang
think
tough.
great times are ahead. Look, since I came in, gasoline is down, groceries are down, egg prices are down, many things are down, just about everything. You know, you don't have the drop in fuel and energy and oil like we did. I took it from maybe $3.
Nobody likes us, yeah.
Maybe more than that, down into a much lower number. When you have
That's not true. That's not true. Gas is like just below $4 a gallon where I'm at. Gas is like just below $4 a gallon where I'm at.
that kind of a drop, you're not going to have inflation.
Not now, but it's the tariffs, right? We still have 145% tariffs on China. Your Treasury Secretary said we basically have an embargo on China.
Look, you're trying to say something's going to happen, Terry.
No, okay, well,
nothing's going to happen.
You know business,
Terry,
I want to ask you.
You play 330 something?
Yes, so 145% tariffs on China, and that is basically an embargo.
They deserve it.
It'll raise prices on everything from electronics to clothing to building houses.
You don't know that. You don't know whether or not China's...
What do you mean you don't know that? What do you mean you don't know that? That's how tariffs work. You're the president of the fucking United States of America. What do you mean you don't know that? Are you fucking kidding me? 129 here in Japan. What the fuck, Keko? Why is your gas so cheap? Also, is that by gallon or is that per liter? Oh, that's a liter. There's like 4 point something. Yeah, you got to multiply that by 3.78 or 3.79. So you're paying almost $5 a gallon, Keko.
That's mathematics.
China probably will eat those tariffs.
No, they won't.
45, they basically can't do much business with the United States. And they were making from us $1 trillion.
Man, fuck Japan.
They were ripping us off like no.
Keko, it's worse in Europe. JK, I would never say that. You just did.
Nobody's ever ripped us off. And by the way, we have other countries that were just as bad. If you look at the European Union, it was
the Penguins,
what they've done to us. Every country, almost every
say that seriously, I mean,
was ripping us off. They're not doing that anymore.
I want you to think about the boom that this country...
That's about how much we pay to. Keko, I bet if the Japanese government wholly supported Israel, you would say, fuck Japan. Guarantee you would say that. So there's no way you would never say that. I just want to point it out.
In small businesses, mom and pop Etsy stores, small businesses that became
They
big
haven't
businesses.
had a boom because of inflation.
Well,
the boom
done
was inflationary boom. The people were wiped out with inflation. I mean, you read
Say fuck the government, not the people. It's fair.
Now a lot of them built those businesses on the trading model.
Yeah, and they're going to make more money
They
now.
sourced their products overseas, and now they're looking at an extinction
I've
event.
been here.
It's a disaster for them.
I've been here for 3 months. I've taken a trade deficit down to a number that's very, very starting to get really good.
What's that number? Mr. President, what's that number? What's the number? You're saying it's very, very good. What's the number? What's the trade deficit at? What's it at? What's the actual number? Tell me the number. Please tell me the number. Like, I just want journalists to follow up when he says like really, really good numbers. Just tell me what it is. Just tell me what the number is. Make him look bad. Tell me what the number is. Tell me what it is.
Got here. We had a country that it was not sustainable. What Biden did to this country, between the open borders where criminals poured into our country, between every country in the world ripping us off on trade, it was not sustainable. So
We didn't have open borders. Joe Biden literally deported more people than Donald Trump. Also, it has been sustainable considering that we've been doing this in the United States for the last 45 years. But he's correct that it is not sustainable, but not in the ways that he's saying. Can't say the number, but you better believe it's one of the best numbers. Everyone's saying it. Yeah, exactly, Nomar. I was just saying yesterday that's one of the best numbers.
Your message to those small businesses who are saying, we can't live a month, 2 months with these tariffs. Apple got a big deal. Is there something for them?
No, not only Apple. We've got $7 to $8 trillion being invested in our country in 2 months. Biden didn't have that over a year. I mean, if you look at Biden, nobody was really investing in this country. Everybody was
$7 to $8 trillion being invested in the first 100 days. Donald, what are you talking about? Isn't it like $7 to $8 billion in the deals that he's announced? Such a good number. A man came to me and cried. He said, "Sir, those numbers are so good I couldn't huddle it in." Also, good typo, Escal. America gonna be so great. That's right. America. Wait. What do you mean America gonna be great? America is great. 1 out of 1 in my poll.
ripping off our country. Apple's putting up $500 billion, but that's only one of many companies. Companies are flooding into our country right now.
So your answer to the concern about the tariffs is everything's going to be hunky-dory?
Everything's going to be just fine. It wouldn't have been if I didn't do this. I had a choice. I could leave it, have a nice, easy time, but I think ultimately you would have had an implosion. Our country had inflation that was worse than they've ever had it before. You don't mention that. Why don't you mention that? We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. People say 48 years. Probably in the history of our country, we had the worst inflation. And
48 years. I guess that's kind of the Carter administration when stagflation hit. Got to look good at national TV. Flooding into the country. ICE is going to get them companies. That's right. How much makeup do you think he has on? More than this trans woman? DT, the biggest DL egg?
people were dying over the inflation. You know that. Now the grocery
Gumby's, it's not makeup, it's spray tan.
The energy prices are coming down. Gasoline's coming down. It's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, let's move on to immigration.
Coming up.
Literally, Trump policy started inflation? Yeah.
That illegal crossings.
It's man powder. That's right. It's man powder. But yeah, Trump policies did start inflation. That's how it always works. The conservative policies, the conservative presidents implement policies that start inflation. A Democrat wins the seat. There's inflation during the Democratic presidency. The Democrat brings the inflation back to where it's supposed to be. And then the conservative wins again. It's a vicious cycle. There's a man makeup called war paint. Yeah, that is hilarious. The only thing I like about Trump is that the long coat he wears. Yeah, he just looks like a school shooter.
Okay, let's move on to immigration. And as you said, it is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods. And so I want to ask
About my message?
Methods. About your methods. How you're accomplishing
They seem to
this.
work.
Do you acknowledge that under our law, every single person who gets deported gets a hearing first to make their case?
Well, are we talking about people that are citizens of our country or not?
No, you're not deporting citizens at this point.
Well, let me ask you, did they get hearings when Biden allowed...
All right, I'm going to pause real quick here. I got to call my brother. And I got to do something real quick. You're going to get flashbanged for a second. I'm hiding secrets.
Someone sent that to me, and I hadn't read it, but I was like, you know, it was like coupled in a. There's been a few Haaretz articles and op-eds in which it would be like,
I'm drowning.
So maybe we are doing genocide and stuff like that.
I'm
like,
drowning.
Like, in that vein, just like sometimes
culminating in the owner being like, actually, yeah, they are freedom.
No, wow, you.
No, wow, you.
That's you. No. Wow, you guys.
No, wow, you.
That's why. That's your name tag's upside down.
No, what? You can't even read my. Wait, is it upside down?
Ah, fucking got him.
Got him.
Oh,
yo,
you guys.
He got him.
Oh, you guys.
Let's go. I'm stuck. I can't. I can't crouch. I can't jump.
Oh man. Whatever.
What do you think she would be?
Cause Ming don't strike me as a Kayla. She sounds like her name is. Yeah, she sounds like her name is like Matilda. Not the.
My boy bear is phenomenal. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. That's very appreciate it. My boy bear. My boy bear. My boy bear. My boy bear is phenomenal. Your boy bear is phenomenal. You're in a mimi boy. You know what's funny? All of you guys are men. You guys have fun.
Technically, I just did a trick by avoiding all the people. Look, I'm about to do another trick. It's called I'm not going to run into a child. See, look how extreme of a trick I'm about to do. Nailed it.
Wait, bro, we got freaking sniper ammo, but no fucking sniper, dude. I did not just do that, dude. Someone clip that.
I'm dying. I'm dying. Slows, save me. No.
Hey, buddy, I'll catch you. Don't worry. I'll catch
Falling
you
into the abyss.
Hey.
Oh, hi. I thought you were above me, and I thought I was falling into hell.
Prepare for return fit.
Showing it, sir. What the? What the hell?
It's right here, ready to go. So we're locked and loaded. You just gotta pull the trigger on it. Anyway, it's also your first day as moderator. Congratulations. I dub you Knightly Robert, moderator of chat. Look at you with your sword. I am a queen, so it is.
Let's go to the press pool. Oh my god. 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 Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm such a big fan of you. You're amazing. Can I take a photo with you?
Yes, you can.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We're live right now. Oh my god, chat. I don't even know if this is Hassan.
Hassan the Hunt.
Hassan. Oh, you
Up on the camera.
Oh, there we
There you go. Oh, look at him. There you go.
Where is Gladius? He is at a family function, Morgan. And family comes first. Which is why I'm sad he dumped this family to go to some other family.
Let's go to the press pool. Oh my god. 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 Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm such a big fan of you. You're amazing. Can I take a photo with you?
Yes, you can.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We're live right now. Oh my god, chat. I don't even know if this is Hassan.
Hassan the Hunt.
Hassan. Oh, you
Catch. All right, I got him. Oh.
Trying not to die to gravity here. Okay, that should be. No. Okay, that happened because I thought that rock was closer.
She's taller than I guess. With Caroline.
Oh,
I guess she delayed. I realized I was muted.
Oh no!
Pecco, thank you for the shout outs. I saw you shouted yourself out, so I'm not going to shout you out.
And I'm drowning in the fucking water.
Amy Goodman?
I'm scared.
Oh,
and I'm
yeah.
scared and I'm drowning and I'm drowning and I'm scared.
But I will do this.
Jesus. To be fair, I'm also drowning and scared.
It's city plus America.
This clip's going to send me to see.
New York plus.
No, it's not.
Push. Bush. 9/11! I got 9/11! I got 9/11! I got 9/11! We did 9/11! We did 9/11! No! Don't clip that! Don't clip that! Do not
So
clip
sorry, Guantanamo. You're not going to get sent anywhere. If you go to Guantanamo, you'd live in Cuba. Anyway, chat, sorry about that. My brother was only available, so I had to give him a call. Anyway, where were we?
21 million, because I think the number's 20 million people to flow into our country. You had 21 million people that came into our country through a stupid open border, and they were prisoners.
Yeah, I've been to Cuba.
People that you don't want in many cases in our country, right? They came from all over the world. They came from the Congo. They came from South. They came from all over the world. We're talking about.
Wait, why did he specifically say Congo? Why did he specifically say Congo? They came from South. They came from the global South. We don't want poor people here.
Some of the roughest countries in the world they had here, including terrorists, by the way. Now, but did we give them?
Oh no! Oh my God! How do you know they're terrorists? How do you know they're terrorists, Mr. President? Can you tell me how many terrorists who have committed terrorist acts on United States soil have come through the southern border? Mr. President, can you give me that number, please? They are brown, can't you tell the truth? Probably means Australia, that's true. I love the South, but not the South.
Them a hearing when they came in?
Well, the law requires that
Yes,
every
you're supposed to
single
get due
person
process.
who's going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
Do you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this. If you're going to have 21 million people, and if we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going
It's 21 million now. It's 21 million. It was 20 million during the campaign. Why is it 21 million now? Also, it's insane to say that 21 million people in the United States are undocumented. That is an insane fucking number. You're telling me that almost 10% of our population is undocumented? Almost 10% of our population is undocumented? What?
We're going to have to act fast. We can't. Do you think we can give?
Where did they get this 20 million number from?
Let's say each trial takes 2 weeks. Is that what you want us to do?
Yes.
21 million?
Wait, you're saying you're deporting literally all of them? Good luck with your economy. See you later. Oh my God. Literally, his buddies profit from those 20 million people. 10% undocumented, 50% indoctrinated. His buddies profit from undocumented workers because they don't have to fucking pay them.
Think about trials.
No, not trials, hearings. I said
These
hearings.
people came in, they're not citizens. They came in illegally. They came into our country illegally.
And
We have to get them out.
There's a legal process for that.
I can't, sure, and we follow the legal process. I can't.
All right, Donald, let's document them. Let's fucking document them. Let's make them legal, as you say. Let's document them. Let's fucking do that.
Have a trial, a major trial for every person that came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. They're going to murder people. They already have murdered people in our country.
Right, so
we have to get them out.
Chat, the number is 29. In the fiscal year 2024, the number of people that committed homicides who were undocumented was 29. 29. That comes from the Border Patrol statistics. Remember when he kept saying hundreds of thousands of people are murdered by undocumented people every year? It was 29.
They're
And we have
bad
to get them
guys,
out fast.
Really bad guys. But in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
Correct.
People come into our country.
They get due process to confirm that they're bad guys. That's how that works. Just like you did, Donald. You got your due process and you were convicted.
Legally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out. Yeah.
I love that he's agreeing that, yes, they get due process to confirm that they're not here legally. This guy would be so funny if he weren't president. Yeah. Dude, he's just... I've said this so many times. He is a dumb person's idea of a smart person. God damn it. I need a grift to the right. If that's all it takes, why have I not gotten the bag yet?
Okay, let's talk about the Venezuelans.
They get whatever my lawyers say.
Right. All right, let's talk about the
Oh,
Venezuelans.
whatever my lawyers say. You're the fucking president of the United States. Are you not running the country?
More than 200 Venezuelans to that prison in El Salvador. You say they're violent, they're gang members.
Also, I don't understand why we're deporting Venezuelans when we literally have given them asylum because they're communist refugees. We should want communist refugees in here so that we could further exploit them.
They're terrorists. Many of them don't have
If I was a U.S. imperialist, that's what I would want.
a criminal record at all.
Well,
but I want to.
I'm not so sure about that. If you take a look,
I want to read you something.
Excuse me. When you look at those people, they were violent people. They were violent people.
But many of them.
Chat, read, they are brown people. They are brown people. That's what he's saying there. They're brown people.
Don't have a criminal record
Go
at this
ahead.
point.
I don't-
want
that's
to
what
read
you
you
say.
something. Well, it's based
Go
on
ahead.
their lawyer, what their lawyers
Go
have
ahead.
said. Okay. Joe Rogan said this. Joe Rogan, one of the leading podcasters, Trump supporter.
God damn
about
it.
the deportation of Venezuelans. He said Quote, rounding up gang members and shipping them to El Salvador with no due process, he said it was dangerous, and added, quote, we got to be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. Is Joe Rogan right?
We are monsters.
100%. Yeah. We want to be careful, and we are careful.
What a time to be alive. The guy that hosted fucking Fear Factor, that constantly humps stools doing stand-up comedy, is quoted in a fucking interview with the president of the United fucking States. Unfucking believable. We're quoting Rogan this way, the president. Yeah. Unfucking real. Unfucking believable. Oh my God. We are the dumbest country. We are so stupid.
Doing something that has to be done.
Okay, this is the problem with not paying people, is that the smart people that should be actually running things are forced to work in business or some other field in order to survive. But if people were paid, compensated properly, and taken care of properly, for example, Medicare for all or free education, then those smart people who actually know how to run things properly and efficiently can run for office. CENTCOM pulls targets from Twitter. Oh, it accounts now, apparently. Yeah. Home Alone actor versus Fear Factor host. Facts.
We have a country that's very sick. Joe Biden, and it's not him. Because
Yes, the country's very sick because there's psychopaths that vote for you. What's up, King Poo Poo Head? Are you happy that I'm not gone?
The hell was happening. But the people around him are vicious people. And what they've done to the country is unbelievable. They've allowed 20.
The people around Joe Biden are vicious people. I mean, Anthony Blinken, yeah. And Kirby, also vicious fucking people. But like the Joe Biden people that surrounded him were fucking cowards. They were fucking cowards. What do you mean they're vicious?
21 million people to pour into our country. Many of these people are criminals. They've allowed the...
They're not criminals.
Venezuela,
They're not criminals. They're not criminals. They're fucking Latin American abuelas. They're Latin American abuelas. Chat. Most drugs that are smuggled in the United States are smuggled in by American citizens at ports of entry. It's not people that are hiking through Central America to get to the border to better their lives. We talk about how great the United States is, and then when people come here to see how great we are, we fucking get rid of them. Joe Biden is actually Hitler and the CIA and DA and Army. Well, yeah, that shit's awful, but that's not directly surrounding Joe Biden.
Venezuela to be emptied into the United States. Do you know Venezuela crime is way down? Way, way down. You know why? Because their criminals are now living happily in the United States of America, and we're getting them out. And I was elected to get...
I mean, they smuggle drugs. Oh, yeah. No, the CIA, the DA, and the Army smuggle drugs. Yes. Yeah, that's another thing they do. That's how they fund their black operations. I don't think this guy's too bright. No, I don't think he's very smart. Also, I'm really curious if Venezuelan crime rates are up or down. Oh. There is a 25% reduction in crime in Venezuela. Interesting. Maybe it's because the Venezuelan policy is actually taking care of people. Maybe Maduro is taking care of people. I don't know. I don't know much about the Venezuelan policies. Or maybe maybe Venezuelans, Trump has to be smart. He's president, guys. Yeah. Hugo, what do you think of chocolate cookies? Chocolate chip cookies or chocolate cookies? I don't know. Maduro is like Hugo Chavez. acolyte? Apostle? I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're getting, they're providing basic necessities for the Venezuelan people.
Get them out, and we're getting
Under
them out,
the law. It
and
sounds
we're
like-
getting them out fast, and we're getting them out legally. Now, in some cases, we have judges. In some cases, they're radical left.
You're not getting them out legally. A judge told you to turn the fucking plane around, and you refuse to turn the plane around. That makes it an illegal order.
Is what happened the other day, where a judge was protecting a criminal, was
Also, plank fudge shop cookies.
horrible. And I think she's got big problems,
Probably.
frankly.
I wanna
And
talk
there are a
about-
couple of them like that.
I wanna talk about one
Wait
man.
a minute.
Yep.
We have to be treated fairly by
Dude.
judges.
Dude,
And
this
we're not
journalist-
treated fairly by all judges.
This fucking journalist is fucking blowing the shit and slobbing on Donald Trump's knob. Just slobbing all over it, saying probably the judge has big problems. Yeah, she has big problems because she has death threats from your fucking asshole supporters. If you believe it, it's about to get even worse. Oh, I don't doubt
Well,
it.
that's a subject. So you're saying that you don't like some of the rulings, some of the
Radical judges,
court orders.
radical judges are the
Will
best.
be overturned, yeah.
Well, let me ask you about one man and one court order. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's the Salvadoran man.
Oh no, here we
who
go.
crossed into this country illegally, but who is under a protective order.
Here we go.
That he not be sent back to El Salvador. Your government sent him back to El Salvador and acknowledged in court that was a mistake. And now the Supreme Court has upheld an order that you must return him to facilitate his return to the United States. What are you doing to comply?
Well, the lawyer that said it was a mistake was here a long time, was not appointed by us, should not have said that, And just so
Said
you
it in court.
understand,
Said
the
it in
person
court.
that you're talking about, you know, you're making this person sound, this is a MS-13 gang member, a tough cookie, been in lots of skirmishes, beat the hell out of his wife, and the wife was petrified to even talk about him, okay?
When you have to assassinate someone's character, that means you are not in the right. That means you are not correct. When you are changing the topic of the conversation to something else and you turn to assassinating someone's character, you are not correct. Unless the conversation is about whether this person's a good person or if they have good intentions. You're not in the right.
This is not an innocent, wonderful gentleman from Maryland.
I'm not saying he's a
It
good
doesn't matter. He still needs due process. We have literally given KKK members and Nazis. We have given Nazis due process after World War II.
guy. It's about the rule of law. The order from the Supreme Court stands,
You came
sir.
into our country illegally.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power.
So he's
present-
acknowledging that he literally can bring him back. So he is actively not following a court order.
You could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision. We have lawyers.
What do you mean you're not the one making the decision? You're the president of the fucking United States. What do you mean you're not making a decision? What?
You're the
that
president.
don't want to do this.
But the buck stops in this office.
No. I follow the law. You want me to follow the law? If I were the president
The law is to follow the court order.
that just wanted to do anything, I'd probably keep him right where he
Supreme
is.
Court says what the law is.
Also, I don't understand. Okay. Chat. Coming close. Closer. Chat, coming closer. Right there. Chat. Exodus, thank you for the follow. I'm going to give the Republicans a talking point that they should be using. This is one of the reasons that I believe I should grift on the right. Because I have better fucking ideas than them. The Supreme Court of the United States basically said that the President of the United States can do anything that they want as President of the United States. It doesn't matter. They are immune from everything. Why has Donald Trump not used that argument? Because they have a SCOTUS decision that basically says the president of the United States can do anything with immunity. Why are they not using this argument? Okay. Now you can't be too clever, otherwise they can make sense of the grift. What? I literally gave them a free talking point. I gave them a free talking point that's better than any argument that they've ever made.
Listen, I was elected to take care of a problem. It was a unforced error that was made by a very incompetent man, a man that turned out to be incompetent, that you always said was wonderful, a great genius, right? And now you find out all of the media now, they're saying, what a mistake.
Nobody has ever called Joe Biden a genius. Actually, that's not true. Actually, that's not true. The people that said Joe Biden was a genius, they said that he was a foreign, he doesn't have a PhD in foreign relations. He's just that good. They consider Joe Biden a genius. I'm a Republican. Thank you for the help. Yeah, no problem, Exodus. I can't wait to hear the talking point. They don't want good arguments. They want appeals to emotion. That would appeal to emotion, saying that our president can do whatever the fuck he wants. I still think Joe Biden should have forgiven all student debt, forgiven all medical debt, created Medicare for all out of everything in his last couple days in office, just to push that Supreme Court order as far as it could possibly go. I think it would have been awesome. And then people would have loved it. But no, Joe Biden sucks.
A man who was grossly incompetent allowed us to have open borders where millions of people flowed in. I campaigned on that issue. I wouldn't say it was my number one issue, but it was pretty close.
Right up there.
I campaigned on that issue. I've done an amazing job. I have closed borders. He said you couldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to do it. It would never happen. Well, it happened, and it happened very quickly. Wait a minute. When we have criminals, murderers, criminals in this country, we have to get them out, and we're doing it.
By law.
And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Well,
over
wait a
that.
minute.
Wait. Donald, what do you mean? He has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. I'm sorry. Does he actually have an MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles? I have Netgo Cozy on my knuckles. Let's let him cook here for a little bit, chat. Let's let him cook.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshop.
Wait a minute. What does he mean by this was Photoshopped? Damn, but he had MS-13 on his knuckles, though? Libtards didn't know about that? Oh, yeah, 100%. But chat, what? No. There's no way a guy straight up has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. What's the point of secretly hiding that you're MS-13 if you're just going to have it on your knuckles? Maybe he had flight MH370 on his knuckles? Chat. Let's look at this picture. Let's look at this picture. Let's look at this. Enhance. Oh. Chat. Oh God, that's way too much Donald. Wait a minute. That is either an incredible tattoo artist. That is an incredible tattoo artist to be able to put TypeScript MS-13 right on the knuckles there. That is a Microsoft Paint job? Yes. Yes, it is, Otto. Under under the tattoos here, it says marijuana, smile, cross, and skull as well. So does he have that tattooed on his fingers as well, Donald? Chat, that is the picture. That is the picture that he is talking about. He is claiming he has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. In case you forgot what the symbols meant. Why is a skull a 3? Why is the cross a 1? What makes those things those numbers? It is literally a Microsoft Paint job for description on the photo. And Donald is insisting that on his knuckles right here, it spells out MS-13. I meant the words underneath. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the words underneath are in case they forgot what it was. But chat, that is the picture that he is talking about. This is the guy that has the nuclear weapons codes. His entire campaign, I kept saying that he thinks asylum seekers are people that were released from a mental asylum. I don't think he understands that asylum has multiple meanings. I am now convinced more than ever that he thinks the word asylum means that they came from a mental asylum. I don't have words. I don't have words.
Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing.
Why didn't they have the picture? Why didn't they have the picture and just show it to him and be like, hey, this is the picture. This is photoshopped. This is photoshopped so you could identify it. What the fuck?
In the interview, I picked you because, frankly, I never heard.
He's acknowledging. Okay. He's acknowledging that he picked the interviewer. Oh my God. Oh God.
You, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
Oh my God, let him show you the picture. Let him show you the picture. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Let him show you the picture. Oh my God, why did you not let him show you the picture? That would have been fucking incredible to watch him explain a Photoshop. Is definitely happened. Someone brought up in Hassan's chat, what is the likelihood that they are going to force Albrego Garcia to get those tattoos now just to prove Donald Trump was correct? What are the chances that that's going to happen?
I think it was Photoshop. Well, here we go. Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No.
Dude, he can't let it go.
He had
He can't let it go. He can't let it go. And listen to him describe it. He's describing a Photoshop. He's describing a Photoshop.
As clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
Hold on.
I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine.
I need to replay that.
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS, as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's go. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador. Take a look at the
But they're
photograph.
there now, right?
Oh, we're so
They're
fucked.
in your picture.
Terry.
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look.
Oh, we're so
Such a
fucked.
disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say?
We're so fucked. Oh God, we're so fucking cooked. This is a guy that is in charge of the nuclear weapons. Oh God. Poor senior citizen is just confused. Gummies came in here yesterday and said that there's a theory that Donald Trump has had syphilis, and that's why he's like slowly gone crazy since like the 80s. And then I brought up another conversation, but I could leave that for another time. I mean, maybe that could be an explanation, but are we just going to get more geriatric and more get dumber with every president that we're electing to office? Is this what happens when we get like a smart black individual for president? Is we have to vote for the dumbest, most geriatric, most like incompetent people? We had Donald Trump for 4 years. We had Joe Biden for 4 years who couldn't complete a sentence. And now we have Donald Trump for another 4 years. Hopefully only 4 years. Hell yeah, brother.
Yes, he does. And, you know, go on to something else.
It's contested. Ukraine.
It's contested?
Coming up, the Russian...
What do you mean it's contested? What do you mean it's contested? It's literally photoshopped. Oh my God. Please tell me somebody in the press junket asked, the question today of what Donald Trump meant by he has MS and 13 tattooed on his knuckles.
President Trump, the first 100 days continues.
I want to turn, I was just in Rome, and to that moving photograph of you and President Zelensky sitting in St. Peter's Basilica talking peace. It went around the world.
Sure.
Take us into that moment.
Well, look, the Ukraine is a very serious, very tough situation. And this is Biden's war. This is...
It's not a tough situation. It's literally Russia trying to land grab from Ukraine. It's actually almost exactly what's happening with Israel and Palestine. Except Russia's not doing a genocide yet. I don't understand the people that support Ukraine and support Israel. You're literally supporting diametrically opposed ideologies. Now, I will say Ukraine has a bunch of Nazis. Russia also has a shit ton of Nazis. And Israel is the equivalent of a Nazi government with their apartheid state.
It's not my war, but I want to see if I can solve it, because probably close to 5,000 young soldiers a week are being killed, Russian and Ukrainian.
It's Nazis all the way down?
We also spend a tremendous amount of money in Ukraine, and Europe should be spending much more than us. They're not. They're spending much less. It's been badly handled by the Biden administration. It's been badly handled all the way around, the way around.
That moment.
The moment was a moment of solace, in a sense, because tremendous numbers of people are dying. A lot of his people are dying. They're being killed. And I feel very badly about it. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen.
It would have never happened. Just like the top of the hour I brick would never happen if I never went live, but I'm live. So the top of every hour, I run a 3-minute ad. To avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, hopefully it's No More Noodles. But with the subscription, you can share links in the chat and share the Nedgo emotes across the Twitchverse, especially Nedgo Chud. But if you don't have a subscription, then you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad that comes now. Share Nedgo ad if you get stuck behind the ad and you want to see some more. Otherwise, I'll continue to react. Thank you, Nomar. I had a Russian friend who fell down the MAGA rabbit hole and is super pro-Ukraine and Israel. Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
For 4 years. It was never even a thought of it happening.
It does feel like something's happening after that meeting with Zelensky in St. Peter's. You posted this on social media. There was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas and cities and towns over the last few days. It makes me think that maybe...
Well, that was part of my post, but you're right. That was a part of a post.
And it says, it makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along.
Yeah, that's possible. Sure.
He might be...
He could be tapping me along a little.
Did you hit the ads because I didn't get any? Yes, I did hit the ads. But I don't know why you're complaining about not getting ads, BiteSync.
A little bit.
Sometimes it goes through, other times it doesn't. If you have banner ads, I don't think it counts towards your ads at the top of the hour.
I would say that he would like to stop the war. I think that if it weren't for me, I think he'd want to take over the whole country, personally. I always felt. So when I left, there wasn't even a chance that this would happen. When Biden got involved, I won't say whether or not he handled it properly, but obviously it wasn't good because the war started. Putin went in, the war started. I believe that Putin wanted to get all of Ukraine once he went in. And I think part of the reason he went in, he saw what happened in Afghanistan, how incompetently Milley and all these guys handled that. It was one of the greatest embarrassments of our lifetimes, but maybe in the history of our country. Okay, so Putin went in. I think Putin wanted all of Ukraine. Right. I think if I didn't win the election, he would have gotten all of Ukraine. I think he would have taken all of Ukraine. I think his first choice, never with me, he would have never gone in. With this group of losers, he went in, he saw what happened in Afghanistan. He said, wow, this is my chance. Because it was always the apple of his eye. I talked to him. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. I think he wanted the whole country.
You've said for months.
And because of me, I do believe that he's willing to stop the fighting. Don't forget,
you think he wants peace?
You
think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
I think he does, yes. I think
Still.
he does. I think
even with the raining missiles
I think he really, his dream was to take over the whole country. I think because of me, he's not going to do that.
Do you trust him?
Didn't he just buy Kiev? Didn't he just bomb Kiev the other day? Didn't he like just do that? Didn't that just happen?
Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look
Jesus
at you.
Christ.
You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am
and
happy.
then you start hitting me.
Oh my God, he's so fucking butthurt. He's so fucking butthurt. What the fuck? He's so fucking butthurt when there's like the lightest pushback. Like this guy's not even pushing back that hard. He was literally blowing Trump the entire time.
He started telling me that a guy whose hand is covered with a tattoo doesn't have the tattoo.
Oh my God, he can't let it go. He can't let it go. He can't let shit go. Like, why can't he just let shit go? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with him?
You're being dishonest.
No, I'm not.
Let me
No,
just
I am
tell
not,
you, do I trust? I don't trust a lot of people, but I do think this. I think that let's say he respects me, and I believe because of me, he's not going to take over the whole. But his decision, his choice would be to take over all of Ukraine. Okay. It's a war that never should have happened. It did happen because of.
I can't believe he came back to the MS-13 thing.
Never should have happened.
If there's no peace deal, will the U.S. cut off military aid to Ukraine?
I don't want to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you whether or not I would or not. I want to leave that as a big fat secret because I don't want to ruin a negotiation. But
I'd be worried.
I will tell you, I was not happy when I saw Putin shooting missiles into a few towns and cities, and that was not something that I like seeing, and I thought it was inappropriate. But I think the whole war is inappropriate. Okay. Again, it's a war that shouldn't have happened. This is a war that if the election weren't rigged, and it was totally rigged, the 2020 election, if it weren't rigged, you would.
Dude, oh my God, fucking let it go. Why can he not get over the fact that he fucking lost in 2020? Why can he not get over it? Why can you not get over it? I don't understand. You're a fucking loser. You have lost your entire life. You have literally failed upward your whole fucking life. How many companies have you bankrupted? You have failed upward to become president of the United States. It was rigged by MS-13 and Zelensky.
Wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have had the embarrassment of Afghanistan. You wouldn't have October 7th with Israel. you wouldn't have had any of the problems that you
Thank
have
you.
right now.
I want to ask one
and
question.
you wouldn't have had inflation either.
All right. I want to ask one question about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. There's a lot of turmoil at the Pentagon right now. There's the signal chat with his wife on it where he's discussing that attack in Yemen. There's another signal chat discussing the attack on Yemen. There's a reporter accidentally involved. You said the other day that you had a talk with the secretary. Did you take him to the woodshed?
I had a talk with him, and
I had the best talk with him.
I said I probably wouldn't be inclined to tell you, but we had a good talk. He's a talented guy. He's young, he's smart, highly educated, and I think he's...
Wait, are we talking about the same guy? Are we talking about the same guy? Because it's a guy that can't fucking stop drinking out of the bottle. Dude, I was half asleep when you said, how many did you sell to? I woke up in panic like I never sold to anyone.
He's going to be a very good defense, hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have
maybe
100% confidence in
I don't
Pete
have
Hegseth.
100% confidence in anything. Okay? Anything. Do I have 100% confidence? It's a stupid...
I don't have 100% confidence in anything. Oh my God, the follow-up question I would have after that is be like, okay, do you have 100% confidence that the 2020 election was rigged against you? I guarantee he would say yes.
Good question. Look,
it's a pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100%.
Oh my God, please ask him the question. Please ask him the question, and then he's going to confirm that he's a liar. Except for knuckle pictures. True.
So we're going to finish this interview.
We will.
Oh, he should have said, are you 100% confident that this guy has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles? That's, oh my God, that would have been so good. That would have been so good.
Let's go.
Coming up.
That would have been so good.
Continue.
That there's
That would have been so goddamn good.
Elon Musk and Doge. Everyone knows that there's
Oh, that's how you move.
wasteful government spending. It's really important. But the cuts have had some serious consequences. There have been cuts to foreign aid programs that save lives and keep people alive overseas. There's been research at the National Institutes of Health on cancer, on Alzheimer's, that has had to be stopped. And the question I think people have is, did Doge go too far, too fast, too reckless?
No, I think Doge has been, look, saved $150 billion. We saved, that's a lot of money. There's also a lot of things right now under investigation, which is going to increase that amount by a lot. That's a tremendous amount of money. There are some things where, when I heard about them, I put them back, as you know. There are things that I'm considering right now putting back, but overall we've saved hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, the original promise was $2 trillion, went to $1 trillion, now to $150 billion, and heading south.
You don't know what it's going to be because we have things that are at a very high level that are being looked at right now. We also found tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse, as you know. We found a lot of fraud. There was a lot of fraud. Fraudulent things were taking place, and we ended that, and those people are going to be suffering because of it.
A legal note, fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any.
Well, you don't know that, do you?
Now it's $100 trillion. What the fuck? That's right. $100 trillion of waste and fraud.
How do you know that?
Have there been referrals to the? Are there criminal
How
referrals?
would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally.
What? That is public information. That is public information. They've literally asked the Department of Justice, have there been referrals for fraud and waste and abuse? And the Department of Justice has said no.
All right, there's been no investigation from the Justice Department.
Know that?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement. You're not
now I'm asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There
now
have
I'm
been.
Asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the work of
there have been. Take a look at some of these things that took place. Billions of dollars were given to people for no reason whatsoever. Of course there have been.
I want to bring up what is truly to a lot of people, one of the biggest achievements of your first term. That is Operation Warp Speed. You got that COVID.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't know this question was asked. Oh, this has got to be so good. Oh, this has got to be so good.
Up and going and distributed, and a lot of people took it, and a lot of people that feel their lives have been saved by it.
Chat, do you remember when Donald Trump was campaigning and he was bragging about Operation Warp Speed and his fucking voter base was booing him. And his voter base was booing him. God, I haven't heard that in a long time. He literally was campaigning. He couldn't stop. His fucking ego is so big that he could not stop bragging about Operation Warp Speed. And he would literally give speeches at his rallies where he brag about Operation Warp Speed and his supporters would boo him.
And now we have this measles outbreak, biggest in a decade in Texas, and it's because people aren't getting their children vaccinated. Do you recommend to parents that they get their children vaccinated for measles?
Well, I recommend the governors to make the decisions. You have a very talented governor of Texas, and he's making decisions, and those decisions are going to be made rapidly. This is a very much different.
Chat, I saw an Instagram reel basically talking about, like, I agree with the Republican policies now. It should definitely be up to the states. And, you know, within those states, there's individual counties. There's individual counties within those states where these individual counties should be making these decisions. Within those counties, there are individual towns. Like, there's individual towns that have differing opinions. We should actually send it back to the towns. The towns should actually be the one. And in these individual towns, there's little neighborhoods within these towns. Within the neighborhoods, there's even different decisions that can be made in these towns. There's different opinions. Within these neighborhoods, there's different houses. There's different houses that have different opinions. Within the houses, here's the key. Within the houses, there are human beings that have different opinions. There are men and women and children that have different opinions. And it was so funny. It was so funny because it is like a perfect encapsulation of the idiocracy of the Republican ideology, where you just keep sending it further down.
Different thing than COVID in terms of rapidity and speed and other things. Measles have been with us a long time, and I'm not saying
no, they haven't.
Bad or indifferent. I'm just saying that the governors are making the decision. It's a federalist decision.
The president is our leader in so many ways, and your voice counts so much. And you can't tell moms and dads, it's a good thing to get a measles vaccine.
Do I recommend it?
Yes,
I do.
Okay.
I recommend it, yeah.
That was
Do I
my
mandate
question.
it?
No, I didn't
But
ask
I
you.
do recommend it, yes.
Good. Do you think
And I have recommended it.
Do you think the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has a history of, at the very least, vaccine skepticism, do you think Kennedy recommends the measles vaccine?
He recommended it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He
You
recommended
satisfied
it.
with his...
I don't think he did.
Recommended that they go out and get the vaccine.
Okay.
Still ahead.
I'm asking...
Oh, my fucking God.
I want to talk a little bit about presidential power, the powers that you have in the presidency temporarily that the American people have given you, right? You've revoked a lot of people's security clearances.
Also, the fucking fact that they can sit down for this long of an interview just means that the president of the United States literally doesn't do anything. Just like Elon Musk doesn't do anything because he tweets, 300 fucking times a day?
You've revoked people's security details who are still threatened, with death threats. You've gone after law.
Oh, no, it's a ghost. Thank you for the follow. Ghost solidarity, brother. I think RFK did endorse the vaccine. Wait, really?
Because they've employed people.
Also, we hit the follower goal. Thank you.
They have represented people.
Well, they
who don't
obviously agreed because they paid me a lot of money.
Well, the reason they agreed is because you were threatening to destroy their business with your executive order that said you can't represent clients for the federal government. That's
Whoa, he fucking did? No way. Health Secretary RFK Jr. endorses the MMR vaccine, stoking fury among his supporters. What the fuck? Endorsement of the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has provoked an angry outcry from anti-vaccine activists. Oh my God. Wait, oh my God. This is just like when Trump appointed in someone that was against climate change to NASA and Trump won. And like within like a month of working at NASA, he turned around and said, "No, I believe in climate change now." That's funny. A single dose is roughly 93% effective of preventing illness, and the second dose gets that up to 97%. Also, doesn't Secretary Kennedy want to have a list of fucking people that are autistic? I came to Gaines County, Texas today to comfort the Hildebrand family after the loss of the 8-year-old daughter, Daisy. I got to know the family of a 6-year-old Kaylee Fair after she passed away in February. I also developed bonds with and deep affection for other members of. I'm sorry, but we voted for challenging the medical establishment, not parroting it. Dude, there's no way this person's actually an MD. That's, oh my God. I've been away from the news for so long that I did not realize that RFK did endorse the vaccine.
Lawyers, these are the biggest, most powerful lawyers. These are not
You
people
got a lot of
that are
leverage as
easily
president.
intimidated.
As president, you've got all the cards.
They paid hundreds of millions of dollars because they felt, I guess, they probably felt they did something wrong.
It was for survival, sir.
No, it isn't.
You're crushing their business.
These firms are very powerful firms, and there's 15 of them. And these are firms that probably, look, you have to ask them.
I love how the interview is properly pointing out that this is fucking 100% exploitation, that you as the president of the United States are going to bury these firms, and that is why they settled with you. Not the fact that they believe that they've done a disservice. It's your own personal fucking vendetta against these law firms.
In fact, this is a separate story. You have to ask them, why did you all pay Trump hundreds of millions of dollars in services, etc.? Why did you do that? I don't know.
You don't think that
we have a clause in the thing that while we admit no wrongdoing, but you know, it's like one of those things. And now I'm friendly with those firms, but it's you know, these are the most powerful firms in the world, and they just signed whatever I put in front of them. I've never seen anything like it. I'm actually surprised myself in a certain way, but they obviously felt they.
My lawyer signs whatever Donald Trump puts in front of me. I'm going to jail.
Probably did something wrong. I guess that's why they signed.
I guess the question out of that is the concern that people have. Are you using your powers as president to get personal revenge?
No, I'll tell you what. You're really not asking, and you should be asking. There has never been a president in this country, in the history, that was persecuted like I was persecuted by really crooked people, dishonest, horrible people, and it's been proven. So when you say I'm treating people,
JFK Jr. or not JFK Jr. JFK. I mean, he was assassinated. Abraham Lincoln, also assassinated. Maybe that had something to do with it. Or maybe they got persecuted a little bit more than you.
rough. I'm not treating people rough. I was treated worse than any president in the history of our country. And, you know, people figured, well, maybe that's it. Finally, we got, you know, he's leaving town. There goes the helicopter. And then I came back. And I came back because I have tremendous support. You know, when you win an election like I wanted, and you will admit I won all 7 swing states. I won the popular vote. I won.
I'm so sick of hearing this.
Let's see, 2,750 districts compared to 500 districts. That's why the map is all red. And those people feel that
land doesn't vote. Land doesn't vote. People vote. I was treated worse than any president. I mean, Abe Lincoln might disagree. Facts. Facts. Abe Lincoln, as soon as he was elected, half the country seceded from the Union. That's pretty fucking bad. That's not even talking about him getting assassinated.
Was treated unfairly.
But does that give you the right to go after your political opponents with the powers of this office?
I'm going after, all I'm doing, hey, Biden did something to me, and I did something to Biden. And you know why I did it? Because he's grossly incompetent. That's not.
Where did he touch you, Donald? Where did he touch you? Wait, was it consensual? Was it a mutual things that you did to each other? Was it mutual? Was it mutual masturbation? Is that what he's talking about?
Not a man that should be allowed to be looking at things that are very confidential.
But what about
because he
there's
didn't?
71
Here's a
people you
man that
revoked
used
it.
an auto pen to sign very important documents. Now, who really is?
Fun fact, I'm pretty sure all the pardons for the January 6ers were signed by AutoPen. Oh fuck, of course it's about Biden's AutoPen and not about oh, here it is. Trump admits to using AutoPen after declaring Biden's pardons void due to AutoPen. I just don't understand. I don't get it. I'm confused. I could have swore, Christ, yeah. I could have swore that Trump's January 6 pardons were auto-penned. But it's all fucking Trump saying that Biden auto-penned it.
Do you think he knew that they were using an auto pen? I mean, he used an auto pen to sign very, very important documents. And so those are really the questions you should be asking. What do you think of the auto pen? Who wielded the auto pen? Because whoever that person was, think of it, whoever the person that wielded the auto pen, he was really the president of the United States. Because
You are
I
the
don't think
president, right.
I don't think that Biden knew anything about
Ask him
it.
if he's ever used an auto pen.
Now, and I'm asking the justification for going after people you don't like.
Is the auto pen like a click pen? No, the auto pen is literally just like they print the president's signature so that they don't have to force the president to so they don't have to go to the president to get him to sign every little document that they do.
No. People that I think are dishonest. It's not that I don't even know most of them. They're people that I
These
think
people
are
made you
dishonest.
angry.
No, it's not anger. These are people that I think are very dishonest. I don't think they're worthy of being able to go into top secret information. I think that's fine. And Biden did that with many of our people. But when you look at it, these are people that I don't think are worthy. That's my decision. It's not a question of anger.
Okay. I understand you just had a phone call with the new Canadian premier, and they
Premier?
this election.
Prime Minister?
You were a big issue in it, and Canadians, many of them, are really angry, furious about your talk about we're going to take over Canada, is going to become the 51st
That's
state,
their prerogative.
and it kind of is of a piece. A lot of travel is down into the United States from around the world. It
We're doing
feels
great.
like there's been reputational
Canada's
damage.
doing great.
Well,
prices are down.
not the tourism
Gasoline's down. Energy's down. Tourism is going to be way up. Wait till you see the numbers.
Oh, it's going to be way up. Tourism's going to be way up, and then we're going to arrest all the tourists that come here.
The tourism is way up.
Not now.
Now Canada, tourism's doing very well. We're doing very well. We're doing
No, it's
very
not.
Well. Wait till you see the real numbers come out in 6 months from now. Wait till you see the numbers.
But do you
They're gonna
think,
be
I'm going to
very
ask you,
good.
if I may, do you think the reputation of the United States has gone down under your presidency?
No, I think it's gone way up, and I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world.
This is the worst blowjob ever, Trump. No, that's exactly what he's thinking.
We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across a stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it. I know.
That's not true. He walked across stages a lot of times without falling, but he fell a couple times. Because he's an old fucking man. God, I want... I'm just not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst. I have to be honest with you.
Thank you for the opinion, but more importantly,
Also, Donald Trump will never fall because he only shuffles his feet. He doesn't pick up his feet. He shuffles like a fucking old man.
Thank you for having us here. I have one more question. It's a big one. It's a question that you know a lot of people have out there. What do you say to people who are concerned you are seizing too much power and becoming an authoritarian president like we haven't had before?
No, I would hate them to think that. I'm doing one thing. I'm making America great again. We have a country that was failing. We have a country that was laughed at all over the world. We had a leader that was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. The election was rigged. He should have never been
Oh, God.
Our country suffered
He
greatly.
can't let it
Now
go.
She's coming back like nobody can believe. I have editorials just today where they're saying they've never seen anything like it. They love it. Our country's coming back, and we're...
Sir, what editorials are you talking about? What specific editorials are you talking about? Literally just ask one follow-up question.
Again.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Terry, very much.
Okay, after berating the guy, now he says thank you.
Again, we want to thank President Trump for...
No. I don't... God damn it. Why did I finish Satisfactory last night? I can't believe I subjected myself to that fucking brain rot. Oh, God. That was miserable. That was absolutely fucking miserable, chat. Keko, I hope you enjoyed it. What, you finished the game? Yeah, I finished it last night, Bite Sync. You want to double down and watch Sam Seder and Ethan? I'm not doing that tonight. What happened in the end? You could watch the VOD, Bite Sync. You watch the VOD. Watch that. I had another video to watch. Fuck. All right. How bad do you guys want me to watch it? Because I really don't want to give H3H3 a view on it. 4 out of 10. Are you talking a 4 out of 10 you want to watch Ethan, Sam Seder conversation? Or are you saying 4 out of 10 on an ad segue that I didn't do? Very, very bad. I do like Sam Seder videos. I do too. I don't know any of those people, so 4 out of 10. It'll make you happy how much he dunks on them. How long was this conversation? Not that long. I can't believe I'm fucking doing this. I'm not putting the link up. Don't give it a view. I'm not putting the link up. I hate Ethan so bad. Fuck that piece of shit. Well, let's fucking do it, chat. What's up, crab cakes? All right, let's fucking do this.
What a nightmare. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over
we're
the years.
all. It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on
Ignore my going live. I'm testing automation. Okay.
the H3 channel, yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that explains why I didn't hear back.
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that like I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates basically like Nazi shit. So
Yeah, this was yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that.
Also, I love how Keko says it's not that long, and it's an hour and fucking 15 minutes.
Just assumed he didn't want to respond, but
okay, well,
that was on me.
That's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know like the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I don't know how anyone even has a serious convo with Ethan because he's literally the most unlikable human being on the planet Earth for about a million reasons. Yeah, but he like literally reformed himself for a period of time, and now he's just descended into this. I meant not that long in the comparison of the universe. Well, thanks, Keko. I wanted to watch Andor tonight. Guess that's not happening. Also wanted to fly tomorrow morning. I guess that's not happening.
I mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So
Can't really discuss much in less than an hour. True.
In early October.
I say we push it to tomorrow.
And
nope. Keko and Plank wanted this. Keko and Plank wanted this because I'm going to bed soon. Keko and Plank wanted it now because they are children. Keko and Plank wanted this now. They insisted that I had to do this now. No, fuck you guys. Don't make me fucking bring up your chat logs. Don't make me do it. Yes, watch that. How you want to double down and watch Sam Seder and Ethan? Very, very bad. It will make you happy how much he dunks on them. Not that long. I'm getting hot in here. I'm gonna take off all my clothes.
My thought we were just going to do this off air, but my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, you didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only for myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, well, actually, I mean that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem.
Whoa.
Which
that wasn't a mischaracterization at all. We saw in the iDubbbz, well, those that watch the iDubbbz thing, that's exactly what Hassan was talking about. Because Ethan straight up says you're not Jewish, therefore you don't have a say in any of this.
We can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I have, I don't know if you agree with that or not, I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, who are you to talk?
Ethan is very fidgety. He has Tourette's, Otto. He has Tourette's, and his Tourette's has gotten worse as the stress over the last year and a half of defending Israel, has gotten to him. The poll is pre-October 2023. I figured.
Talk about this. I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane.
No, I don't think that.
And allegedly on drugs. Ethan's allegedly on drugs. I don't know.
That's not what I took him to say, but yeah, I mean, Hassan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s, 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3.
I do like to use his ticks as a gauge to see how big of a yarn he's spinning. Yeah. I kind of don't disagree with that when his ticks are very pronounced. I feel like he is being mostly untruthful, which he is feeling a high stressor about, which makes his ticks more prominent. Because when he was doing leftovers with Hassan, I feel like his ticks were not as prominent as they have been over the last year and a half.
Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73% of diaspora Jews. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is
You are. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, Otto. Have a good EP.
Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So, etc., right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that.
I hit the arrow key by accident.
So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but my brother has Tourette's, and like you said, external stress factors affect ticks a lot, and his ticks might not be related to the current moment. I only noticed his ticks have become significantly more prominent as he has gotten further and further down this rabbit hole. I don't know much about Tourette's, but as his stress levels have gone up, his ticks have become far more prominent. I have OCD and have ticks the more I am stressing, because if I don't do the tick, the bad thing will happen. Ethan has Tourette's and OCD. I didn't know he had OCD as well. Again, I'm not trying to be ableist. These are patterns that I've noticed. These are patterns that I've noticed with his coverage of things the last 18 months, and as well as how he was prior to 18 months ago. Because I don't remember, again, I watched him with Hassan for a long time, and I don't remember his ticks being significantly this prominent. He did lose a shit ton of weight. So I don't know if that will contribute to increased prominence of ticks, but my friend has Tourette's, and the thing that calms him down is playing the piano. It's amazing. Ooh, that's interesting.
Matters to me. So thank you as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Seder, everybody. 100% Ashkenazi? You ever taken one of those?
You know, I haven't, but I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic.
Also, fun fact: 23andMe is now allowed to sell your DNA data to companies.
Jewish ancestry too, so I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. My friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All
that's
right, well,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say I got about an hour.
Okay,
I gotta
great.
get
Well,
home
I'll just
to-
get into
to
it then.
cook food.
Oh, here it is.
Weren't they always allowed to? I think it's a court order now. I think someone sued them, and the court said, "Yeah, go ahead, sell it."
Not that it matters, but okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with the little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently at a wedding, and can you see? Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well,
I thought they always were the same with all the DNA and genetic tests.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
There might have been HIPAA stuff prior. Night, S-Cow. Have a good night's rest. Sorry you're missing this react. Keep in mind, people are theorizing that Ethan did thinking that Sam would be on his side. This way he could reference clips of it during his debate with Hassan. Just keep that in mind as the debate continues. Oh, no. No, I knew this too. Me is looking to sell customers genetic data. Here's how to delete it. Oh, never mind. They went bankrupt, so they're allowed to sell their assets or whatever they pay off their bills, and the DNA data is part of that. Before the bankruptcy, they weren't allowed to. Oh my fucking God. Thank you, Ghost, for the information. Oh, it was formerly part of their TOS that they wouldn't sell the data, but took it to court to sell anonymous data, I think. Oh, God fucking damn it. Thank you, Ghost.
I would. I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought this was a fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So
I bet Sam knew that coming into this debate too.
Kind of like heard about me, because I mean I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I gotta be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that that was it. But I don't, you know, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, you know, and I know that there's been, you know, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And you know, the personal aspects of this, and you know, I don't believe that people. I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted, or tried to be fired, or whatever, or have CPS sicked on them, or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and what is happening in Gaza. And
so I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on. Here's my position right after.
Fucking wife haver bragging about it.
After October 7th. And you can tell me if you have any, they're if you have any comments on any of my positions here, but this was posted on, this was from our episode a few days after October 7th. Yeah. Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it and many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who...
You notice the ticks are not happening as much here. This is like 18 months ago. This is what I'm talking about. Just notice it. That's all I'm pointing out.
Should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing...
Pertinent to note how proud he was of being 99% Ashkenazi.
...children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting.
Also, he's only showing this clip because he is saying the correct things. This is not what Ethan has been saying the last 18 months. Not even remotely fucking close to shit that he's been saying. He has not called it a genocide. He actually got... There's a theory that he referenced it as a genocide and got a message from his wife to say, don't refer to it as a genocide on one of his broadcasts. That was just... It's allegedly. There's no confirmation of that at all.
I've seen videos, you know, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding their...
Lamau Neg, I'm watching the same thing. Well, you could watch it here with us. I wasn't planning on watching it, but Keko and Plank wanted it.
His dead, like, 5-year-old daughter. I mean... I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional. But, I mean, so that was my take right after October 7th. And obviously, that was coming off the end of me being, like, kind of... I mean, I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into...
Watching Hassan's reaction now, actually. Yeah, I usually am watching Hassan's VOD while I'm streaming, but when I do React content, I can't watch his VOD and watch what I'm reacting to at the same time. So usually when I'm playing games, I have Hassan's VOD going on in the background.
News stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional... shock, right? Was this was my reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I mean, I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza.
Yeah, he was looking for Sam to agree with what Ethan said so then he could turn around and show it to Hassan when they have their conversation on Friday.
Is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would see that this autocracy that Netanyahu was attempting to sort of impose on the country wasn't an extension of what was happening in places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not, having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there, but I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later, after you said those things, that this is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So, as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of
Ethan, they started bombing Gaza within hours of breaking through the fence. What do you mean this conversation happened before the war started? Israel only has one move, and it's to bomb Gaza.
of the war is how much it's jaded and radicalized, I think, people in Israel. It's really, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, the sentiment in Israel is basically that.
They should be isolated because they are fucking Nazis ethnically cleansing an entire people. They should be isolated until they no longer are ethnically cleansing people.
The world wants, the country to disappear. And whether...
Whoa. That's... No. The world does not want the country to disappear. The United States is supporting Israel. Germany is supporting Israel. The United Kingdom is supporting Israel. They love that Israel exists. Now, regular people want Israel's apartheid to no longer exist. They want the current iteration of the Israeli state to no longer exist. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's radical. As literally what it means to be a pariah, Ethan, yeah.
A much more nuanced conversation, but the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
And I think, I think that gets to it to some extent.
Anti-Semitism is on the rise. Anti-Semitism is on the rise because of what Israel is doing. Israel saying that we are doing this in the name of Jewish people will put Jewish people in harm's way. Zionism is different than Judaism. Zionism, by definition, is the nationalist ideology that Israel needs to exist across most, if not all, of the Middle East. And to do anything, and the only people allowed to live in this area are Jewish people. That is Zionism.
Extent, you have this wholesale slaughter. I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
well, two people can care about two.
For those that don't quite understand what Sam's saying, Sam is saying, how can you say that Israeli citizens and Jewish people in the United States, again, this is being used by Zionist people, saying that Jewish people in the United States are no longer safe. How could you say they're being victims when there are people being ethnically cleansed from their homes and dragged out of their homes? Not even dragged out of their homes, because the IOF doesn't go into Gaza. They just drop bombs on them because they're fucking cowards. How are Israeli citizens the victims when they're a group of people that are being ethnically cleansed?
Things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
People,
absolutely.
People
I
who
agree,
are
but
uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
and
I
you can
think
care
that,
about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous.
The times they do go into Gaza, they stumble around, literally run away crying. Yeah, and they also don't even know how. They don't even do proper protocol. That's why tanks keep getting fucked up. Tanks keep getting fucked up in Gaza because you're supposed to have a tank with a bunch of foot soldiers, but the foot soldiers are too fucking scared.
For caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse than what's happening in Gaza.
But who should tolerate being discriminated against based on...
Listen, it's not as bad as getting stuck behind the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of every hour, we run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, hopefully it's one of my friends. With a subscription, you can share links in the chat and share the NetGo emotes across the Twitchverse. But if you don't have a subscription, then you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad break now. Chat, I'm going to go take a leak, and I will be right back.
I recently told you his face. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to, don't come on my chats. Like, don't do it. Everybody else can have you. I don't need you, okay? I'm not going to be one of these needy people who's like, hey, Kiko, come on my voice chat. Please hang out with me, Kiko.
Not a single
Fuck you, Kiko.
word.
Don't clip that. I swear to God. I swear to God, don't clip that. I'm dead serious.
Baby, I'm already on the job.
I have every food. Oh no! My pussy ate it!
Oh, balls. Fuck me!
Balls.
Oh my God. Dude, my neighbors.
All right, I'm back, chat. Thank you, Keko, for the shout outs. and for shouting yourself out so I don't have to shout you out. Also, that's the wrong scene. All right, let's continue.
It's on their identity, you know what I mean? Like, of course,
Well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but.
Chat, do you remember when I told Labyrinth Master and Jana that instead of Jana sending bits over Twitch to Lab, that Jana should just go into Lab's room and throw pennies at him? And then Lab properly pointed out saying, hey, that's probably an anti-Semitic trope. So we probably shouldn't do that. I'm like, oh shit. I did not even realize that. I didn't even think about that. I'm like, that is a very valid point.
Put it in the context of like, you're a parent.
No, Lamal, but thank goodness he caught that. I was saying it because when you do bits, Twitch takes a cut from the bits. And I was like, oh, instead of Twitch getting a cut from it, you can literally just throw pennies at them. So then Twitch doesn't get a cut and Lab gets the full, the full 1 cent. That was my thought process.
And I'm a parent. If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself,
wow, thanks, Mike.
Or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the
I gotta stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
Say that with the buzz cut.
You just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's like the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place. And then the Israelis, right? So like when you're talking about
in terms of the way that you characterize the Israeli feeling, was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like we are committing, like you say, genocidal acts, and if people want to call it genocide,
Ethan got in his Sudi serious.
It's got to be. It's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least.
Ethan's such an idiot for this. I'm so glad he did it, though. Yeah, that's because, like, Ethan is fucking terrified to be shown as a fraud in front of his audience, which is why it has taken this long for him to have a conversation with Hassan. And he 100% did this with Sam Seder on stream, trying to get clips that he could turn around and show Hassan. There's no systemic racism against Jewish people in the West. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that. I don't think I could disagree with that, especially after World War II. I was trying to think of one. Probably not. It's not even comparable to anti-blackness or anti-brownness. No. I definitely agree with you on that sense. 100%. I definitely agree with you on that sense. I was trying to think of anything, but nothing pops into my head. You're 100% correct, Blake.
It is a genocide, and to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims. after everything that's happened, obviously whatever they've suffered pales in comparison to the mass destruction and like wanton death of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem with Israel, just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
There are
necessarily.
some. I mean,
There are some, yeah, of course, there's some.
Haaretz, you know, what was it in the fall? You had the publisher of Haaretz, you know, speaking out about what was going on there.
I mean, there are Jewish hospitals in New York City and other major cities because hospitals refused to hire Jewish people. This was post-World War II, and it is definitely a lot less. But the rise in far-right mentality and conspiracy mentality has caused an increase in anti-Semitism in the United States and Canada. Sorry for the essay. No, that's good. No, you're correct. You're correct, Ghost. By the way, I'm coming off very argumentative, but I agree with you totally just talking. No, you're good. You're good, Ghost. You're good. I know the community you come from, Ghost. So we're all good. But like, Planck was talking nowadays. Planck was specifically talking nowadays. He wasn't talking overall after World War II. I was, because I was saying that post-World War II, anti-Semitism obviously was on the forefront of everybody's mind. Like, hey, maybe we should stop, you know. Yeah, I'm aware there's anti-Semitism after World War II. I mean, one of the laws that Trump is using to deport people was literally put on the books and used against Jewish people, against Jewish communists that came over to the United States after World War II. So, white shoe law firms or another example? Oh, I don't know that.
The paper.
That's the average tone around here. You're in good company. Yeah, no, you're good, Ghost. Ghost solidarity. Yeah, for sure. Nowadays, it's not a big deal. It's on the rise, but it's not really systemic as far as I know, just the edgelords. Yeah, it's not really systemic. That's what Planck was saying. It's not nearly as systemic as anti-brownness, as Planck put it.
Was essentially, you know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down on to some extent. I mean, so.
Well, so what's your
yes,
explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a mass, you know, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. I think.
Also, I would like to point out that Sam Seder is very, not long-winded, but he's very deliberate with his words. And because he's an intelligent person, because he chooses his words carefully to convey what he's saying. Elon Musk tries this. Like when Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan, everybody pointed out, like, oh, look at Elon Musk sit there and contemplate what he's about to say. What Sam Seder does is what Elon Musk tries to do when he has conversations with people, where he tries to sit there and think. I just want to point that out. Him and Normia. If he uses the wrong words, people will clip the hell out of it. No, that's correct too. But this is not only about the Israel conversation. Sam does this no matter what he's talking about. Sam does this across everything that he has a conversation about. I just wanted to point out when an actual intelligent person is doing this and not Elon Musk, who is trying to come off as intelligent.
But I think
it's just something I noticed.
Frankly, is a racism. I think, you know, how can you explain, you know,
I'd be honored to meet Sam one day. Yeah, that'd be awesome if that ever happened.
How can I explain how I just watched a clip of
sorry if I burped
people
in
at
the
a
mic
Trump
there.
rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their heads I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong. And I think,
I called into MR a few years ago and he yelled at me. God damn it, Plank. Why do you keep getting yelled at by allies? Why does it keep happening? Ugh.
Some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is, maybe some type of mass failure to deal.
It's a Plank problem at this point.
Trauma. I mean, I
guess
I don't know all those things. I think part of it. I think there's some of the makeup of immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it, and I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze it beyond the sort of vague notions.
Sure.
But
yeah, and I agree.
From my perspective, it's gobsmacking, and to me, it has shown. And I never identified myself as a Zionist as a kid, or through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me, it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has, and it has failed both from a perspective of what I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the 19th century. It has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. It seems to have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can
Fun fact, Mossad, which is the Israeli intelligence, literally performed terrorist attacks on Jewish people in Iraq to get Jewish people to flee Iraq and go to Israel. 100% true, by the way. The terrorist attacks on Jewish people in Iraq were committed by Jewish people, or people that were, quote unquote, supposed to protect the Jews.
Operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or, Zionists are doing. And so, that's where I'm coming from with this, that I don't know if there is a psychological state that can justify this. In fact, I don't think there is. And so,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because it is what it is, right? Like it is the way that it is, and so that's for a reason. And it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable. Yeah.
And
we're talking about like military and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military. Yeah, I agree with you.
I randomly got recommended Sam's show a few months ago, and it's the first show I seen on USA Politics where I was like, this is no bullshit. Like, there's actually facts. People just make shit up in politics talks. Just irrational arguments that make sense. Wait, so did you find a majority report before you found Hassan? Prodigy son? Or did you find Hassan before the majority? Wow. So you got to Hassan. Yes, that's funny. Wow. So you got to Hassan through the majority report. That's kind of cool. So like I watched Hassan's videos in 2020. And then that introduced me to his Twitch. And I'm like, oh, I'm just going to watch his Twitch. And then that got me down the Destiny rabbit hole with Hassan when they were, taking down Nazis together. And then Destiny made his fucking turn. And then that got me to Majority Report. And I did Kyle Kalinske for a little bit. And I did Pac-Man for a little bit too. But I've fallen away from Kalinske and Pac-Man. You just mentioned him and I went to go watch. Also following Stavros. Yes, Stavros too. Stav's a hero. Yeah. You just mentioned him and I went to go watch. Oh, I mentioned Hassan and you went to watch Hassan? Wait, you discovered Hassan through me? Oh, I just read your message. Wow. Chat. What? Holy shit. I knew of Hassan, but damn. I got someone to be a Hasanabi watcher. Your stream gave me the nudge to go. Oh, well. I'm glad to introduce you to Hassan because he has been the one that opened my eyes to how the world truly works rather than the propaganda that I have been taught my entire life. Yeah, I'm on a Hassan streak. I love it. Yeah, I've watched all of Hassan's streams since July 2020. It's first time watching sometimes and it feels so right. Yeah. I've watched all of Hassan's streams since July 2020 and I watch them at 2x speed. That's how I get through them quickly when I'm at work and stuff. Oh, when I've been at work most of the day and everything like that. Like after this stream, I've only watched an hour and a half of his VOD. And after the stream, I'll sit here and watch it. But it's my first time watching something and it feels so right. Yeah. No, it's watching Hassan has truly given me a better purpose in life to try to make the world a better place. And I talk about it on stream previously. When I was a teenager, I talked about, I'd walk through the halls and you hear people say like, oh, our country's going to hell. Like Bush is president, yada, yada, yada. Everything's going to shit. And I was a history nerd back then too, as I'm more of a history nerd now. But I'm like, oh, like, when was the United States like pretty good? When was it going well? I'm like, oh, well, the New Deal was, I vividly remember thinking this, walking through the hallways in high school. I vividly remember thinking this, walking through the hallways. I'm like, oh, FDR and the New Deal, it was like pretty good back then. So it's kind of cool to see me go through college and grad school and come right back to that. And to see myself as a teenager, I was pretty based and I had good instincts as a teenager. I wish that at that point as a teenager, I could have expanded on it and continued down this path instead of waiting as long as I did. But hard to explain, but like there's just no padding. There's jokes, but like there's no misdirection or stupid regurgitated points. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's jokes. There's jokes. Like I make jokes all the time. We make jokes in this community all the time. But we try to make sure that we're spewing facts. Like I'll say something, and if I'm not sure of it, I'll bring up the source on screen and everything like that. So, yeah, it's just, if you can't base your opinions and facts, then you're just misinformed. You're just, what's the word I'm looking for? You're not helping things. You're not helping things if your opinion is not based on factual information. Yeah, but I just met some people pretending they joke or they joke to misdirect. Yeah, Ethan does that as well. You'll see. I just recently rewatched Top Secret, which is an amazing old slapstick movie. There's a joke in there that is so much funnier to me now. One of the main leads says, "My father was one of the lucky ones. He managed to escape America in a balloon during the Jimmy Carter presidency."
On that.
I think they do
It's
need
funny.
to do what they're doing without a doubt. And
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it, to say
No.
more accurately.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
how as a Jew, and you know, I mean, obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as you know, through your family and whatnot.
That's great. Keko, I'm sure you would like that movie. Dude, what? Wait a minute. Val Kilmer's in that movie? Val Kilmer's in that movie. The way Hassan says to haters, "I hope you get healthcare. I want healthcare for you," is genius to me. It's so like, what can you say? Yeah. No, I say that shit all the time. I hate Nazis, but I want Nazis to have healthcare. I want Nazis to get a free education. I want Nazis to have their necessities taken care of. I want Nazis to have housing. And that's like, I think I mentioned this the other day. I don't know if I was watching a stream or if I mentioned it on the stream, but like, there was an article that came out that said that conservatives cannot contradict, cannot argue against Medicare for all. And like, I can't find the article. When I made my Medicare for all video on my YouTube page, I could not find that article. I'm like, I fucking saw this headline somewhere and I couldn't fucking find it. But like, there was leaks that came out saying that Republicans had a hard time defending Medicare for all when Medicare for all was talked about during the 2020 Democratic primaries. Yeah, he's the lead absolute knee slapper of a movie. Recently rewatched it after Val Kilmer passed. I'm going to have to put that on my list, Ghost. I'm going to have to take a look at that. But that's funny. I escaped during the Jimmy Carter presidency.
And through
So I have an actual
having
question
lived
then.
there.
Shoot.
But as a Jew, I take such offense to what is being done ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think it's. I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know.
I'm realizing when I sit back, my face looks super red because of the red lights behind me. But when I sit forward, it looks better.
And if you agree with that, great. If not, I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this chasm started between me and, you know, Hassan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of becomes reality. For example, one of my criticisms of his is his not supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know. But I know she would have been better than Trump.
Kamala Harris said that I would change nothing. I would change nothing that the Biden presidency has done. Donald Trump got a ceasefire for a lengthy period of time because Donald Trump said, get a deal done. So, technically speaking, Donald Trump was better. I mean, he's not going to be better in the long term, but in the short term, technically, Donald Trump got peace before a Biden-Kamala Harris administration did. Do you think there are people that are just too far gone that it is pointless to have a conversation with them? For example, in Mississippi, there's a sign that acknowledges the place where Emmett Till was lynched and beaten to death. That sign has to be replaced monthly because he keeps getting shot up. I mean, what conversation is there to be had with people like that? I think you can have the conversation. I think you can have the conversation because at some point, something's going to click. Because when you can take care of people's necessities, when you can take care of people's necessities, they don't go down this reactionary pipeline. Ghost, there's a video when I did a video and I reference Lyndon B. Johnson. He has a great quote talking about that. Here it is. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. So that's what that is. That's generations of propaganda saying that brown people are below you. But if you can take care of them and take care of all their needs, then they don't go down that reactionary rabbit hole. Ghost, I'm a caddy, and last fall I caddied for people that were open white supremacists. I didn't have a political conversation with them because they were dropping N-words, and they straight up asked me, would I have sex with an N-word if I could kill her afterwards? That's how white supremacists they were. I'd be willing to have conversations with them because, again, I want them to have all those things, but I want everybody else to have those things. But I'll acknowledge they're fucking horrible human beings, but I still want them to have all that stuff. I feel like this is most people are like just the effort compared to return is too big. For some, I think it's impossible unless something crazy personally happened to them and then they get it. Yeah. And I was friends with somebody in the last place that Keko and I lived in the same place. And they had come out of the conservative rabbit hole. And they said there were times where they got very, very close to getting out of conservatism. But there's just like some hurdle they couldn't quite get over. There was just something holding them back and then once they got through it, they said they were like liberated because they realized how incorrect their thinking was. And I think that's a good metaphor. Because myself, I voted Dem my whole life because that's what my family voted for. But I had right-wing thought processes in college. And people had straight up told me that. And I'm like, I don't know what the difference between left and right wing is. I was a dumb college kid. I was pick yourself up by your bootstraps. The Civil War ended 150 years ago. Why do you keep bringing it up? Blah, blah, blah. But then I started maybe questioning things is the wrong word. But I started kind of noticing contradictions in things, which is a very loaded word because obviously Das Kapital talks about the contradictions within capitalism. But I started noticing that things didn't quite add up. In grad school, I started reassessing. Yeah, that's a better word. I have to have a serious conversation with my father-in-law, and I just feel like it's not going to go anywhere. My son is almost 11 months old. Whenever they visit, every other sentence out of their mouth is something anti-Palestine, anti-LGBTQ. Normally, I wouldn't care because pick your battles, but they are constantly telling my 10-month-old son not to cut his penis off. And it's really fucking annoying me. Bit of an overshare, but it's 1:30 a.m. Is that time? I mean, he's your kid. You could have that conversation with them and tell them, like, don't have these conversations with my kid. We are going to raise our child the way we see fit, and we don't believe what you're saying to our child is what we would like to raise our child. And if they have a problem with it, be like, we love you, but we don't want that bigotry in our household or something along those lines. Now, it takes a lot to have a conversation like that, but also, like, I'm assuming your partner definitely knows your father-in-law way better. Yeah, it has to happen. My wife is on board, but it's going to cause such a rift. I'm just not excited for that drama. Ghost, my grandfather, towards the end of his life, I stopped talking to my grandfather because of his racism. Because he was dropping the N-word constantly. He was constantly berating brown people. And this is before I reassessed things. And I said, you know what? I'm done. I disconnected with him. The last time, I literally didn't say a word to him. I refused to talk to him other than like 1 or 2 word sentences. The last time I saw him, he had just had a stroke. And I knew that was the end. But I still had 1 or 2 word sentences with him. And my dad and uncles tried to get me to talk to him. And I said, no, if he's done being racist, then I'll talk to him. But as long as he's racist, I'm not talking to him. And they told me that he couldn't even remember why our relationship had soured. And that sucked. Because my grandfather literally helped raise me. But I could not deal with that bigotry in my life anymore. So that's just a personal anecdote that I had in a similar situation. But I mean, Ghost, if you want to share, if you want to, sorry to shill this, but I have a video on Israel and Palestine that goes over the facts and everything that I put out November of 2023. I had a huge falling out with my grandmother and said some super harsh things because of her beliefs. She loves the AWB, which is a white supremacist organization in South Africa that refused to work with the KKK because, in their words, the KKK wasn't committed enough to the cause. Jesus fucking Christ, Ghost. Holy shit. Yeah, I think that's a good reason to no longer talk to family members. Holy shit. God damn. That's like the AFD in Germany, the far right, which is the far right in France, refused to work with the AFD in Germany because the AFD was like more psychopathic than the far right party in France, which is literally formed from a Nazi sympathizer. But yeah, Ghost, I wish you the best. I hope your situation goes as smooth as it possibly can, but it probably won't. But I hope that someday it will not soften up, but I hope that someday your father-in-law will see the light and see the error of his ways. But
I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that
I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. I wouldn't want to be. Tried showing my father-in-law some news about attacks in Palestine. He said, you can't believe that news. It's secular news. He only watches the Christian Bible Network. AWB, KKK. I mean, oh. He only watches Christian Bible Network. Ghost, does your father-in-law know? Wait, he says secular news is not factually accurate? Did you ask him what his news channels show? What his news channels show when the facts don't? Wait, my brain is so broken. Only if you score my arguments out of 5 every sentence. I wouldn't want to see it, but I cringe thinking about it. I hate tense moments. Wait, I'm so confused. He refuses to believe any news that isn't CBN, Fox, CNN. Literally anything else is secular and lies. I mean, at least he's not believing Fox. Oh, I meant AWB thing, but sure. I don't even. like, did you ask him if the Christian Bible Network, if it says that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, if you would believe that? Like, can you what? So he just thinks everybody that isn't Christian is a liar. So, like, are you secular? Bro, if CBN told him that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, he will believe it. But, like, Ghost, are you secular? Are you the network justifies everything because it's prophecy? What? Ghost, you like broke my brain. I'm Christian, but not his type of Christian? Well, yeah, that's so doesn't, like, is his daughter also not his type of Christian? I'm the Jesus was a communist type Christian? Okay. But Jesus was a communist. Like, that's facts. I had to see it growing up. The main goal of every news story is Jesus is coming back soon. But, like, also those kind of Christians are literally trying to get the world to end so that Jesus comes back. Ghost, we might have to come back to this because we're getting sidetracked from here.
And like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu.
Yeah, he believes that the Jewish people living in Israel are God's chosen people and can do no wrong. I don't understand this argument. If they're God's chosen people, why are they not Christians? If they're God's chosen people, why are they not Christians? So Jewish people can do no wrong at all, ever. Doesn't make sense. I know it's like talking to a wall. Okay, Ghost, I'm a little bit of a debate lord. My best advice is to use the Socratic method because, in my opinion, people like that, the only way they will be able to change their mind is if they think they did it on purpose. So, like, a good conversation would be to have is maybe point out that Palestinians are literally Christian. Like, there's literally Christian Palestinians that are getting slaughtered by Israel. They want Israel to be Jewish so that Jesus will come back and kill the Jewish people and take Christians to heaven. They're literally setting them up. Oh, no, I know that. No. Like, their beliefs for the rapture is 100% anti-Semitic.
You have a blank check to do whatever you want. Now, like,
It just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing.
Nanny, what? Wait, Prodigy, you didn't know this? The whole belief of the rapture is that Jesus is coming back. And evangelical Christians, American Zionists, think that the only way that's happening is if they get all Jewish people to live in Israel and Israel to start World War III, and then Jesus will come back. And Jewish people will have a choice to acknowledge Jesus as the Messiah in that moment. And all Jewish people that will not acknowledge it, which is 2/3 of Jewish people, will be killed on the spot. May have heard it sounds familiar. That's crazy. Yeah. If they could do no wrong, why were laws written for them in the Old Testament? If they could do no wrong, then why would they need those guidelines? No more. That is a great Socratic method question. CBN says Israelis are God's people and are bringing the end times, which means God will come. So somehow that means good. So he believes that. CBN says gay people are the devil. So that's what he believes. And CBN says all the news sources are lies. So he believes that. I think another funny thing would be if your father-in-law had an interaction with gay people and got to know gay people without knowing they were gay and then found out they were gay later. I think that's another good way to get bigots to stop doing that. Like, oh, this is genius. Yeah. I think that's another way to stop having bigots be bigots is to have them around people they're bigoted against and to realize the stereotypes that they believe in is wrong. But I don't recommend subjecting the people that they're bigoted against to be subjected to potentially the mental anguish that could happen if they start going off on a tirade. So, like, if you have like a trans friend, like have a trans friend hang around, especially a trans friend that passes off as a cis woman or something like that. I should add his belief was shook when he saw footage of dead children in Palestine. He asked my wife, how can this be right? But when my wife pushed a smidge, he went back, but they are God's chosen people. I think there might be some gaps forming. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely show him pictures of dead Palestinian children. God, I hate that I said that like that. Because the way I said that I sounded excited about dead Palestinian children. And I'm not. But because this is the most televised genocide that has ever happened in history, those are good images to show people because those people do not see that. In 10 cents for sure, it's fine. I get your point. Yeah. But like, yeah, the images from the genocide should definitely be shown to these people because these people don't see it. I was asked once if I'm wrong and Jesus doesn't come back, what do I have to lose? And I was like, you helped murder countless people, so that. Facts. So crazy. I feel the same in Ukraine war. Just seeing shit from war on social media, it's just nuts. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I think.
Well, I'm talking about Kamala.
I suspect that I suspect that she would not.
Also, fun fact: the Israeli government was very shocked the United States did not push back at all during the Biden administration.
Have had the same policies as Trump, but at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope her difference would have been, I think it would have probably had implications in the election. But I think perhaps even more importantly, it would have maybe implicated the behavior of Israel. So, I mean, look, I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils. But
yeah, me too. And I think that that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah,
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think, you know,
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan, who has a huge influence on people, I think, and who's someone who, you know, who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill.
He voted on stream. He voted on stream. He literally voted on stream. What do you mean? He voted on stream. He literally filled out his ballot on stream.
Jill Stein personally.
He did not vote for Jill Stein. He literally shits on Jill Stein constantly. He hates Jill Stein with a fucking passion. He's also in the state of California, so his vote doesn't fucking matter. Kamala Harris was going to win California whether he voted or not. He literally told his viewers. I watched Hassan's reaction to this, so he's so critical of Jill Stein. Yeah. Prodigy Son, can you tell I've watched a lot of Hassan? Also, it's 1S, by the way. Just so you know, his haters spell it with 2 S's. He told his viewers, vote your conscience. He told his viewers, vote your conscience. He's like, I'm not going to tell you to vote for an administration that has perpetuated a genocide. I'm bad with spelling in general. No, you're good, Prodigy Son. I was giving you a heads up. Now that you're new to the Hasanabi community, his haters spell it with 2 S's. He told his viewers in 2020 to vote for Joe Biden. But in the 2024 election, he told his viewers, you can vote. It's actually general. Nice Ghost. He told his viewers to vote your conscience. He said, I probably will not be voting for Kamala Harris, but I'm willing to listen to see if she will advocate for something I truly care about, and that is stopping the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And guess what? She did not say that. I was called multiple times by Kamala Harris camp. And I literally said to them, I said, is she going to stop the genocide? They straight up lied to me and said, no, she actually truly does want to stop. She truly does want to stop they didn't even call it a genocide. She truly wants to stop what's happening to Palestinians. I'm like, okay, why isn't she saying that? No, she definitely does. She definitely does. I'm like, why isn't she saying that? All she has to do is say it publicly. That's all I'm asking. And they straight up lied to me. She could have even lied about it. Like, what the fuck? And your spelling is not consistent, okay? Give me non-native speaker pass. No, Prodigy Son, you're good. Ghost is just making a joke.
But either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote. That's fine. But if you're like a high level,
also, if Hassan has this much prominence in an election, why did the Democratic Party not listen to him? Why did the Democratic Party not court him? Why does people spell it with two letters S? As heated though? I don't get the as hate though. Because the people that hate Hassan are fucking deranged. They're misspelling his name on purpose to make it seem like he's more Muslim than he actually is. That's what it is, Prodigy Son. The people that hate him are Islamophobic. So they're spelling it double S's to make it seem like it's more Islamic. That's what it is.
level political streamer, and you know, basically you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
The lesser of two evils was perpetuating a genocide. You have Hitler or Hitler Light. What?
I mean, I certainly have been critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils. But I think,
I have a friend from Pakistan named Hussein. So I actually applied that logic to spelling, but I don't see it like an efficient hate except to their peers. No, it's just Hassan haters spell it like that. They do it on purpose. They're doing it not to get a razz out of them, but they're doing it as like a joke. As like a hatred joke. I get it though, yeah.
and certainly, you know, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly, that was my perspective. But again, you know, what the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability to signal that there would be any change, you know, I think sometimes you have to take this at face value. And I think there would be certainly, definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government like Trump is. But, you know, I think probably this is the first election in, you know, in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old, that I couldn't really condemn someone from taking that position based upon what we were seeing. I mean, this is...
It's not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you why. Kamala Harris wanted a ceasefire. She stated that.
No,
Trump
she didn't.
Said finish them. I mean...
No, she didn't. Kamala Harris never said the word ceasefire. She never fucking said ceasefire. She never said it. She said they're working towards a ceasefire. She didn't say, I want a permanent ceasefire. She said they're working diligently as hard as they can to get to a ceasefire, which we're finding out now there was literally no work towards a ceasefire because the Israeli government was very surprised the American government did not push back on them at all. English is a mishmash of languages and has inconsistent rules. My first language is Afrikaans, which is also a massive mix of English, French, Malay, Dutch, and German. I didn't know Afrikaans had that much of a mix. But yeah, English is like one of the most difficult languages to learn because there's so many exceptions to rules and stuff. I'm notoriously bad with spelling and reading. What they say about Dragon Ball fans can't read is true for me. Yeah, leftists can't read too. So yeah, for me, it was an accident. No, you're good, Prodigy son. It's fine. I was just giving you a heads up so that if you are in like, if you find yourself in Hassan's chat or something like that and you spell it like that or something like that, you might get brought up or timed out or something. Just probably not, but yeah. Save my ass. I don't chat in big chats though, ever. You should. It's fun. On this topic, sorry for the essays, but Ghost, your reading is super good. A lot of streamers struggle to read chat, but you're a spot on, man. Yeah, I do what I can. I don't know. I've always been a fast reader. I try to make sure I read everybody's messages so that if there's people that are just listening, they know what I'm responding to. Plus in like VODs and stuff and everything like that. It's like 0.01% to get read on a big stream. I just don't even try. You can. But like one of the things that happens in big streams is that if you are asking a question to the streamer, another chatter might answer the question for you. So that's why I send messages in the chat, thinking that another chatter might also respond to me and help me out. You're fast, but also accurate. That's a big thing. You're getting the message. Yeah, I mean, I try not to fuck it up too. I'm also my only language is English. Another thing is too, Ghost, is I have a chat here, and I have another chat on my other screen. So a lot of the times I read your message before I actually read it out loud. So that's like another reason that I'm as accurate with it. Send messages in semi-big streamers, but if it goes 60 miles per hour, I just don't want to. Hassan is crazy about reading chat, especially if he wants to steal your jokes. Yes, Hassan steals chat's jokes all the time. He admits it all the time.
let's be honest. Like for someone like Hassan, I'm not voting for.
I love that emote no more. That emote is so good. I fucking love that emote.
Biden. I'm not talking about Biden.
No, I understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to
Sam dropping facts
bring
pre-watch.
that about. So,
Pre-watch.
Well,
like, you know,
you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No, but I'm talking
That's not
about
true.
the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She, as a candidate, said, I want a ceasefire.
Well, do you not, even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them, One's like, I want a ceasefire, and the other one is like, finish them.
Well, listen, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse, but I think like if you're trying to get the candidate to show some.
Also, Ethan is trying to get Sam Seder to say that it was wrong that Hassan didn't advocate for Kamala Harris more. He's trying to get a clip out of him right here. Yeah, I got so lucky with my artist on Etsy. Dude, no more. Your fucking emotes, you've shared a couple of them in here, and your emotes are pretty fucking good. I even like your PNG tuber too. Shit, let me see if I can. Yeah, your emotes are good. I'm looking at them right now. Here, I'll show you guys. Yeah, here's the follower emotes that Nomar has. There's that humph. I love that one. Rage, that's a good one. Trashed.
Indication of this, I can understand that. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it, but
yeah, and I get your point too. Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like it feels like
it also shows a tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice, and I think you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump. But they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se. But
thank you.
We're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this. Well, let me show you this.
I don't care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is more.
I honestly. Like,
yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's.
He properly says genocide, realizes he says genocide, then says the destruction, then realizes that's not good enough, and then says the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Jesus Christ.
It's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers. Spreading something.
As you said, the war at the beginning,
really dangerous, and you can agree or disagree. But it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you, and you tell me what you think.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, and you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it.
It's crazy how much he brings us on here. Thank you for being a normie and understanding that Ethan has been doing this shit for 18 months. Hassan's going to take time. Yeah, you'll figure it out. Okay. Let's talk about what Hassan said. The historical equivalent of Israel are the German Nazis who did the Holocaust. He is saying the people of Israel that are perpetrating this genocide should never be allowed anywhere near fucking power ever again. They should not have any kind of power at all. Just like I have power at the top of the hour to run a 3-minute ad. Actually, I don't have any power. Twitch makes me do it. But if you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, hopefully it's one of our friends. But if you don't have a subscription, then you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad break that comes now. I guess I'll keep reacting to this because I don't want to be up till 3 o'clock in the morning reacting to this.
Yesterday, he said, no, I
remember when Keko said it's not that long?
That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me...
By the way, the interview pinned, I seen it. Do I have something pinned right now? Oh, the Trump interview? Yeah, I watched that.
That seems like extremely dangerous.
It's 2 a.m. I'm going to head to bed. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks, Ghost. I appreciate you popping in here. It's nice to see you in here. I've seen you in Hanny and Suji and everybody else's channel. It's cool to see you in here. Wish you the best. See you around. Go Solidarity.
Dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
Also, Keko, if I still have that interview pinned, can you unpin that for me? Because I'm not seeing it on my side. Yeah, I've heard I'm no longer the ghost. Had to see who stole my title. Yeah, we talked about with Suji and Hanny what to call me from now on, because there's you as a ghost and there's like another ghost. Thank you. But they're like, can we call you Neg? I'm like, I mean, you can call that to me, but it's very close to a very bad word. So I prefer people to call me Ghost or Ghost Rider or something like that. Ghost Rider works. I like Ghost because Ghost is nice and short.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really...
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says, if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel...
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear about what he said.
But
would I have said at any point in his life?
The state of Israel has literally always been this. The state of Israel has always been this. It has been known to have always been this. The people that founded the state of Israel have called themselves a settler colony. They have literally said this from the beginning. So much so that they asked Albert Einstein to be the first president of Israel. And he said, I know what this is. I escaped this in Germany. I don't want anything to do with this. They fail to mention this part.
Someone's life, but I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond?
That's so interesting.
Like I say, I don't care about this, but if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous.
Oh my God.
And so disingenuous.
Get him, Uncle.
I mean,
get him, Uncle Sam.
Passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy.
Get him.
Who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration
of conflating.
Get him,
so
Monk.
He's clearly talking.
Hassan
about
also said the
Zionism.
same.
Did he, was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women.
Get
and
him,
men
Sam.
For that matter. It is
Get
not
him,
keeping
Sam.
Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find
On go off
far
or something?
more
Yeah.
irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is
of
not
that
one
sentence.
tiny clip, Sam.
Well,
You
but-
don't
but
know.
wait a
This is a
second.
totality of
It's
behavior.
But you
And
wanted
by
to
the
bring
way,
this
it's
up.
easy.
I don't
And I
care
appreciate
about
that you
Ethan.
can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it doesn't.
conflation.
You're saying
this
actually
conflation-
I'm wrong
saying-
for caring
I'm
about
saying-
it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this
Yeah.
conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to
there is,
ignore
there-
what's being described
No,
as
no, no.
dehumanizing violent language for American Jews that have
I'm
nothing to do
sorry.
with the
That
war.
is
Whoa. That is not what was fucking said. That is not what was said. That's not, he didn't say that shit. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, Sam's about to go off here. I heard him take that breath. Sam's about to fucking lose his mind here.
a complete mischaracterization of
It's
that.
not.
He's
not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word
He
Jews.
says that
Well, no, that's exactly what it goes off about.
How many members of Kufi have positive feelings
let
towards
me-
Israel?
let me see.
Oh,
I mean,
wait.
he-
How
he-
many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is
But it
not
describes
specifically.
most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes
Okay,
73%
so
of
that
Jews.
is not
come up with-
anti-Semitism. That is
well,
about
I don't
a
know. What do
belief.
you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I
You
don't
can say
care
he's
about
anti-Christian
evangelical
too.
people. I'm
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
and so you
you're-
can say the same thing about Christian Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism.
Yes.
It is not. It
Yes.
just isn't.
Thank you, Sam. Oh my God. That is such a good talking point. I'm 100% using that in the future. Criticizing Christian evangelicals is not criticizing all Christians. This is what Sam is saying right here. This is so good. Favorite boxing match of the year so far? It's not a boxing match.
Like taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave.
You're
it.
acknowledging it.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about
fundamentally,
it.
I
but
disagree
I'm
with
using
you.
your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well,
And
I
this
disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I
It's
disagree
dangerous
as well
For
on that.
Jews,
I think-
it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what
Yeah, it's not because it's a one-sided beatdown. No, it 100% is a one-sided beatdown.
is happening here. I know you said you aren't doing
I'm
that.
not hand waving. This
Yeah,
is,
no,
this
you're
is a
doing the
function
opposite. You're
of
endorsing-
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
No,
to
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean,
I'm
Jewish
saying
people
the
have a collective
mischaracterization
memory of
of it
trauma,
as
Sam, and it
anti-Semitism.
starts a certain way, and it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we
He's
doing
not
here?
talking
It's-
about
Dude, that's not. Oh my God. That's not what he's saying. First of all, he's using the term Zionists and Israelis. And he's saying that if you had any positive affirmation with Zionism, you should not be allowed near any position of power. That's what that statement is. It's not saying that Jewish people are so subhuman that they don't even deserve to walk a dog. I cannot believe that Ethan has gotten so desperate. That Ethan has gotten so desperate that he is doing this right now. I'm not shocked at this point, but Ethan is not arguing in good faith. What a surprise. Yeah. He's consistently differentiated between the two. Yeah. But Ethan cannot differentiate between. Okay, this is why Ethan's brain is broken. Because he has said and defended Palestinians. But he has gotten to the point that the contradictions have gotten so much in defending Palestinians and defending Israel that his brain has just broken. And that's why he has been like this last 18 months. And Ethan has been indoctrinated that Israel represents all Jewish people, which is why he has consistently said that Zionism is just another term for Judaism, and it's not. The amount of Hasbara, yeah. For those that don't know, Hasbara is Israeli propaganda.
Irresponsible language.
He's not talking about
He's
Jews.
talking about 73% of Jewish
No,
people.
No.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
and
have?
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Whoa. Does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of like I support them, but
I've
like
had
I think
positive
Israel.
feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi,
my
not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
Dude. He's buttoning his suit jacket thinking he got him here. He thinks he did something. Yeah. He's buttoning his suit jacket thinking he got him here. Ethan is so dangerous? Yeah. Dude, he's literally enabling Nazis. Dude, this is... And it's not only Ethan, it's like the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which is the Apartheid Defense League. Like, this is so insane to constantly conflate Israel and Jewish people. He is contributing to a rise in anti-Semitism, claiming that Israel is doing this in the name of Jewish people. And that if you are a Jewish person, you have to 100% support everything that Israel does.
No, that's you saying that.
That's
that is
literally
not
what he said. I'll play it again.
No.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as.
Okay, the dog catcher line that he's focusing on, he's specifically saying Zionist tendency. He's saying Zionist tendency.
As Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan does this.
Listen,
he plays around with the term Zionist, right?
Also, if you notice, Ethan is saying Hassan because that's what Hassan haters. That's what Hassan haters have been referring to Hassan. I'd be curious if Ethan back in the day used to say Hassan or Hassan. I want to point that out. I don't know if anybody noticed that.
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More
Yes.
Christians.
Okay, well, listen.
There are more Christian Zionists in the United States alone than there are Jewish people in the world, period. Is Hassan his government name? Yes.
I don't think
Jews
they're
exist in the
neo-Nazis,
world.
not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this
It's not
business,
just
and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
It's listen. You can say
I
it's
just
an
think that,
inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're
And
at
you
an
could say
impasse
that
on this one.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, but anyway.
Dude, he thought he got Uncle Sam there. He thought he got him. Dude, it's so... He has dipped so low to... He has dipped so low to get to this point, to bring Sam on so that he can clip it and bring this up with Hassan later. Good Lord Almighty, Ethan, Uncle Sam don't miss. Yeah.
Another thing he does is he says Zionist tendencies, and he's someone that plays around with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but
If you're defending Israel, you're a Zionist.
Characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's.
What do you mean colloquially? The problem, Ethan, is that you literally cannot differentiate the difference between Zionism and Judaism. That's the problem. Because you think Zionism is Judaism. That's why you're claiming any anti-Zionist talking point is anti-Semitic. Because you cannot differentiate between Judaism and Zionism. There's a massive difference between the two, which is why some of the loudest voices defending Palestinians are Jewish people. You can tell how bad his comprehension is when he keeps saying walking dogs when he says dog catcher in the clip. That is true. That is true. I didn't even think about that no more. That's a good point. Also, did you get that from Hassan? Did you get that from Hassan? If I watch Hassan's VOD later, is Hassan gonna mention that? Or is that a chat that Hassan or is that a joke that Hassan stole it on his stream?
Zionist tendencies. What does that mean?
I don't think he said
What's
that.
a Zionist tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to talk to him on Friday. You can ask him what a Zionist tendency is. I suppose, I would guess, and, like I've looked at polls too, where, people have various different understandings of what Zionism is. But I think it is my guess, and I don't know what he was thinking specifically, but the notion of an ethno-state that engages and it allows whatever in the name of Zionism allows for this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure, me too.
Okay. I mean, then I think we the three of us agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hassan pretty much openly supports Hamas.
Let's not talk about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure.
I don't think Hassan said that. I mean, no, I know, but I feel like that would be something that he would pull out of his chat. If you believe me, it gets even worse again. It gets worse? How does it get worse? Oh my God, this is so bad.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I mean,
well, let me.
I'm not here to explore.
Yeah. I have a list of things that.
But if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think. Look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean, I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the ANC terrorists.
What do you think about them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas.
And then at the end, Ethan hits us with just a glorious one-liner. It's perfect. Also, did you see Sam not necessarily Sam laying the bait here, but he's talking about ANC. Ghost left. If Ghost speaks Afrikaans, I'm assuming Ghost is South African. But ANC is the is it African National Congress? Is that the name of the party? But those are the people that were trying to end the apartheid in South Africa. So ANC was Nelson Mandela's group. And what I said earlier about Nelson Mandela, refusing to condemn ANC. African National Congress? Okay, thank you. But refusing to condemn the African National Congress. What the ANC was doing is they were necklacing people, where they would put a tire around someone's neck and then put gasoline in that tire and then light the gasoline on fire. So that is the violence that was happening. But again, this was happening as a result of apartheid South Africa. Pasta for lunch, in my opinion.
That have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that.
Also, I don't know what pasta for lunch means. Is that an Australian thing?
Were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions.
Correct.
And I think that is very, that is an understanding of human nature.
That you're not affording Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
What?
How so?
Well, you're like, I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know.
What do you mean? Whoa. What do you mean he avoided it? He answered your fucking question. He said if I was in Palestine, I would probably be joining Hamas because they are actively opposing the oppressors that are preventing me from living comfortably. That he answered your question. That was his thoughts on Hamas. I mean, he was quoting Ehud Barak, but like, I'm sure that's how Sam feels too.
Felt on, October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that, we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA.
IRA mentioned.
Now, Sam, I got
IRA mentioned.
Become a political organization.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And
what do you mean?
I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible. That's something he said.
I think you could say that tactically speaking, listen,
by the way, Sam, in the totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference, Sam.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that.
A significant difference.
Well, it is a significant difference. I mean,
Hassan goes off on this during his react. Not to look to the side. Does he think that the insurgents for Hamas didn't have any consequences to their actions? Does he think that the insurgents are kicking their feet up on like a comfortable chair in Gaza now? What? I don't. Does he think like the whole world is like celebrating what happened on October 7th? Because like what happened on October 7th was a travesty. But that travesty was a result of apartheid Israel. Like if the apartheid didn't exist, Hamas wouldn't exist. It's the same thing with ANC in South Africa. If the apartheid in South Africa didn't exist, the ANC wouldn't exist. Therefore, none of the ANC violence would exist. Again, the Hasbara, like Keko said, the Hasbara is unbelievable.
I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And,
yeah,
you know,
thank you, Sam. Pre-watch. Fucking pre-watch. He literally pre-watch. Chat, I swear to God, I haven't seen this at all. And I've said things that Sam then goes on to say so many times.
So
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Okay. I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf.
But they're dead.
But you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, it's saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did?
Yes.
Well,
Nelson Mandela did not do that.
Places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed, over 100 villagers in 1948. I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you,
people look at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Dude, oh my God, does he think South Africa apartheid ended non-violently? Like what? Okay, you could also say the civil rights movement in the United States. Dude, does he think the civil rights movement in the United States was nonviolent as well? This is...
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that
unarmed
were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed.
Didn't it? I thought they just gave in because of how nice they were asking. Yeah.
Civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense.
They gave Afrikaners and necklaces as an offering of peace. I don't think Ethan knows what he's talking about here. I don't think Ethan knows what he's talking about most of the time.
That feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like...
They pulled a Swiftie on the accountability thing? Oh, yeah.
The Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as, you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment. the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
keep in mind, everyone, this is Vape Nation guy. What the fuck is Vape Nation guy?
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say.
I would, okay, but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is
no,
it? I
not,
mean, because
not
we have
much
the
at all.
Greatest,
not really
what,
much
what
at
is
all.
called the great.
Yeah, you're right. It's not working out for Israel. Like, Hamas's numbers have gone up since the start of this. Hamas's approval ratings have gone up. Like, it's not working out for Israel. Like, Hamas has been able to fend off Israel despite being blown to smithereens. Like, what the fuck? He even started out doing Vape Nation skits, and now he's a spokesperson for Jewish people. In his eyes, oh, this is a problem when you're in the position of actually taking seriously the things you say and having a degree of knowledge. Yeah. Some cloud comes along and says some shit and blindsides you because you're never certain. Yeah. Sabra's going to rebrand as Hamas.
Greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside.
Yep.
Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and
yep.
And what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare.
Wait, did they literally call it a Zionist Congress? Plank and Keko, you guys might know more than I do, but did they literally call it a Zionist Congress? There's room here to swing to the fact that Palestinians did try peaceful methods for decades. Oh, no. No, definitely there is. They were very open with the word Zionist, yes. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, I mean, Sam definitely could have gone to that point where the violence has been... I mentioned this during the Last of Us Part 2 React. It was called the Zionist Congress. Okay. I mentioned this during the Last of Us Part 2 React, where the violence was escalated by the WLF. Palestinians, as Plank said, tried peaceful methods for a long time. And Israel has absolutely escalated the violence, which is why the violence for the resistance had to be escalated. That's what happened. When Israel continues to escalate the violence, the resistance to Israel will also escalate the violence to try to match the violence that is being perpetrated on them.
For everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in that type of immiseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
they just kept displacing, bombing, and assassinating moderates. Yeah, I mentioned that also during the Last of Us Part 2 React, talking about how the WLF assassinated the leader of the Seraphites, and how Israel also did that to the Hezbollah leader and the guy that was negotiating peace and everything. In fact, they deliberately cultivated extremists so they'd have an enemy to yell about. Yeah, they paid Hamas for a long time. And another thing that happened is Palestine had fairly progressive leaders back in the day. And the United States and Israel funded and backed the far-right extremists to prevent a potential socialist state and a leftist state to form, which ended up being Hamas. They supported Hamas and continued to support Hamas, and then turn around and eventually point to Hamas and be like, oh, look at how extreme they are. They're terrorists. My man, George Habash. I don't know the details on that stuff. I'm sure Plank knows the details significantly better than I do. I just know the cursory information on that instance.
And
That's fine.
he's
You
far
know,
closer to the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
You leave out that
monarchy
they
state.
attacked kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they.
Yeah, but the big thing that is focused on is the fucking music festival, which is a music festival next to a fucking concentration camp.
I don't know what the strategy was on their
Okay,
part.
so what do you think, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane.
I mean,
Yeah, right? It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
yes, but I think
Yeah, that was my first thought. As soon as I heard about it, I was like, oh no. I'm like, Israel is gonna fucking. I think I talked to Keko about it when it happened. I was kind of terrified. I'm pretty sure I talked to Keko about it. I said this is not going to be good for Palestinian people. I don't think I was. I don't know if I was streaming super regularly at that point, but I know I had started streaming around then. I think I started streaming semi-regularly that September, October, and then I started streaming like very, very regularly that January. Because I'm pretty sure that fall was when the allegedly Israeli chatter came in, and I fucking shit on him. Prodigy Son, if you're still in here, you should go to my YouTube channel and watch me have a conversation with an Israeli chatter, because that's a highly entertaining video.
I think the lack of proportionality was just beyond, frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of.
I got to say, I'm mildly surprised by how far the empire has allowed it to go. I still had some shreds of faith in some sorts of systems or laws. Plank, did you see the reports that came out that Joe Biden administration literally didn't do anything to slow down Israel? And Israel themselves were surprised that Joe Biden administration didn't tell them to pull back at all?
Of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy what is it, 80-90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals, that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that, because that's why they attacked.
Also, Plank, I am looking up George Habash, and they're pretty fucking awesome. but he had cancer and passed away in 2008. Do they think there was a potential that he was poisoned? Because it said he left the political party he was in because of ill health. Because I know Israel had poisoned Palestinian leaders.
Food as a weapon.
I'm more
I think-
interested in like
I think-
the
I think
justification for
Hamas
what they're doing
probably
there.
took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took
Who are
children.
we talking about? George Habash? I'm still here. Did you hear what I said about the video I was eating and stuff? Okay. Go check out my YouTube channel. There's a video of that I threw together from a stream. Might have seen that vid. Okay. Oh, Keko has it here. It was literally, I might go check it again. Yeah, it's a very I'm not a debate. I hate fucking debates. I think debates are stupid. But an Israeli chatter or allegedly Israeli chatter came in and tried having a conversation with me, and it didn't go well for them. That was when I was Spank Me Immediately. Yes. Keko's original name was Spank Me Immediately. I'm pretty sure Keko and this chatter were the only one in my stream at that moment. Your favorite spoon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure Keko and this chatter were the only ones. H3 is still doing stuff. Yeah, they've been doing stuff, and they've been on like a Israel defense for like 18 months now, and we're watching their conversation with Sam Seder, and we're reacting to it and providing context with everything.
Children and elderly.
I believe that they probably, I mean, this is all conjecture on my part, that they would be able to trade them as a
I'll check it. Not sure I've seen the full thing. Yeah, they just won't stop doing stuff. Yeah,
as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen. You know?
I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far. I didn't think
they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
I personally don't know a single person supporting Israel in this. Yeah, I mean, that just means that you surround yourself with actual decent human beings.
And, shoot EMTs and, have rules of engagement like this. I mean, I think Hamas is certainly up to criticism for their strategy here.
I think that's an understatement.
Well, I mean, if that's the
well, I mean, they're a terrorist organization that intentionally antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that if they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this is what was their plan. Have Israel respond in this way, that's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was. On the other hand,
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology of Israel's fence, et cetera, was, perfect and something we should emulate in this
Yeah.
country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas underestimated,
Overestimated. Or overestimated the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What
Yeah.
they would be able to, what kind of destruction they would wreak, and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
What?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
I've seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is
Okay, and was my first thought. Yeah. So obsessed with Hassan, like. So. Okay. Let me flesh this out. Ethan is acknowledging that Palestinians face a threat and need a public bomb shelter. Ethan, why do Palestinians need a public bomb shelter? Can you tell me that, please? They can't import concrete, Ethan. How will they make mass public bomb shelters? Yeah. Hassan living rent-free. Ethan's rent, yeah. It's just like the people. It's just like the people that say, "Oh, the South only fought for states' rights." States' rights to do what? Ethan, why do they need a public bomb shelter? I hope Sam goes into this.
Oh, there was. So you say there were tunnels under hospitals?
Israel built the ones under the.
Yeah, that's also true.
The first one that they went into, they built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you?
Yes.
Are you? Right. That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The.
Oh. No, let's not talk about that. No, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. Let's go on to something else. Let's not talk about that. Let's go on to something else.
$1 million question is like, what's like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely difficult
as
to say.
Americans, I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under Trump.
I'm in favor of that, by the way.
What?
Okay. I mean, good.
I mean, I think
we should call for all aid to be ceased. And I think we should stop protecting them in the UN.
What should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
I mean,
without saying not this.
What should they have done on October 8th? I mean, I think that
Again, they started bombing Gaza within hours of the October 7th attack happening. This didn't start October 8th. This current barrage started literally hours after October 7th started. Not carpet bomb? How about that? Well, that's what he's saying. You're not allowed to say that. not bomb hospital. Yeah.
I think that there is they're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's talk. You know, like to
Well, the
look
leadership
at that
was
moment,
underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that moment in history.
You are claiming that you have the best military in the world and the best intelligence in the world. And you're telling me that you can't do a precision strike on targets, that you have to just carpet bomb an entire strip of land? What the fuck? I've thought about this question a lot. Israel has such scam energy. Dude, it's like Israel is like crypto or crypto bros. Like Joe Biden, this is the crazy part. Joe Biden literally said to Israel, hey, learn from us. Don't do what we did after 9/11. Learn from us. Don't seek vengeance. Publicly, he said that. Privately, he said, keep fucking doing it. Whatever. Dogecoin was the Zionism that I left. In a perfect world, I know this would never happen, but in a perfect world, you as a government sit down and you figure out why did this happen? Not in a sense of, we didn't have enough surveillance here, we didn't see this coming, yada, yada, yada. I'm not saying in that sense. I'm saying you sit down and figure out what the circumstances that led to this event were. You look at the whole picture. Again, this is a perfect world, so this will never happen because there are psychopaths that are running Israel. It is literally that easy. Yeah. And I was going to say material conditions, but that would be leftist thought. We can't have leftist thought here. And then Biden said, oh, yeah. That would be what you do in a perfect world. God, I wish Sam Seder said that.
Like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe in that moment, they had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
And so, what should they have done?
Ages ago. Well, I mean,
you're avoiding. Yeah.
Okay, I think what they should have
kind of said it right there.
Is begun empowering Palestinians in the West Bank. They should have done.
This is my favorite answer, okay. Sam. You're saying that this is what Hassan told me. They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
Yes. I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed, but I don't think this
you
was
actually don't
agenda.
believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocide.
Well, is he acknowledging that it was a military planned thing and not a terrorist attack?
And racist and all these terrible things is going to lift their borders.
Also, does he? Never mind. South African apartheid was done peacefully. I forgot. My bad.
And disband their government.
Wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a
from
realistic
what I
way, not in a
expect them to
fairy
do.
tale, Sam.
Well, listen. There is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been. It has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch-Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been
for those that don't know the historical context, Rabin was a center-right politician in Israel who wanted to sit down and have peace talks with Palestinians in the 90s. And the psychopathic right-wingers basically had him assassinated. And those psychopathic right-wingers are now running the Israeli government. Bibi Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, those psychopaths are now running the government that assassinated a leader who was having peace talks with Palestinian people. This always happens, I feel. With Israel, yeah. Like Plank said, Israel assassinated moderates constantly. But yeah.
And to bring about this moment, there is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in.
I hate it whenever a motherfucker comes to power that has sense to get killed. Happened in my country too. Yeah. I mean, Fred Hampton was the leader of the Chicago Black Panthers and just an incredible overall person. And the FBI fucking assassinated him. Martin Luther King Jr. RFK Jr. Or not RFK Jr. RFK. JFK. Even though JFK did some imperialist shit. But he was far better than a lot of other shit.
In Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would.
Itamar Ben-Gvir has a frame photo of one of the assassins in his house. Yeah. And Itamar Ben-Gvir was seen as a terrorist within Israel itself, and he was not allowed to serve in the IOF. And he spoke at Yale and was celebrated at Yale.
Actually do anything.
There's nothing they could have done that
already
because of
did.
the
He already
situation,
did.
Everything.
No,
anything
I'm
they would have
saying
done
that
would have
this
been.
was there was no plan that on this day they were going to do this. But if you go back 10 or 15 years ago and look into Bibi Netanyahu's brain, the idea that this is ultimately going to happen was definitely the agenda.
What, in terms of like attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think it's become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that.
Yep.
They could have ended it after a week.
The exact same ceasefire agreement that was agreed to at the beginning of Trump's term was the exact same terms that Hamas had agreed to in July 2024. That's what Sam is alluding to.
Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen. Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like, what's it in response to?
They've been made for months.
At any time, they could have done that.
Well, what has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
what
the
have they done to end the war?
Early dawn to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
Yes, it is.
As being inevitable. Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes. I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of pointed out, but didn't really
moving slowly. So he's still implying that they would still ethnically cleanse Gaza. Just pointing it out.
When do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to take.
They're not underground. Sinwar was not underground. Sinwar was literally fighting. We need a slower genocide. Yeah. Sinwar was literally fighting. Sinwar was the leader of Hamas and he was fighting. He was not underground. They accidentally came across him. Dude, I just... How is he wrong about everything? Keko, thank you for the resubscribe. 15 months? Holy shit. Keko, thank you for the resubscribe. And to me, he's painting a picture like they're cockroaches or something. Yes, that's what he's fucking doing. Just like I paint a picture at the top of the hour, you can pay $5.99 to avoid the top of the hour ad break, because the top of every hour I run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link in your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me or it's Keko. But Keko resubscribed to show a way that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Just like I paint a picture. All right, chat. I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break. I'm going to be back in a second. I have to refill my water and I have to go pee. We're almost done with this. But I'll be right back. Keko, feel free to do some shout outs and stop fucking shouting yourself out. I wish you get as big as Hassan, but same time, not forget me. I won't forget you, Prodigy Son. Prodigy Son, I've seen you in other people's chats. I can't remember whose other chats I've seen. I'll do shout outs next. I've seen you in other people's chats, I feel like Hassan adjacent people. Like Jacob John Wops. Oh, okay.
I recently told you to his face.
I'll be right
back.
back.
Do that anymore. I'm not gonna, don't come on my chats. Like, don't do it.
Found you through
Everybody
Whoop?
else can
Okay.
have you. I don't need you, okay?
Yeah, I've probably seen you in Whoops and shit.
I'm not gonna be one of these needy people who's like, hey, Kiko, come on my voice chat. Please hang out with me, Kiko.
Not a single
Fuck you, Kiko.
word.
She was attacked, huh? Right. I don't know who did that. You might want to like call forensics or some shit, or like install some camera.
Yeah. This is a perfect song. We fucking cruise into the city. Into the sunset, baby. Or into the sunrise. Oh! Never mind.
On par.
That was fun. Oh, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. Oh, and I landed perfectly.
Dude, those are the best when you do so many flips and you land dead on.
Oh. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. 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 Clip
Did
it.
you just land?
Clip it.
I missed it.
Ooh, okay.
All right,
everything is
I'm back,
like
chat.
Stunter. Ooh. What the? Frick. Oh, frick.
But yeah, Prodigy Son. Yeah, that makes sense. Wops chat.
Frick. Okay.
Honestly, Plague, thank you.
There's no way.
Abby face cam.
It has to be a 13-year-old.
Also watch Mr. Crabcakes. Yes, that's also where I've seen you. That's I've definitely seen you there more.
Like watching glitches in Back for Blood. And there's whistle glitch. And let me see how to do that whistle glitch in Back for Blood. And then goes in Back for Blood and do the glitch. It has to be that guy.
It's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think...
Wait, did the ad not run? Fuck, I didn't... Oh, god damn it. I forgot to run the ad, chat. Fucking A. I had a 10-10 segue and I forgot to run the ad. The fuck is wrong with me? Don't answer that, chat. I'm sorry, Prodigy, if you got stuck behind the ad break. Damn it.
I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out where the there's. But we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, you know,
chat. Those rockets are bottle rockets. Those rockets are bottle rockets. They're nothing. Let me get the Norm Finkelstein clip. Fuck, where is it? God damn it, I can't type. No ads today. Twitch is bad with showing new people ads on USA streams. Didn't get them often. These days, I get some. Okay. I'm not complaining about it. Hell yeah, BDS. I also have politics and social issues things, so that's probably why ads aren't running. Fuck. You know what? I'll just go to my video. I know I have it in my video. History. We're taught history. I know I have it in my Israel video. One would. Where is it? Oh, this is the last video I did where I wasn't on camera. Dude, this was a good video.
As a strip, including its coastline. Between then and now, Israel will explain what these rockets are.
The weapons are basically symbolic. They're the equivalent of fireworks. As Khalid Michel put it at one point, the head of Hamas at that moment, he no longer is. He says they're our cry to the world. You know, it's a kind of, if I can use my language, it's a kind of SOS. They're sending these flares into the air. SOS, we're dying. SOS, we're dying. That's not an exaggeration. Mary Robinson from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, when she went to Gaza in 2008, she said, a whole civilization is being destroyed. I am not exaggerating. A whole civilization is being destroyed. Okay. So if you send up flares saying SOS, we're dying, which have next to zero impact on civilians, next to zero, I think whether or not they're discriminate or indiscriminate, it's beside the point.
From March 2000.
That's what those rockets are. They are basically a distress signal saying, help, we are dying. I didn't get ads on most people's streams unless they close to me in location-wise. Okay, that makes sense, Prodigy.
Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should it have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize Blinken said that.
Perspective on this, and mine is fantastical. What should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways I think that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of peace partner, some kind of alliance, some kind of international
All those
coalition.
people were marching. They were marching. They were marching in the Great March of Return, week after week after week.
Sam, was there
after
Hamas
week
activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
No. No.
During the Great March of Return, the first like dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They were not. Ethan, yet again, 100% wrong. That is the whole point of the March of Return, is that they were peacefully walking towards the fence, and Israeli snipers were shooting them and maiming them on purpose. And then Hamas had noticed that this was happening, and then they co-opted it. It sounded like Trump right there? Yeah.
But not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
No, they weren't.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Chat, for those that have been in here for the Sam Seder React, for those that have been in here for the Sam Seder Jubilee React, tell me you've seen that before. Tell me you've seen that from Sam before. Sam gave him the disappointed dad face? Yes. That is literally what Sam Seder did in the Jubilee video. It reminds me of that, okay, that you do when someone's talking bullshit. No, I don't. Keko, I don't do that ever. No. No, I never do that. I never do that. I don't know why you pointed that out. Particularly since I may or may not have done that last Friday during a specific conversation.
Yeah. But I mean, again, I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously
Yes.
they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. It's. I think, unfortunately.
I just noticed Ethan's background. Yeah. This actually changed here. Up here, it looked like it was South Korean Air emblem. Is it Tel Aviv skyline? I was looking it up. Wait, is it the Tel Aviv skyline? No. Because I saw the Bank of America here, and I thought, I didn't find out. I thought they showed the South Korean Air TCW, and that's a hospital there.
I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying.
Hold on, I need to re-listen to that. I think I missed something.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon?
Oh, this is good.
That they would have leveled hospitals and universities and
Sam's eyebrows are sad for Ethan's delusions. Yeah.
80, 90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder what you must think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
That's the Los Angeles skyline, Keko. That's the Los Angeles skyline. Here's that thing in the background. It's the Wilshire Grand Center. Right here. It's the same building.
I listen, I believe a response that was inevitable.
It's just funny because it's like he takes himself seriously. He does take himself seriously.
By Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda. I think
it's only funny if Snoop Dogg does it.
Like to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder, like, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable. I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable. And I think, like, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the complete lack of caring and the only thing that would even mitigate that is that, like, there were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few, and certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large. But
that's true.
To perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where Hamas, to what end
it wasn't
this even
unpredictable
is it doesn't ultimately. But Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course,
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages. I think
Hamas thought this was a possibility, but I think Hamas didn't think that Israel would be willing to kill their own civilians. But I guess Hamas did not realize that they have the Hannibal Doctrine, where it says that they will kill their own civilians to make sure that Palestinians do not capture them as hostages. There are several reports stating that Israeli military helicopters were killing Israeli civilians during October 7th. I believe there's been confirmation of that as well.
Than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government is to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
I wonder about that last part, but
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, I think
there's literal visual proof and confirmation. Yes, it hasn't been talked about much, Keko. That's why I wasn't positive. That's why I was saying there's reports. But yeah, that's insane. Yes, Prodigy son. Israel is fucking insane.
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. I mean, obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of Israelis to maintain this government believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent a threat to Israel. And I think that's
Israel is extremely dangerous and is holding the world hostage. Yes. Another another fun thing that I realized from my teenage years, again, vividly remember this. I had always said that Israel was going to be the cause of World War III. Because I thought Israel was going to continue attacking everybody around them. Chat, why was I so based as a teenager and didn't continue to expand on that thought process? What is wrong with me? Why did I not continue down that path? I mean, I did just like 8 years later.
I mean, I think that's a twisted perspective.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel, tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively small. So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But
I'm so bad at geography and stuff like that. I used to know nothing in the world except around me. Well, hopefully you improve on that. Yeah, I mean, there's always room to learn. There's always room to learn. And it's never bad. It's never bad to continue to learn. I mean, I improved a bit outside of you. I had no idea. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Like, I have a general idea where everything is kind of around the world. I have a general idea where most countries are and everything like that. Like, I had somebody straight tell me, like, you don't even know where Ukraine is on the map. And I brought up a map and I pointed right to it. I said, I know where fucking Ukraine is. I said, just because nobody knows where it is on a map doesn't mean that they literally can be a human being.
But you know, it's. I guess you could say whatever
I mean,
you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with Israeli reporters that there does not seem to be in Israel a majority, at the very least, of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly, they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but look.
I know where they are. I just mean no events of the world. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're in this stream, you'll find out these things. And if you're in Hassan's stream, Hassan will be very informative on that stuff. Hassan will be very, very informative.
I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well.
Yeah, I heard now about Kashmir and Pakistan. Yeah.
You know, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has maybe 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop,
well,
to
it's
ceasefire, ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
No.
They were
500,000.
They were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what's the point of telling Hamas?
Although I did know about Pakistan only because I have a friend who's from there. They were fighting again as of a few days ago. Yeah. What's the countries that they fight with sticks and shit? What's the country that they fight with sticks and shit? Is that India and China? Oh, hi, Hollykins. How are you? South American tribes? No, it's not South American tribes. There's... Hi, Holly. I'm not gonna say that. Hello. Damn it, I said it. India and China fight with guns? No, there's literally a border dispute. There's a border dispute that they fight with fucking sticks and shit. Also, should I say Harikins? How are you? How are you, Holly? Thanks for poking your head in after I poked my head in, if you like. Holly, that's what you wanted. That's what you wanted your name to be. I wish you would have told me that, and I would have called you Hari instead of Ori. Anyway, we're doing react content to politics. I know you don't like that stuff, Holly. Indian and Chinese troops fight with sticks and shields. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Keko. What the fuck, Keko? Fuck you, Keko. You piece of shit. I fucking knew this.
To release the hostages. Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has to. And
It's like the phalanx had returned.
Deal with this.
They got guns too. Keko, no. When India and China fight against one another, they fight with sticks. That's what I was saying. It's okay. I just wanted to say hi. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate you saying hi. I know India and China have guns. I know. That's kind of hilarious. Yeah, but they do it to prevent like nuclear war, I think. And it's just like a bullshit border dispute.
I don't have much
500,000
time.
Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not.
I mean, I guess if you have an agreed stick deal, it's cool. Yeah. Thank God. Yeah. Instead of firearms, yeah. To prevent casualties and escalation, yes. Yeah. That's kind of what I was saying, Plank. I wish India and Pakistan would do that, considering they're both nuclear powers as well.
Not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
That's 10%.
Broke.
That's 10%. That's not a majority. That's not a majority of Israelis that say they want the hostages back. Like, what the fuck? Is Pakistan a nuclear power? Because some people seem to doubt that. Nope. Pakistan is a nuclear power. Pakistan and India are nuclear powers. Also, it's like the worst kept secret that Israel is also a nuclear power. Israel has the Samson doctrine or Samson plan? Samson doctrine, Samson plan, where if things are not going well for Israel, they're just going to nuke Samson doctrine. Yeah. They're just going to nuke themselves and everybody around them. This is a real thing.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people?
Samson option. That's
the
what it is.
idea
Samson option.
That Gazans can be held
'Cause it's Hannibal
responsible
doctrine and
for an
Samson
election
option.
that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you
when
said the
half
majority of
population is
Israelis
under-
want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since
That's what
October
I'm-
7th.
that's
and,
what
and
I'm
that's
saying.
tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel.
I mean, of course, he had to put the October 7th. Of course, he had to put the October 7th qualifier in there.
Are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes, well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of the of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted, that was in May of this past year, so maybe that's changed. I would hope.
Israel's 5 million. Wow. I thought it was 7. No. Wait. As smaller than my small country? No. I think the 5 million is only Jewish people in Israel. I'm pretty sure that 5 million is only the Jewish people in Israel. If I remember correctly, I think there's 3 million non-Jewish people that live in Israel. No, sorry, there's according to this, there's 7.2 million Jewish people in Israel and 2.1 million of Arabic people and 554,000 of other people.
But that's all the most
it's
recent
horrible.
data I have.
Yeah, no, I know.
Let's listen to those numbers again.
That's all that's changed. In May, Hamas in Gaza has been about research
of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted,
that adds up to 83%. Or sorry, 73% of the Israeli population that agrees with what is happening in Gaza and at minimum agrees with what's happening in Gaza. At minimum. And 34% of those people want more. Same number, funnily, Ethan used. Interesting.
that was in May of this past year, so maybe that's changed. I would hope, but that's all the most recent data.
To say what percent of Israel are Zionists? No, it's percent of Jewish people that are Zionists. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, no, I know that the sentiment there.
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've been.
Also, everything that Ethan has said in this entire conversation with Sam has been completely muted from the psychotic shit that Ethan has been saying the last 18 months.
very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right?
What happening, dudes? Oh, no. Nothing much, Ari. We're just watching Ethan Klein get bodied by Sam Seder. We're just doing react content. But welcome in like fucking 6.5 hours into my stream. 6.5 hours, Ari.
And I think it sucks. I think it sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic. And like, I don't know what.
I can't stand watching Ethan longer than 7.3 seconds.
Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that, and like, it just feels hopeless sometimes, but.
It certainly does. But in the meantime, you know, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity.
So I don't know what he's been saying. Yeah, he's been saying psychotic shit. At least someone is glad to see me. Wait, are you saying I'm not glad to see you? You literally popped in here earlier, popped a lurk, and I said, oh, hi, Ari. How was your stream? And then nothing. And then I got nothing, Ari.
For a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should.
When I lurk, I don't hear shit. You know that? Fine.
We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC. And that's, you know.
Well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war, and it's something that we should be doing, you know. And I think Kamala Harris would have been a lot more likely to do something on that front. But
glad to see you too, Ghosty. Are you glad to see me, Ari? Are you? Are you glad to see me?
You know, certain.
We won't know.
We can't know, and that's the great thing.
Oh my!
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm
Absolutely.
supposed to have dinner.
That might be a good clip.
Well, I'll say this: this was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that we. What do we disagree on?
Not the zoom in.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's the ultimate.
You see good in a population that is proud of the genocide that is happening. That a majority of the population is proud the genocide is happening, and half of that majority wants more to be happening. He knows I can't handle those eyes. He uses them on me all the time because he knows I got a 65-inch TV. Oh, I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize that.
Ultimately, the disagreements here.
Well, I mean, look.
Wait for after Sam hangs up and listen to what Ethan says.
I'm
But you do now?
It's largely, in my mind, you know, impossible to really.
Also, chat, I need to ask, has my mic gone hot a couple times throughout stream? Because I've been watching it on OBS and it just reds out for from time to time. I need a map because I keep getting lost in my eyes. Oh, Jesus Christ. So it hasn't gone hot? Okay. Because there's like random times where it goes like full red. But I don't know if I'm like closer to the mic or whatever. But
fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who were wanted the hostages back. And the
ceasefire.
I don't know if there's been, well, they wanted the hostages back. You know,
they wanted the hostages back. They wanted the hostages back. That's all it was. They wanted the hostages back. They didn't want a ceasefire. They wanted the hostages back. And then Israel's continuing the bombing of Gaza.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on.
I don't see
You got me to yawn, Ghosty. That's how boring my stream is for you, Holly. That you just start yawning after like you've been in here for 5 minutes. God damn, I suck.
Agreements
pouring
is that
into the street.
I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
I'm not here to adjudicate what our
I'm just trying to
differences
summarize our
are on-
conversation. That's all.
Well, I mean, you summarize for you. I'll summarize.
Don't let him twist your words, Holly. After I saw you yawn. Oh, okay. Okay.
For me, I think that, like, it is what it is. And I think I don't remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right, thank
we'll
you. I
leave it to the
appreciate that.
robots.
Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling.
Wait, I missed that. I missed that conversation.
I think I don't remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but I'll
do that for you, and I'll let you.
I'm not even horny. I just love a nice smile. I wasn't saying you were horny. I was just spraying you for good measure. It was a preventative spray, Ari.
You know what it says.
All right, thank
we'll
you. I
leave it to
appreciate
the
that.
robots.
Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have
Also, chat,
conversations like this. Like
I thought about getting a haircut today because I was near the barber place where the airport was. I thought about getting a haircut today, but I didn't leave early enough. I also didn't have a hairstyle that I wanted. I didn't have a hairstyle that I knew I wanted to show a picture, so I didn't do it. I do want a haircut really fucking bad, though.
open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway. And that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Thanks, I will.
Bye.
All right, you too. Bye.
That was way different than I thought it was going to be.
Oh!
But okay.
I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people.
Oh my God, copium.
Opinionated, hashing it out. And I think
fucking copium.
I personally like when people do that.
Yeah.
I don't get turned off by the combativeness.
So part right.
Maybe it's that's the half Jewish part of me.
But the truthfully is like, again, on the larger points we agree. That's
I'm sick of hearing Ethan's crew glazing him. I don't know. His crew fucking coddles him so much, and it's understandable because he literally writes their paychecks and shit. But oh God, he pays them the glaze. Yeah, it's just so fucking disappointing. But anyway, do y'all remember when Keko said? Do y'all remember when Keko said it wouldn't be that long? And now, 3.5 hours later, goes, thanks for doing this. Yeah. Except we could have waited until tomorrow to do this when S-Cow would be in here. Chat made it that long? Chat was the reason it made it that long? Bullshit, Keko. Y'all, you fucking know that I pause. That I pause everything. The Trump interview took an hour and a half of reacting. The Sam Seder Jubilee video took me 4 hours to react to. Keko, you knew what was going to happen. It's true I yap a lot. It wasn't you guys. Every frame of pause, basically. Keko, you fucking knew this. And now I have stayed up. And I cannot enjoy the Hassan react. Because you made me react to that. Sorry for the horrible time chat. I will go to my home and fuck myself. You know what else you could do? You know what else you could do, Keko?
Many of us like to ask ourselves, what would I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South? or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing genocide? The answer is, you're doing it right now. Gooning for Gaza.
I will be gaming for Gaza. Nope. Nope. You said gooning for Gaza.
That with Kiko's name in it. I'm so...
All right, chat. I need to send you somewhere. I forgot about that clip. How did you forget about that clip, Holly? Holly, did you forget about this clip too? Did you forget about this clip too?
City plus America. New York plus Bush. 9/11! I got 9/11! I got 9/11! I got 9/11! We did 9/11! We did 9/11! No! Don't clip that! Don't clip that! Do not clip that! Do not clip that!
Oh, man. So, chat, I can send you somewhere. This fucking game. Yeah. They're arresting me as I type. Chat. I need to send you somewhere. I don't know where to send you. There is a dude that's talking politics that I can send you to, which might gain me some viewers, or I can send you to Crabs. I don't know who this politic guy is. I'm gonna give him a follow though. Actually, I don't want to give him a shout out. I'm gonna give him a follow. Pretty animated right now. But I'll take a look at his stuff on my own when I get a chance. It sounds like y'all want to go to Crabs. Let's stay safe and go to Crabs, yeah. I'm pretty sure the person is like on our side of the spectrum because they're making fun of Trump and shit. There's another guy watching Hassan watch the Sam and Ethan debate. But yeah, we'll go to Crabs. Night Naggles. Plank, don't ever do that again, please. You have to watch Hassan's react. Oh, so you want me to stay up another fucking 3 hours? Plank, I deleted it. But don't ever say that again. Please. That is what I'm actually, yes, let's start. No, fuck you, Keko. Plank. Huh? Plank, your last message. There's a reason I don't want people to use neg. And then you use neg and expanded on it. And it was very close to that dangerous word. Don't ever, please don't do that again. Plague, if you're unsure, just if someone tried something similar to a friend's chat the other day, I was like, what the fuck? Plague, if you're unsure what I'm talking about, just send me a message on Discord. All right, yes. If you're unsure, just send me a message on Discord. But anyway, chat, I'm sending you to Crab Cakes. Tomorrow, day stream tomorrow. Day stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be live at my normal time at night. So I'm probably going to do it. Actually, you know what? If you don't see a day stream tomorrow, I will be live at later than normal time. Didn't remotely make that connection yet. If I'm not live during the day, I will be live at a time later than my normal time at night. If I'm live during the day, maybe I'll do a bonus stream later in the night. But anyway, thank you all so much for being here. First message is for those that are not subbed. Next two messages are those that are subbed. Y'all go have fun with Krabs. Krabs says unhinged shit like we do here. And Krabs is just a all in all wonderful person. But see you all later. Thank you so much for being here. So wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Free Palestine.